Let's talk about it after we return to Beijing. He Jingheng whispered, Grandmother and mother don't know about father's affairs yet. Then I will return to Beijing first and report to His Majesty. Thank you for your hard work, Lord Su. Su Yuan wanted to say goodbye and leave, but he saw Su Zimo wolfing down the snacks on the plate. The way he looked had thrown all the rules and upbringing of their Su family to the wind. He walked up and slapped him on the head. Don't say your last name is Su when you go out in the future. I can't afford to lose face with you. After he finished speaking, he bowed slightly to He Jingheng and Shang Ruoyi and turned to leave. Uncle! Uncle! Su Zimo looked at the snacks in his hand, then looked at his back, thought about it and sat back down. Aren't you going back with Lord Su? He Jingheng whispered. You'd better spare me. Su Yuan said, the journey back to the capital is so long. If I go back with him, I will probably have to go to the temple halfway. It's better to listen to the monk's lectures than to listen to his nagging. At dinner time, everyone cried with joy when they heard that they could go back to the capital. But everyone in the third room, except Song Fangji, Lin and He Jingxi, were all worried. What's the point of going back to the capital for them? He Ziyuan will definitely not survive. The position of the prince will be inherited by He Jingxi, but everyone knows that the Prince of Ding has no real power. Even the daily expenses have to be paid from the Dinghua Palace. What's the use of a prince with no power and no money? Sister-in-law. He Yuni finally recovered a little. She smiled and said, My yard was too far away from yours and your brother's yard before. This time when I return to the palace, you must arrange a new yard for me. I want to be next to yours and your brother's yard. Okay. Shang Ruoyi agreed. Why are you still such a child? Qin said with a smile. Now you have reached the age to get married. I have discussed with your grandmother. When we return to the capital, your brother will inherit the throne of Prince Ding and will find a husband for you. Now that the palace has cleared the grievances, no matter which family you marry into, they will not dare to let you down. Yes. The old princess also said, although your father is not here, your grandmother will definitely not let you down in marriage. You are the only girl in our Prince Ding's palace. I thought Hyuni would be ashamed to talk about marriage, but her face changed several times and her tone was slightly deep. I don't want to get married. What? Not getting married? Qin and the old princess looked at each other and said anxiously, Child, what nonsense are you talking about? How can a girl not get married? Hyuni didn't say anything but kept poking the rice with chopsticks. Shang Ruoyi knew in her heart that it must be because of Ling Feng. Grandmother, mother. Shang Ruoyi said with a smile, It is not an easy thing to choose a husband's family. Sometimes it depends on fate. Qin nodded. Ruoyi is right. I think Ruoyi and Jingheng are a match made in heaven. Lin looked at their family talking and laughing and felt very upset. He Jingxi's face was also a little ugly. Hey, if your father was still alive, he would be very pleased to see you like this. Qin took Shang Ruoyi's hand. You have suffered a lot during this period. It's a pity that you can't see your father. As she said that, her tears fell again. Who said that father can't see him? He Jingheng whispered. Father is still alive. Everyone looked at him in shock when they heard it.
Henya.
The old princess stood up tremblingly. You just said that your father is still alive. Is that true? Yes, grandmother. My father was seriously injured before, but he is well now. Qin's eyes were red and tears could not stop falling. Hunger, where is your father? Where is he? At this moment, a tall figure slowly appeared in everyone's eyes. As soon as Hyun walked in, the old princess and Qin went to greet him. My son is unfilial and makes my mother worried. Hyun knelt directly in front of the old princess. Please punish me. The old princess was crying with joy at this time. How could she have the leisure to punish? It's good that he is alive. It's good that he is back. When the old princess heard that Hyun was rescued by Shang Ruoyi, she was even more grateful to her. Our Dinghua Palace really married a good daughter-in-law. Hyuni hugged Shang Ruoyi's arm and was full of admiration. I said, Sister-in-law is the best. Lin looked at the family reunion, and her heart was sour again. They were afraid that they would never be reunited again. He Jingshi clenched his fists on his legs, lowered his head, and could not see the expression on his face. The next day, they began to pack their luggage and prepare to return to Beijing. No need to move anything here. I will make new arrangements in Beijing. He Jingheng said to everyone. We will set off in 10 days. Shang Ruoyi came to the milk tea shop. Since she was leaving, she had to take the cows with her. It was afraid that this shop would be difficult to run. At this moment, a familiar voice came from behind. Boss, how about I go to the capital to help you raise cattle? Shang Ruoyi turned around and saw Ling Feng walked in. How about it? Yesterday, Grandma mentioned that she wanted to find a marriage for Uni. Shang Ruoyi said in a very low voice, You, who raises cattle, don't seem to be qualified. Looking for a marriage for Uni? His expression changed suddenly. Do you have any good families in mind? I said before that not everyone can be the son-in-law of our Dingwa Palace, but Grandma has lived in the capital for many years, and she must know which family has a promising son. Since she can say such a thing, she must have made plans. Ling Feng's face looked a little ugly. With his current status, he might not be qualified to marry her. After a while, he smiled. If the family that the old princess helps her find can be liked by her and can treat her wholeheartedly, it will be a good thing. Shang Ruoyi smiled lightly. The most precious thing in this world is sincerity. If someone can be wholehearted for a lifetime, it is impossible to expect others to be wholehearted. Ling Feng heard this and whispered, If I say that as long as the great revenge is avenged, I will marry her immediately. Are you willing to help me? Shang Ruoyi shook her head. If you want to marry her, you must let her know, instead of asking me to help you here. Ling Feng thought for a while, bowed and said, Thank you, I understand. After the words fell, he turned around and left. When she went to find He Uni that day, she saw a dagger-shaped ornament on her pillow. It was obviously a man's thing. The only thing that could make her value it so much and put it on her pillow every day was Ling Feng's thing. If the two love each other, don't miss it and don't regret it for the rest of your life. But this is all she can do. If she interferes with other people's affairs, bad things might happen. She was about to go to the capital, but the Li family had just moved here, and she couldn't help but have a headache. Su Zimo worked very quickly and had already settled down, but he hadn't had time to buy a house, and now they still live in the farm. Li Xia saw Shang Ruoyi coming and trotted to her side. Sister, you're here. Shang Ruoyi nodded. Where's Grandpa? Grandpa is resting in the yard. He was talking about you this morning and kept asking when you could come over. As they were talking, they had arrived at the gate of the old man's yard. Grandfather. Li Wenshan heard this and turned around quickly. Good child, are you all? Forgot your grandfather? Shang Ruoyi didn't dare to tell him what had happened recently, for fear of scaring him. There are too many trivial matters in the palace recently, and it is really difficult to get away. She smiled. Are you used to it here? Li Wenshan nodded. I'm used to it. Grandfather, I believe you have heard about the Emperor Tianshuan's edict of repentance. I will return to the capital in a few days. Shang Ruoyi whispered. I was thinking, if you are willing, how about going back to the capital with me? Li Wenshan heard this and smiled and shook his head. Forget it. Don't bother. My old bones can't toss anymore, and the journey from here to the capital is too long. I'm afraid that so many Dongzhu clams will die before they reach the capital. As long as you nod, you don't have to worry about the Dongzhu clams. I promise that none of them will die. But you are old, and you are so far away. If something happens, I will be unable to reach you. It is better for you to come back to Beijing with me. We can buy a farm in the suburbs of Beijing to raise pearl clams, and you can buy a house in the city. Xia is also of marriageable age, and she can't stay here forever. Although Li Wenshan was reluctant to move, he could not resist her persuasion. In the end, he had to nod in agreement. Li Xia was very happy to hear that she could go back to Beijing with her. Sister, this way I can always be with you. Shang Ruoyi took out a hairpin and inserted it in her hair. This is it. Li Xia exclaimed. This is a hairpin made of purple oriental pearls. Remember, From today on, our Li family will have so many Oriental pearls that they will never be used up, and they will all be top-quality Oriental pearls. Li Xiao blinked. So, our Li family can become the imperial merchant of Tianshan in the future? Silly child, what kind of imperial merchant do we want to be with this background? In the future, the Li family will definitely become a noble family, a Dongzhu noble family. When she finished speaking, Li Wenshan and Li Xiaxia's eyes lit up. Although they are both engaged in the Dongzhu business, the imperial merchants and the noble families are completely different. Sister, I understand. Grandfather, don't worry about the Dongzhu oysters. I will take care of it. On the day of departure, Shang Ruoyi ordered by Zhou to take 50 Suzaku to be responsible for the safety of the Li family. The Li family's team did not follow behind the Dinghua Palace, but set off first. Except for He Jingheng, no one knew the relationship between her and the Li family. In the palace of Shiyu City, Jun Ziqian looked at the letter in his hand, his eyebrows drooped, and said in a deep voice, "This Tianshan emperor is not stupid. If he doesn't issue a self-blame edict, the Dinghua Palace will not return the Jade Seal and the half-tiger talisman." Jun Ziqian snorted coldly. He didn't mean that. Tianshan Emperor bullied Dinghua Palace, which was bullying his sister, and he would definitely not let him go. "Prince, the prince invites you." Jun Ziqian frowned. "Isn't father recuperating?" The guard thought for a moment and whispered, "It must be because of Princess Luoyun." When Princess Luoyun was mentioned, Jun Ziqian frowned even deeper. As soon as he entered the courtyard of King Cheng, he heard Luoyun crying from inside, "Father, that day, that Nancharan openly contradicted and humiliated me like this. You must help me." She wore a hairpin on her head, and every time she cried, the hairpin swayed, and the sound made King Cheng frown. "Okay, don't cry. Father has sent someone to call your brother. Since you said he was there that day, he must know what happened. If he really bullied you, father will definitely not forgive him." "Thank you, father, for your decision." When Jun Ziqian walked in with a frown, he saw his father looking at him helplessly. "Your son greets you, father. Is your health better now?" "Qianer, get up quickly." King Cheng sighed. "Didn't I tell you that you don't need to perform such a great ceremony?" Jun Ziqian sat on the chair farthest from Luoyun and said lightly, "What is the matter that your father summoned your son here today?" "It was Luoyun. She told me that the rascal of the Nan family bullied her, so your father summoned you to ask. If this is true, you must go to their house to ask for an explanation." "Ask for an explanation?" Jun Ziqian snorted coldly. "If your father goes to ask for an explanation, your son will definitely not stop you. Your father should indeed go to the Nan family." Hearing him say this, Luoyun was extremely surprised. Wasn't her brother good friends with Nancharan? Why would he agree to let her go to his house to ask for an explanation? Could it be that her brother suddenly felt sorry for her? Thinking of this, she felt a secret joy in her heart. Before the smile on her lips could expand, she heard Jun Ziqian continue to say, "Father, don't forget to bring generous gifts." The king of city was stunned for a moment. "Why? I have to bring generous gifts when I go to his Nan family to ask for an explanation? Your precious adopted daughter poisoned Nancharan with the 7-day powder. If it hadn't been discovered in time by the genius doctor, the consequences would have been disastrous." 7-day powder. Luoyun's face instantly turned ugly. "What? 7-day powder?" The king of city said in a deep voice. "What 7-day powder?" "I have to ask you, Luoyun." The king of city set his eyes on her. It was hard for him to believe that his adopted daughter, who had always been gentle and honest by his side, would do such a thing. Luoyun studied medicine. How could she poison people? After saying this, the king of city's eyes fell on her. "Did you poison him?" Jun Luoyun quickly stood up and knelt down. "Father, you know your daughter, and your daughter will never do such a thing." The king of city did not say anything, and Jun Luoyun's heart was beating like a drum. "Get up." "Thank you, father." The king of city coughed twice. "Luoyun, you go back first. Father still has something to say to your brother." "Yes, daughter will take her leave." How dare she mention Nancharan's affairs at this time? She hurriedly took him out. "What's going on?" The king of city's tone was low, and the image of a kind father just now had completely disappeared. Did you gain anything from this trip to Bailing? The gains were too great, but he promised Ruoyi that he would not tell anyone for the time being. I just found out some things, but there is no clue for the time being. When things are over, I will make it clear to you, father. The king of city has always been confident in his son. His eyes fell on his legs. I think you must have gained a lot. Your leg has healed in such a short time. Junze nodded. You have indeed met an extraordinary person. Oh? Upon hearing this, the king of city became interested. What kind of person can make you evaluate him like this? Father will meet him sooner or later. Hearing him say this, the king of city was even more curious, but seeing that he had no intention of continuing the topic, he couldn't help but be annoyed. He knew his son's temperament best. If there was something he didn't want to say, he wouldn't say it even if a knife was placed on his neck. You know what happened in the Dingwang Palace, right? The king of city said in a low voice. Yeah. Jun Zigan frowned and spoke in a cold tone when he heard this. It seems that Emperor Tianshan is not that confused, but the increase in Tianshuan's national strength is not a good thing for us. After all, the Dingwa Palace is the toughest nut too. That's not necessarily true. Junze laughed dryly. Father, you'd better take good care of yourself. Don't worry about these things. Also, find a few ants in charge in the palace to teach Jun Luoyun the rules. Luoyun is your sister after all. She is not my sister, Junze said coldly. Back then, you shouldn't have taken her in out of pity. She was homeless and such a young child. The most important thing is that her eyes and eyebrows looked so much like your mother. You thought she might be your and your mother's daughter. Junze laughed coldly. Facts have proved that she has nothing to do with your mother. Your mother was pregnant when she left. If she could give birth to a child, it would be the same size as Luoyun. He sighed and said tiredly, I hold out hope, but it's just a dream after all. Junze looked at him and felt a little reluctant. Over the years, your father has treated Luoyun very well, hoping to move God and treat my daughter well. No matter where she is, I hope she will be loved by her parents, just like I treat Luoyun. The king of the city's eyes were slightly red. If your father can see her again in his lifetime, his life will be complete. Hearing him say this, Jun Zigan was shocked. He had never heard his father mention these words. I believe that my father's sincerity can move God. As the ancient said, God is merciful. Perhaps you will be able to see her soon. Jun Luoyun felt uneasy after returning to the yard. Brother, how did you know about the 7 days powder? She twisted the handkerchief vigorously with both hands. At this moment, a masked face flashed before her eyes. Could it be her? Yes, it must be her. She was there when I was taken away that day. What a good young master Ling Jun. He has ruined her plans many times. Come here. She wrote a note and handed it to the maid. Go and deliver this to the master, and the master will know what to do. Yes, princess. After several days of long journey, everyone in Dingwa Palace finally arrived in the capital. The palace had been completely packed up. They kept a low profile on their return so as not to alarm the people in the city. At night, they ordered people to open the city gates and returned to the Dingwa Palace under the cover of darkness. Looking at the familiar palace, everyone couldn't help but sigh. The first thing Shang Ruoyi did when she returned home was to place all the gold, silver, and jewelry she had taken away earlier in the warehouse. Looking at the full warehouse, she curled her lips slightly. Just as she was about to leave, she heard footsteps coming. She quickly hid in the space. Prince, according to your instructions, this storehouse has not been touched, but the princess dowry is certainly nowhere to be found. Yuntian said softly, the crown princess dowry is also missing. It doesn't matter. Add these boxes of gold, silver, and jewelry to the crown princess dowry. As for mother and grandmothers, just look for them according to their lists. Yes. Yuntian opened the storehouse door and froze in place. I saw nearly 100 boxes stacked in the originally empty warehouse. He rubbed his eyes to make sure he was not seeing things. This is really... The warehouse was clearly empty. Where did these boxes come from? Prince, this. He Jingheng walked forward, and his eyes fell on the box. He reached out and touched it. There was not a trace of dust on it. His eyes flickered, and with a wave of his hand, the box opened. It was filled with gold, silver, and jewelry. "Prince, isn't this warehouse a bit weird?" Yuntian swallowed and said, "These jewels seem to appear out of thin air." Yes, appearing out of thin air. At this moment, a familiar smell made his pupils shrink suddenly. He looked around and didn't see the figure. He whispered, "Let's go." "Go? How can I leave? This palace is haunted." He Jingheng said nothing, turned around and left quickly. Shang Ruoyi waited in the space for a while, and seeing that it was pitch black outside, she finally walked out of the space and returned to the yard under the cover of night. She didn't see that just as she left the warehouse, He Jingheng's figure slowly walked out from the darkness. After a while, Yuntian came to him. "Prince, according to your instructions, all the boxes have been put into the Crown Princess's warehouse." He Jingheng said nothing, his eyes still looking in the direction she left. His face was as calm as water, but his heart was already in turmoil. That fragrance was clearly the smell of her body. Where did she hide hundreds of boxes and so much gold, silver, and jewelry? How is it transported? This is simply not something a human can do in such a short time. Could it be that she is really a god? Thinking of this, he couldn't help but think of the firearms she took out. He Jingheng took out the pistol she had given him before and stroked the gun body. This was not something that Tianshan or other countries could make. Compared with the firearms she took out, the firebombs from Tianwai Villa were nothing. The secret guards are all saying that the crown prince's wife must be the reincarnation of the goddess. Yuntian looked at the gun in his hand and said with a smile, "I think so too." "The goddess?" "That's right." Yuntian's smile grew even wider. If it wasn't for the goddess, how could she have such a powerful firearm? She has saved people from danger many times, and even the Iron Feather Guards are convinced. Hearing this, He Jingheng couldn't help but curl his lips slightly. Yes, it must be the goddess. How lucky is he to be able to spend his life with a woman like her. At this time, in the prince's mansion, Lingsheng stood by the window with a frown on his face. Soon, two figures appeared in his room. Li Xi and Li Tian, "Meet the crown prince." "I'm back." Lingsheng turned around and looked at the two of them. "Did you find anything in the Dingwa Palace during this time?" The two looked at each other and said with their heads down, "Your Highness, there is nothing wrong with the Prince of Ding and the princess. Since the prince's leg healed, he often travels with the princess, but usually comes back in one day. The two of us once secretly followed them and found that they were just going to the shops in the town or the county." Lingsheng's eyes were cold and stern. "So, during the time you two were lurking in the Dingwang Palace, apart from gaining some weight, you didn't bring back any useful information?" Hearing this, the two of them lowered their heads guiltily. "We are useless. Please punish us, Your Highness." "Waste." Lingsheng clenched his fists. He wished he could chop them directly, but at the moment the Dingwang Palace was impregnable and there was no way to plant spies. The two of them followed everyone in the Dingwang Palace back to Beijing and were the only ones who could deliver news from the palace. "I will give you one last chance. From now on, pay attention to all the news from the Dingwa Palace and report to me at any time." "Yes." The two of them left the prince's mansion, and a guard came over. "Your Highness, Prime Minister Shang is here." Lingsheng frowned and said in a deep voice, "Let him in." Not long after, Shangnian came hurriedly. "Your Highness." He knelt on the ground with a plop. "Your Highness, please save this old minister." Lingsheng sat in the main seat and looked at Shangnian, who was kneeling on the ground with cold eyes. "Why do you say that, Prime Minister Shang?" Shangnian made a bitter face. "Your Highness, His Majesty has issued an edict of repentance. This old minister. Is Your Majesty involved in it?" Lingsheng said in a low voice, "I see that my father has no intention of punishing me. The emperor had no intention of punishing me because he wanted to keep him to vent his anger on the Dingwa Palace. After all, he was the one who planned the death of tens of thousands of soldiers, the massacre of several major families, and the exile of the Dingwa Palace. Your Highness, my daughter is about to marry into the prince's mansion. As long as you can protect my family, I am willing to serve your Highness at all times without hesitation. He took out a map from his arms and handed it to He Lingsheng. Your Highness, this is something I found by accident, and I am willing to present it to your Highness. He Lingsheng looked at the map and his pupils shrank sharply. This is... Yes, what is drawn on this map is the treasure left over from the previous dynasty. Shangnian whispered. This is something I found by accident. It is said that the treasure map is divided into 4 parts, and this is one of them. He Lingsheng couldn't help but smile when he heard it. I didn't expect that the Prime Minister would have such a good thing in his hands. Your Highness, my mansion was robbed before, and there is nothing worth showing off. I'm sure your Highness would not look down on these things, so I can only take this map to honor your Highness. He Lingsheng had long heard that before the fall of the previous dynasty, a huge fortune was left behind, but no one knew where it was hidden. The emperor of the previous dynasty left a treasure map for his descendants, which was divided into 4 parts. As long as the treasure map was put together, the treasure of the previous dynasty could be found. However, these were all rumors. He Lingsheng did not expect to see the fragments of the treasure map today. Since Prime Minister Shang is so kind, I have to accept it. He smiled and said, I will tell my father what the Prime Minister wants. Shangnian was delighted when he heard this. Thank you, Your Highness. He smiled and said, I will do my best to assist Your Highness, and I will also find a way to put this treasure map together. After Shangnian left, He Lingsheng looked at the treasure map on the table and squinted his eyes. He thought he knew the temperament of this old man Shangnian very well, and he would definitely not have only one copy of this treasure map. The next morning, all the civil and military officials did not dare to speak, and their eyes fell on He Yuan and He Jingheng, who were in the front from time to time. Your Majesty, I beg you to punish the Minister of the Central Secretariat Jingqi, Prince Ding He Ziyuan, and Prime Minister Shangnian, in order to comfort the souls of the soldiers who died tragically in He Zhengqi and He Ziyuan were thrown into the prison early in the morning, and now only Shangnian was left kneeling on the ground. He kept wiping the sweat from his head. Your Majesty, please have mercy, I know I was wrong. The veins on Emperor Tianxuan's forehead were exposed, and he said in a deep voice, You two came to the court so aggressively to ask for punishment when you first returned to the court. Do you still want to punish me? He Yuan did not speak, only to hear He Jingheng say, Your Majesty is the Son of Heaven, but even the Son of Heaven is guilty of the same crime as the common people. Now I am only punishing the instigator of the He Jingheng case. He Jingheng's eyes fell on Emperor Tianxuan, and his eyes were as sharp as a knife, which made Emperor Tianxuan's scalp numb, as if the 4 words instigator referred to him instead of Shangnian, who was kneeling on the ground. In fact, who among the civil and military officials didn't know what He Jingheng meant? The person he was referring to was Emperor Tianxuan. Tens of thousands of soldiers died tragically at Qijing Pass. How can such a person who is partial to his own interests and perverts the law have the face to live in the world? As soon as He Jingheng finished speaking, many generals stood up. Some of them went to Qijing Pass with He Yuan and his son. No one knew better than them how tragic the battle was. If it weren't for them, all the soldiers would have been buried there. I beg Your Majesty to punish him severely. I beg Your Majesty to punish him severely. I beg Your Majesty to punish him severely. Your Majesty, please punish Shang Qingqiu with the death penalty to comfort the souls of the generals in heaven. He Jingheng stepped forward and said with a bow, not only that, Your Majesty should also distribute pensions to the families of those soldiers who died tragically. His words made Emperor Tianxuan, who was already on the verge of rage, even more angry. More than 60,000 people. Even if each person pays 10 taels, it will be more than 600,000 taels, which is definitely a huge expense for the court. At this time, He Lingsheng stood up, clasped his hands, and said, Your Majesty, I have something to say.
What?
Your Majesty, He Lingsheng said in a low voice, Prime Minister Shang is indeed wrong, but He has devoted himself to the court over the years, and he can be regarded as hard work and great contributions. I think he should be relieved of his post as prime minister, demoted to a remote place, and allowed to make meritorious contributions while serving his sentence. If what the prince said is true, as long as he has made meritorious contributions, his sins can be offset, then many people sentenced to death in this world can be exempted from punishment. Su Yuan said in a cold voice, although Prime Minister Shang has made contributions to the court, it is difficult to offset his merits and demerits. Moreover, what Prime Minister Shang has done has shaken the foundation of the country. His crime should be punished, and not killing him is not enough to appease the public anger. Your Majesty, please make a decision. All civil and military officials knelt on the ground. I beg Your Majesty to make a decision. Lingsheng had not expected that although the Dingwa Palace had been away from the court for so long, it would still have such an appeal. Emperor Tianshun held the armrests of the dragon throne tightly with both hands and said in a cold voice, "Come here. Drag Shangnian away, put him in the sky prison, and execute him in the autumn." Upon hearing this, Shangnian's heart sank to the bottom in an instant. He looked at Lingsheng in shock, and when he saw that he just looked at him coldly, he quickly lowered his head. The Imperial Guard stepped forward and dragged Shangnian away. Shangnian collapsed all over and did not utter a sound. After the morning court session, He Jingheng went straight back to the Dingwa Palace. At this time, everyone in the palace was discussing the gold, silver, and jewelry that suddenly appeared in the storehouse. After counting, they confirmed that the items were exactly the same as those stored in the warehouse before the house was searched. It must be the blessing of gods. It must be the blessing of gods. Shang Ruoyi felt guilty after listening to the servant's words. I never expected that these things would come back. The old princess smiled and said, "May the ancestors of the He family bless us." Yes. Qin was also very happy, because these contained the dowry she had prepared for her daughter. She had been worried before about what to do when Uni got married in the future, but now she doesn't have to worry about it. Thanks to Ruoyi. The old princess took her hand and said, "It must be because of marrying you that our Dingwa Palace is what it is today." Shang Ruoyi smiled and said nothing. At this time, He Jingheng came over, Grandma Mother. He stood beside Shang Ruoyi. What are you doing here? Jingheng, you're here just in time. Come and take a look. The old princess pointed to the warehouse and said, "Didn't they say before that these things disappeared inexplicably? Today the housekeeper reported that all the items in the warehouse appeared here intact. My grandson heard about it yesterday, and I came to see it myself last night." His eyes fell on Shang Ruoyi's face, and seeing that her expression was a little stiff, he couldn't help but smiled and said, "I think some little thief stole these things, and then felt guilty and returned them." Little thief? Shang Ruoyi frowned, turned her head and glared at him. Her gaze fell into his smiling eyes, and her heart suddenly skipped a beat. Why was he looking at me like that? Could it be that he knew something? Suddenly she remembered that she did not see He Jingheng in the yard after she left the warehouse last night, and she broke out in a cold sweat. When the old princess heard him say this, she hurriedly said, "What little thief could move these big boxes around under the noses of so many people?" Yes. He Jingheng smiled and said, "Grandson also wants to know about this." He looked at Shang Ruoyi again. "Don't the crown prince's concubine want to know?" Shang Ruoyi was startled. Her eyes fell on He Jingheng's smiling eyes. She was shocked. He must have known. I want to know, too. I thought that with the crown prince's consort's intelligence, she would definitely know the trick." He Jingheng smiled and patted her head. It turns out that the crown prince's consort doesn't know either. When the old princess heard him calling her the crown prince's consort, she was not as friendly as before, and hurriedly said, "Why are you making things difficult for Ruoyi here? She is not that little thief. How would she know where these boxes came from?" Shang Ruoyi smiled bitterly. If she didn't know that the old princess knew nothing about what she had done, she would have thought that the old princess was deliberately cooperating with He Jingheng to make fun of her. Just then, a servant came over quickly and said, "Princess consort, the lady and the eldest daughter of the Shang mansion are here." Shang Yufu and the eldest lady? What are they here for? Today in the court, my father and I impeached Shangnian. Now he has been detained in the Tianlao, waiting to be executed in the autumn. He Jingheng whispered. The two of them came to see you. It must be related to this matter. Shang Ruoyi nodded thoughtfully. Let them in. Soon, Shang Yufu and the other two were brought to her yard. Shang Yufu looked at the magnificent Dinghua Palace and felt jealous. If father had not let Shang Ruoyi marry here in her place, everything here would be hers now. Wealth, power, and status, all these things that should have belonged to her fell into the hands of Shang Ruoyi, a concubine. She thought she could marry into the prince's mansion and become his concubine, but father was imprisoned, and she lost her status as the prime minister's legitimate daughter. How could the prince marry her? Furthermore, even if she married into the prince's mansion, without her powerful family, it would be difficult for her to survive in the mansion. You two please wait a moment. The crown prince's consort is just taking a walk with the princess royal and will be here shortly. The first lady and Shang Yufu were sitting on chairs. The first lady said in a deep voice, I didn't expect this little witch to be so lucky that she could come back alive after being exiled. Not only did she come back alive, but she also dragged their Shang family into trouble. Now, the situation has changed, and their Shang family has become prisoners. If Daddy hadn't cancelled my marriage with Prince Ding, I would be the one in charge of the palace now, and I would never let the prince hold Daddy accountable. Our Shang family would still be the most prosperous family in Bailey. Shang Yufu said angrily, It's all Daddy's fault.
Okay.
The eldest lady whispered, Now is not the time to talk about this. We came here today to let that little witch Shang Ruoyi beg Prince Ding and the prince not to pursue your father's crimes. Will that little witch agree? Shang Yufu said with a guilty conscience, We bullied her and her daughters so much in the early years. She must be holding a grudge. Who knows how she wants to humiliate us today? Humph, if she doesn't have the support of the Shang family, who in the Dinghua Palace will look up to her. What's more, she has a trump card that can clamp her life. If she doesn't obey, she will spread the news, and at worst, both sides will be destroyed. Shang Yufu thought about it, and it was true. At this moment, several servants came in and stood on both sides of the gate. Shang Yufu looked towards the door and saw a woman wearing a green dress and a fox fur cloak walked in. Is this that little witch Shang Ruoyi? She looked at her in shock and almost couldn't recognize her. How long had it been? How did she become so beautiful? It's like he has become a different person. The eldest lady also stood there in a daze, and then the anger in her heart grew like weeds. She actually looks exactly like that witch Wei, and is even more beautiful than Wei. Shang Ruoyi looked at the two of them, frowning slightly. How dare you not show courtesy when meeting the crown prince's consort? Xiaoyao said coldly. It's you? The eldest lady said in surprise. Are you Xiaoyao? The eldest lady has a good memory. Xiaoyao stood behind Shang Ruoyi. I thank you very much, madam, for selling me out that year. Otherwise, I would not have met the crown prince's wife. The eldest lady's face turned pale. She didn't expect that a servant would dare to speak rudely to her. How can this be possible? She said angrily. How can a servant be so arrogant? Madam. Shang Ruoyi sat in the main seat and said coldly, It is not your turn to teach my maid a lesson. Upon hearing this, the madam remembered what she had come here to ask for today and had to put down her half-raised hand in disappointment. Upon seeing this, Shang Yufu took the eldest lady's hand and simply bowed to Shang Ruoyi. Greetings, Crown Prince's consort. Get up. Shang Ruoyi said in a light tone. What wind blew today? How did it you two hear? Shang Yufu held the handkerchief tightly in her hand. She was asking questions even though she knew the answer. He Jingheng was the one who planned her father's imprisonment. How could she not know? Now, asking them like this is just to embarrass them. Since I heard that the Dinghua Palace was pardoned by the emperor and returned to Beijing, my mother and I came to see you. Shang Yufu said with a smile. Before, you were exiled with the Dinghua Palace. Your father and mother felt that they did not take good care of you and let you suffer with them. They often felt guilty. Now that we see you are living so well, we are relieved. Shang Ruoyi looked at her. She hadn't seen her for a while, but She didn't expect that Shang Yufu's temper was much better than before. Really? Shang Ruoyi looked at the still gloomy face of the eldest lady, smiled and said, I looked at the eldest lady's face. She doesn't seem to be happy for me, but as if I owed her a lot of money. Hearing this, the eldest lady forced a smile. How could it be? But I married here for my eldest sister and was exiled to the Dingwa Palace. Wasn't it all you're doing? Why are you saying such things now? Could it be that the emperor forced you to do it? Shang Ruoyi's words made the two of them change their faces. Ruoyi, you must not say such treasonous words. Shang Yufu hurriedly said. If others hear it, except for the two of you, there is no one else here. Shang Ruoyi sneered. Also, eldest sister, please call me the prince's consort. After all, there is a difference between the superior and the inferior now, and this is also the truth that the eldest lady and eldest sister taught me when I was young. Shang Ruoyi's words made their faces turn pale and blue. I still remember when I was young, I just ate a piece of cake that you didn't want, and the eldest lady ordered me to be dragged out and beaten with 10 boards. I was only a few years old at that time, and the 10 boards almost took my life. What did the eldest lady say at that time? Shang Ruoyi said coldly, there is a difference between the noble and the humble. Today's board is to let you know that you, a lowly person, can't even touch the things that my daughter doesn't want. The eldest lady's face was extremely ugly. That is. You two should stop pretending to be very familiar with me. It's really disgusting. Shang Ruoyi knocked on the table with one hand and supported her chin with the other hand. What are the reasons for you two to come here today? Just tell me directly. I have to go with my mother to choose the headwear later. I don't have time to play guessing games with you here. It's really annoying. The eldest lady and Shang Yufu looked at each other, and the eldest lady said in a low voice, we came here today to ask you to talk to the prince and the lord, asking them not to pursue your father's guilt and let him go. Shang Ruoyi couldn't help laughing when she heard that. The mother and daughter actually said that. Where's their face? They don't even want to have face anymore. Did you two leave something at home when you went out? Shang Yufu shook her head. No. Could it be that she said that because she didn't bring any gifts? She glared at the eldest lady beside her with dissatisfaction. She had specially instructed her mother before leaving, but her mother refused to do so, saying that there was no family background at home now, and if something happened to her father, they would still need the money to live. Why did I see you left something behind? Shang Ruoyi said slowly. Didn't you two leave your brains at home? Otherwise, how could you say such nonsense? The eldest lady stood up suddenly. You dare to scold us.
How dare you?
Xiaoyao said loudly. How dare you shout here? Don't forget where we are now. This is the Dingwa Palace. Crown Princess, mother is impatient. Don't argue with her. Shang Yufu gritted her teeth, but still had a smile on her face. We came here today to ask the Crown Princess to save Dad.
Why?
Shang Ruoyi sneered. Why should I save him? Princess, although you are now the Crown Prince's consort of the Dingwa Palace, there is one thing you must know. If one is without the other will be in danger. You are a member of the Shang family. Now, in this huge palace, if you don't have your powerful family, your life in this palace will be extremely difficult in the future. If the Crown Prince marries a concubine with a prominent family background, then sooner or later you will have to give up your position as the principal wife. Shang Ruoyi raised the corners of her lips when she heard this, just like my eldest sister now. She smiled and said, I heard that my eldest sister was assigned by the emperor to be the Crown Prince's concubine. Now that something has happened in the Prime Minister's mansion, is this marriage off? Shang Yufu's face looked extremely ugly when she mentioned this. What the eldest sister said may be true, but you have miscalculated one thing.
What?
I was able to become the Crown Prince's consort before because of the Prime Minister's mansion. If it weren't for Prime Minister Shang asking me to marry for you, I really would not have had the chance to enter the Dingwa Palace. But now that I am sitting in this position, I rely on myself. She looked at Shang Yufu jokingly. I am not the eldest sister, who is a pair of parents who are willing to ruin other people's lives for your future. So, if I want something, I have to fight for it myself. Because of this, whether the Shang family stands or falls has nothing to do with me. However, Now that the Prime Minister's mansion is in trouble, it has relieved my hatred. Why should I help you? Haven't you ever thought about it? If your father is convicted and you are his daughter, what will others say about you? What a joke. He committed a crime. Why would others say anything about me? Did I ask him to collaborate with the enemy and kill the soldiers? Did I ask him to massacre the people of the aristocratic families? He did all these things. What does it have to do with me? She sneered. Why didn't he say such things to the emperor when I was exiled? Why didn't you go to him to plead for me? Shang Ruoyi's words left the eldest lady and Shang Yufu with no way to defend themselves. The eldest lady made up her mind and whispered, You said that the affairs of the Xiangfu have nothing to do with you, and your father's affairs have nothing to do with you. Then what about your mother's affairs? Shang Ruoyi frowned. What do you mean? Hee. Don't you want to know why your father has so many concubines in the backyard? But none of them is as beautiful as your mother, but she died the most miserably and was the least favored by your father. Except for me, even other concubines can torture her and torture you at will. Why is this? The smile on Shang Ruoyi's face disappeared completely, and she looked at her coldly. You are finally willing to admit that my mother's death has something to do with you. It has something to do with me? The eldest lady sneered. If the people of Bailey knew that your mother was a fickle woman, do you think you can still sit firmly as the prince's consort? Do you think that the Dingwa Palace will kick you out for the sake of face? Shang Ruoyi's face suddenly turned cold. You are fickle and unfaithful? Shang Ruoyi said word by word. Are you sure that every word you said is true? The eldest lady sneered. Of course it is true. Although I don't know who the adulterer is, I am not the only one who knows the ugly things your mother has done. Shang Ruoyi's eyes were slightly cold. Since the eldest lady is so sure, then tell me how my mother is fickle? You are not the flesh and blood of the Prime Minister. You are a rascal who doesn't even know who his biological father is. The eldest lady raised her chin slightly. Pregnant before marriage, the biological father is unknown, and the prince's wife of the Prince of Dingwang doesn't even know who his biological father is. If such news spreads, what do you think the world will think? What will everyone in the Dingwang Palace think? The eldest lady thought that what she said would definitely scare her very much, but she didn't expect that she would laugh out loud.
What are you laughing at?
After a long while, Shang Ruoyi stopped laughing. Then I really have to thank you for telling me this. What do you mean? You just said that I am not Shangnian's biological daughter. You don't think I will be sad? She said with a smile. Shangnian did such a thing that is worse than pigs and dogs. Do you think I want to be his daughter? Do you think I want the identity of the concubine of the Prime Minister's mansion? Shang Ruoyi's words made the eldest lady and Shang Yufu feel depressed. On the contrary, I am very fortunate that I am not Shangnian's biological daughter. Otherwise, this Dingwa Palace really can't accommodate me. She yawned, with a little tiredness on her face. If you want to save him, I can show you a way. She looked at Shang Yufu. Since you are the prince's concubine appointed by the emperor, the person you should look for most should be the prince. The prince? Shang Yufu is shocked. Yes. She still has the prince. I'm tired, Xiaoyao, show me off. Shang Ruoyi waved her hand and left without looking at the eldest lady and Shang Yufu. As soon as she stepped out of the door, a dark figure walked in. The eldest lady and Shang Yufu were stunned for a moment when they saw the person coming. Unexpectedly, it was He Jingheng. The eldest lady's eyes turned, and she greeted him with a flattering smile on her face.
Xian Su.
The eldest lady said with a smile, I didn't expect to see Xian Su today. He Jingheng glanced at her. This is the Dingwang Palace. Are you surprised to see me? The eldest lady knew that she had said something wrong, and a trace of embarrassment appeared on her face. Shang Yufu's eyes fell on his legs, and she couldn't help feeling unwilling when she saw his handsome appearance now. Everyone in the world said that the Prince of Dingwang was disabled. She didn't want to waste her life with a disabled person, and she didn't want to live under the ridicule of others. If she hadn't chosen to cancel the engagement at that time, the man in front of her would be hers now, and she wouldn't be in such a desperate situation.
Prince.
Shang Yufu said softly. Prince, please forgive my father. Please. She couldn't stop her tears from falling. As long as you don't pursue it, You can ask Yufu to do anything. He Jingheng heard this and sneered. Anything? Shang Yufu nodded. Anything. But I don't want anything except Shangnian's life. He Jingheng looked at Shang Yufu, his eyes full of coldness. When you used Ruoyi as bait, used her and abandoned her, did you ever think that this day would come? You hurt the person I care about the most. Do you think I will do as you wish? The person I care about the most? Shang Yufu heard this. A trace of jealousy flashed in her eyes. She was also very regretful. Prince, I know I was wrong. I shouldn't have regretted the engagement and shouldn't have abandoned our engagement, but the prince insisted on marrying me, so I had to obey. Shang Yufu cried and said, Prince, please, let my father go.
Oh.
He Jingheng sneered. You should be glad that you regretted the engagement. He looked at her with contempt. Otherwise, you might have died a long time ago.
What?
Do you think that anything can enter the door of our Dingwa palace? He Jingheng's words made Shang Yufu feel like she was falling into an ice cellar. She had just offered herself to him, but he didn't even look at her. She was obviously the legitimate daughter. Why did Shang Ruoyi, a lowly concubine's daughter, a rascal who didn't even know who her biological father was, do that? Why did she have the preference of a love-struck man like He Jingheng? Unwilling. How could she be willing?
Prince.
She was about to tell Shang Ruoyi's life story when she was interrupted by the eldest lady. Your Highness, my daughter's words and actions were rude. Please forgive me. The eldest lady whispered. She is very worried about her father's affairs. Please don't blame me if I have offended her. She pinched Shang Yufu hard. Shang Yufu felt pain and quickly closed her mouth. After leaving Dingwa Palace and getting on the carriage, Shang Yufu said angrily, Mother, why did you stop me just now? Why didn't you let me reveal her true face to the prince? She twisted her handkerchief, wishing she could tear it into pieces. I want to see. When he knows Shang Ruoyi's humble identity, will he still hold her in the palm of his hand like he does now? We can't rush this matter. The eldest lady said coldly, since she doesn't care who her biological father is, let's find her a biological father. Since she doesn't want to be the second lady of the Prime Minister's mansion, let's let her know how important a noble mother's family is. What mother means is. The eldest lady had a determined smile on her face. Just wait. Shang Ruoyi returned to the room and remembered what the eldest lady said. It seemed that Shangnian knew from the beginning that she was not her child. According to the time of her birth, her mother was already 3 months pregnant when she married Shangnian. Since Shangnian knew it from the beginning and still questioned whether he wanted to marry her, it meant that Shangnian had something in mind for her mother. In her memory, she had lived a good life for several years when she was born. Later, because the Wei family fell into poverty and could no longer afford money, Shangnian began to allow the eldest lady to torture them. The fact that Shangnian could become the prime minister was also directly related to the money the Wei family was willing to give him. The Wei family was once very prosperous in the capital, but their fate was not much better than that of the Ling family. Most of the remaining descendants of the Wei family have moved away, and few of them are alive today. It is said that when the Wei family went bankrupt, they were penniless, and those shops had long been transferred to Shangnian's name. Wei family, Ling family. Shang Ruoyi felt a chill in her heart. She always felt that the demise of these two families might be related, but she couldn't put it into words. What's wrong? He Jingheng saw her frowning face as soon as he walked in. But what happened? Shang Ruoyi shook her head. There are just some things I can't figure out. What is it? Tell me. Maybe your husband can help. The Wei family's property. He Jingheng couldn't help laughing when he heard it. This happened many years ago? Where is the family property now? Shang Ruoyi said in a deep voice. When I was young, I heard my mother mention that the Wei family has been doing business since the previous dynasty. How could a family that has been passed down for hundreds of years have only these things left in the end? You mean? He Jingheng put away the smile on his face. All the things of the Wei family have been moved? Not to mention the Wei family's farms, fields, and shops. Just the gold, silver, jewelry, antiques, calligraphy, and paintings, no matter how many carriages are used to load them all. Even if they lost a lot in business, how could they lose all the property? They looked at each other. Those gold, silver, and jewels must have been hidden by Shangnian. Shang Ruoyi said with a smile, "It seems that we need to go to Shang's house." At night, two black figures landed in the backyard of Shang's house. They came to a very remote courtyard. The courtyard was pitch black. She opened the door of the room and took out a tinder, barely able to see the things around. The room was very simple, with only a table and two chairs, and a bed without even a curtain. It was not even as good as a servant's room. "What is this place?" "This is the courtyard where I lived before I got married." She took out a pottery jar from under the bed with a smile on her face. "I forgot it on the day of my return." She took out a small rattle and a few small toys from the pottery jar. "This is what my mother used to amuse me when I was a child." With the weak light of the fire, Shang Ruoyi's eyes fell on those small toys. I saw that the object that looked like a butterfly was inlaid with a gem larger than a pigeon egg. She picked up the rattle and found that except for the drum head, everything else was made of gold. She then took out some other things one after another, all of which were inlaid with many treasures. Shang Ruoyi looked at those things and murmured, "Is this really what I used to play with when I was a child?" He Jingheng was originally still feeling sorry for her hard life in the Prime Minister's mansion, but looking at this pile of gold, silver, and jewelry, he began to feel sorry for himself. "I was born in a royal palace, and I don't have such priceless gadgets as you. When I was born, the Wei family was prosperous, and there were many good things." She touched the small rattle. "After the Wei family declined, my mother and I stayed in this yard and lived a life of eating from one meal to the next. But even so, my mother didn't take these out. I think she must have known that if she took them out, she might even lose the last thing to save her life. She took out all the gadgets in the pottery jar. Before my mother died, she told me to take these things away, but I completely forgot about it on the day I got married." At this moment, a piece of parchment fell out. Shang Ruoyi picked it up and looked at it for a long time. "This is a map?" She suddenly remembered the map that Song Fangji gave her. "This seems to be able to be pieced together. This is a treasure map." He Jingheng whispered, "This is a treasure map left by the previous emperor." He put the map in her hand. "I thought it was just a legend, but I didn't expect it to be true. Could it be that Shangnian's real purpose of marrying her mother was for this?" After putting everything away and putting the pottery jar back, the two of them walked out of the yard. Shang Ruoyi was very familiar with the terrain here and took He Jingheng to the direction of the warehouse. Since Shangnian was imprisoned, all the guards of the Shang family have been withdrawn, leaving only a few servants. After all, they don't have the money to feed these servants. Now the emperor has only sentenced him to death, but did not order a confiscation of his property. It should be for the sake of the prince. "Mother," Shang Yufu said in a low voice, "now the emperor has not publicly cancelled our family's marriage with the prince, but today I asked the servants to deliver the visiting card to the prince's mansion, but they were not able to enter the door. Does the prince not want to recognize our marriage? Fuer, we can't rely on the Dingwa palace now. The only one who can save your father is the prince." The eldest lady said in a low voice, "It's all the fault of my parents. You have been implicated for nothing. Then my daughter will go to the prince's mansion in person tomorrow." All these words fell into the ears of Shang Ruoyi and He Jingheng. She sneered at the corner of her lips. "Want to save Shangnian? Dream on." The two came to the door of the warehouse, and there was not even a guard. There were only a few boxes inside, and there was nothing in the boxes. It seems that after the last theft, they moved all the things away. The Wei family is the richest family, with a large family and a large business. There must be a lot of treasures of all kinds. If it was really taken by Shangnian, it must be hidden in this prime minister's mansion. Shang Ruoyi closed her eyes, and a stream of pure energy entered her body from space. When she opened her eyes again, everything in the house was reflected in her pupils. She looked for a long time, but did not find any place where gold, silver, and jewelry were hidden. Just when she was about to look away, her eyes accidentally fell on the warehouse behind her. At one glance, she was stunned. Just behind this wall, there were hundreds of large boxes stacked, full of gold, silver, and jewelry, filling up a whole warehouse. She walked in quickly and reached out to touch the wall. "What are you doing?" "Nothing." Shang Ruoyi was shocked and almost forgot that there was this ancestor next to her. There is nothing to find here. Maybe he hid the things of the Wei family somewhere else. He Jingheng nodded. It's getting late. It's time to go back and rest. The two returned to the mansion, and He Jingheng left because of urgent military affairs. Shang Ruoyi originally wanted to go to Shang's house again tomorrow, but she couldn't hold back her desire to find treasures, so she changed into her nightgown again and flew away. Prince. A secret guard stepped forward. The prince's wife has left. He Jingheng looked at the book in his hand and sighed helplessly. It was clear from her expression just now that she had discovered something, but she didn't say anything because he was there. When will you be willing to share these secrets with me? He picked up the book again and started reading. Shang Ruoyi came to the storeroom of the Prime Minister's mansion and fumbled on the wall for a while without finding any mechanism. Is there another door here? She was about to turn around and leave when she suddenly saw a shelf in the north corner. This storeroom is empty, so why is there this shelf? She walked closer and looked for a while. Her eyes fell on a bulge on the wall. If you don't look carefully, you can't tell the difference between this place and other places. She pressed lightly and saw a small door suddenly opened in the wall next to her. She walked in slowly and looked at the mountains of gold, silver, and jewelry in front of her, and she couldn't help but stand there in a daze. Is indeed the richest man in the capital. There are more things than the emperor's private treasury. These are all the things of the Wei family. She saw many objects, which were very similar to the objects she had just taken out of the pottery jar in terms of workmanship and material. Since these are the things of the Wei family, they belong to her mother, and her mother's are hers. With a wave of her hand, she took away all the gold, silver, and jewelry in the warehouse. Her eyes fell on a box, and she opened the box, only to see that the box was full of land deeds and land properties. Oh my God! Shang Ruoyi swallowed her saliva. What does it mean to be rich enough to rival a country? This is it. She didn't look at it for long and simply put them all into the space. After confirming that she didn't leave even a copper coin, she clapped her hands with satisfaction and turned to leave. She returned to the palace with satisfaction. At this time in the prison, Shangnian was kneeling on the ground and said to He Lingsheng, "Your Highness, please come to your uncle." Prime Minister Shang, I never thought that there would be no one willing to speak for you in the court. He Lingsheng said coldly, since my father has issued an order, there is no possibility of changing it. Shangnian fell to the ground in despair after hearing this. It's over, it's all over. He has worked hard all his life, and he never expected to end up like this.
No.
Absolutely not. He still has so many things to do, and so much money to spend. He can't just die like this. Didn't your Highness say that you would protect me? His hands trembled. That treasure map. Treasure map? He Lingsheng sneered. It's just a fragment, and whether it is real or not remains to be verified. Prime Minister Shang is overthinking it to use this treasure map to threaten me. Your Highness, how dare I use such a thing to deceive your Highness? He whispered, I got this treasure map from the Ling family. On the day the Ling family was destroyed, I got this fragment in the secret room of the head of the Ling family. The Ling family has been an imperial merchant since the previous dynasty, and the heads of the Ling family in all generations are people that the emperor trusts very much. So I conclude that this fragment must be one of the treasure maps. He Lingsheng narrowed his eyes. Prime Minister Shang, there is only one copy of this treasure map? Shangnian pondered for a moment and then said, normally, there should be 2 copies, but I haven't found them yet. What do you mean? Your Highness should know that I have a concubine, Wei, the daughter of the former richest man in the capital. What does this have to do with Wei? He naturally knew about Wei, because she was Shang Ruoyi's biological mother. The Wei family was also an imperial merchant before. I thought the Wei family must have a copy of this map fragment, but no matter how I asked or investigated, I couldn't find it. Shangnian said in a deep voice, but I think that this map must be hidden in the Wei family. He Lingsheng saw that his expression did not seem to be lying, and paused and said, that's just your inference. Your Highness, I am loyal to your Highness, and my legitimate daughter is about to enter the mansion as a concubine. How could I deceive your highness? Lingsheng sneered. Yes. Your legitimate daughter is about to enter the mansion, but at this time, you were thrown into the sky prison. Prime Minister Shang, do you think that your father will let her be my concubine? Lingsheng's words made Shang Yuan feel disappointed. It's not that a woman cannot marry again if her engagement is broken off, but if the royal family breaks off the engagement, which family would dare to marry her?
Für.
Shang Yuan fell to the ground. Your Highness, I beg you, can you let Fu enter the mansion even if she is just a concubine? Lingsheng sneered. The prince's mansion will naturally not take a concubine seriously, but any woman who marries into the prince's mansion will bring a very generous dowry. Now that your Shang mansion is in this state, can we, the prince's mansion, pay for your daughter's dowry? His eyes were cold. If she wants to enter the mansion, it is not impossible. Bring the other fragment. I will not only welcome her into the mansion, but also give her the position of concubine. Otherwise, you can just wait for your precious daughter to be accompanied by the ancient Buddha and the green lamp. He turned around, as if he thought of something, and said with a smile, the reason why your Shang family has not been confiscated now is all because of me. Otherwise, with the crimes you have committed, not to mention the execution of the whole family, your wife and daughter will also become official maids. You should know what the fate of official maids is like. Lingsheng's words scared him completely. He knelt on the ground, tugging at Lingsheng's clothes. Your Highness, I really don't have another fragment. Lingsheng turned around and left after hearing this. But I have the Wei family's property.
What?
The Wei family's property? Shang Yuan's voice trembled. There is a secret door in the storehouse of my home. That secret door is the Wei family's property, a warehouse full of gold and silver treasures. As long as your Highness is willing to marry Fu, all of these will be brought into the prince's mansion as Fu's dowry. His words moved Lingsheng's heart slightly.
Okay.
Lingsheng said coldly. In this case, I will believe you once. As long as what you said is true, I will marry Shang Yufu. If you dare to lie to me, I will not only take your life, but your wife and daughter will also become the lowest official maids. After leaving the Tianlao, Lingsheng asked people to investigate in the storehouse of Shang Mansion. Not long after, Li Ju returned to the study. Your Highness, it is just as Shang Yuan said. There is indeed a secret door in the Shang family storehouse, but the secret door seems to have been opened by someone, and the things inside have disappeared. Lingsheng frowned. All gone? Yes. Li Ju thought for a while. I looked at the traces on the ground. There were indeed things placed inside, and it seems that there were a lot of them. It seems that someone got there first, he said in a cold voice. It was this time, and it was also the time in Dingwa Palace. Your Highness, as you said, his method is exactly the same as that of the person in Dingwa Palace. Who is it? Lingsheng clenched his fists and shouted angrily. Who on earth is it? Your Highness, the people in the Shang mansion. Since Shang Yuan can't produce what I want, they are of no value. The next day, the emperor issued an edict to announce to the world that Shang Yuan's crime was unforgivable, and he was sentenced to immediate execution for multiple crimes. All the women in the prime minister's mansion were made official maids, the servants were dismissed, and the married daughters were not implicated. When Shang Ruoyi got the news, she just nodded lightly. The fate of the Shang family was within her expectations. But she was very fortunate that she had the foresight to take away the Wei family's things. If they were discovered during the house search, they would definitely be added to the national treasury. At this moment, Xiaoyao walked in. Miss, someone is coming to the mansion. Who? Xin Shi, the legitimate daughter of the Duke's mansion, and Mu Qingning, the legitimate daughter of the right prime minister. What are the two of them doing here? Shang Ruoyi frowned slightly. What were the two of them doing here? Miss, the princess asked you to go to the front hall. After changing her clothes, she went to the main hall. Before arriving, I heard voices coming from the main hall. Although the queen has been to that bitter and cold land, how come she looks younger? Mu Qingning said with a smile. She is in better condition than the last time I visited her. You are so sweet. Qin had a smile on her face. You can make me happy every time you come. Miss Mu is right, I also think the queen is a little younger. Shen Shi waved his hand, and the maid behind him took out a box. Here is a wild ginseng that my grandfather and father accidentally obtained when they were fighting outside. According to the palace doctor, it has extremely high medicinal value and can best replenish qi and blood. I thought you might be able to use it. Now that I have met the queen, I feel that this ginseng is a bit inappropriate. Shen Shi's words made Qin even happier. In addition, Shen Shi's grandfather and father were both military generals. Compared with Mu Qingning, Qin was naturally closer to Shen Shi. Qin's eyes fell on Shen Shi. Has she reached the age of marriage? Your Highness, she has just reached the age of marriage. Qin smiled. In the blink of an eye, you have grown into big girls. I still remember when you were just born, you were so small and still in swaddling clothes. Yes, when Mother was alive, she told me that you held me in your arms on the day of the full moon banquet. Qin was chatting happily with Shen Shi. Seeing this, Mu Qingning, who was sitting on the other side, couldn't help feeling jealous. Could it be that this woman wanted to please Princess Ding so that she could marry into the Dingwang Palace? That won't do. That which Shang Ruoyi is just a lowly concubine's daughter. Although she is now the crown prince's consort, given the current state of the Shang family, it is only a matter of time before she is divorced. If she marries He Jingheng, the position of crown prince's consort will definitely be hers in the future. But if Qin Shi also has this idea, things will become a little tricky. The Shen family is a military family, and everyone in Prince Ding's mansion will definitely be closer to Qin Shi, and she will become her biggest stumbling block. Qin Shi looked at her, guessed what she was thinking, and smiled contemptuously. What a brainless person. Just then, a maid came in. Your Majesty, the crown prince's consort is here. Please come in, come in. Shen Shi noticed the expression on Qin's face. When she mentioned Shang Ruoyi, her eyes obviously lit up. Not only that, the smile on her lips also became more sincere. Mu Qingning didn't notice these subtle expressions at all. She just looked at the woman who came in through the door with a face full of bitterness and hatred. Shang Ruoyi was wearing a goose-yellow dress with a white fox fur cloak on the outside. Her long black hair was tied with a ribbon, and she only had a hairpin on her head. It was obviously the simplest decoration, but when she wore it, she felt like a fairy who had fallen into the world. Shen Shi's eyes fell on the hairpin in her hair, and he was stunned. I saw a huge oriental pearl inlaid on the jade hairpin, and the most rare thing was that the oriental pearl was golden. Greetings to Mother. Come quickly, come quickly. Qin waved her hand and said, Come and sit next to Mother. Thank you, Mother. Greetings to the Crown Prince's consort. Qin Shi and Mu Qingning leaned forward slightly. Mu Qingning rolled her eyes secretly. She felt uncomfortable at the thought of paying respects to a lowly concubine's daughter. No need to be polite. Shang Ruoyi's eyes fell on Qin Shi. She looked indifferent, but when she looked at the hairpin on her head, her expression changed slightly. On the other hand, Mu Qingning looked very angry, and the word anger was almost written on her face. I've heard about the second young lady of Prime Minister Shang's mansion for a long time. No, she can't be called Prime Minister now. Qin Shi changed her words and said, The second young lady of the Shang family is outstanding in appearance and charming. I have never seen her before. I have the honor to see her today. She is indeed a beauty. No wonder the princess likes her. If it were a younger generation, I would certainly like her very much. Shi, and I think the same thing. Qin looked at Shang Ruoyi and said with satisfaction, I have seen countless people, but I have never seen a girl as beautiful as Ruoyi. You are too kind, Mother. Shang Ruoyi smiled. In fact, she began to feel sleepy now. Mu Qingning looked at Shang Ruoyi unwillingly, sneered and said, Did the Crown Prince's concubine go to the heavenly prison to see Lord Shang? Shang Ruoyi leaned back in the chair and shook her head. No. The Crown Prince's concubine is really putting justice above her own family. Now that Lord Shang is imprisoned, not only did you not plead for him, but you didn't even go to see him off for the last time. Aren't you afraid of chilling his feelings? Shang Ruoyi almost laughed out loud when she heard this. Her eyes fell on Qin beside her, and her face was indeed not as good-looking as it was just now. Yes, it was the Dinghua Palace that sent Shangnian to the heavenly prison. Now that Mu Qingning said such words in front of Princess Ding, anyone would think that she was speaking up for the Shang Palace. Mu Qingning is willing to say anything to discredit her. I don't know if she really has a brain or not. Why should I go to see him? Shang Ruoyi sneered. I really don't know why I have to go. Lord Shang is your biological father. You don't even care about your own father's life or death. Who else can you care about? Mu Qingning curled her lips in disdain. The Dinghua Palace is the most affectionate and righteous. It's really a shame to marry a daughter-in-law like you. She looked at Princess Zhan and saw that she looked ugly. She thought that what she said was heard by her and continued. Yes, you were just a concubine's daughter before, and no one taught you much about etiquette, righteousness, integrity, and shame. Naturally, you don't understand the rules of this family. Shen Shui looked at Mu Qingning, who was talking to herself there, and wished he could stay away from her immediately. With such a brain, how did the right Prime Minister's mansion raise such a legitimate daughter? I really don't understand the rules of aristocratic families, but I think I understand benevolence, righteousness, propriety, wisdom, and trustworthiness better than Miss Mu. Shang Ruoyi said in a cold voice. Shangnian's crimes are too numerous to list. He framed loyal ministers and killed soldiers. He is my father and a sinner of the whole world. What's wrong with me ignoring such a person? She curled the corners of her lips and sneered. Or, do you think that the prince and the prince are wrong to expose Shangnian's crimes? Her words woke Mu Qingning up from a dream. She then realized what she had said, and looking at Princess Ding's extremely ugly expression, she hurriedly said, Princess, please forgive me. I didn't mean that. It's okay. Qin rubbed her forehead, looking tired. Seeing this, Qin Shi stood up and saluted. Your Majesty has just returned, and we came to disturb you. It is really wrong. Please don't blame us. Compared to Mu Qingning, Qin Shi is really much better. No problem. I'll take my leave first. I'll come visit you again when you feel better. Seeing that she had no intention of keeping him, Qin Shi hurriedly said goodbye and left. Seeing this, Mu Qingning also stood up and said goodbye. When Shang Ruoyi sent the two of them out, Mu Qingning secretly glared at her a few times. Shang Ruoyi saw it all but ignored it. Shang Ruoyi could guess what she was thinking with just one look. The one who was really hard to see through was the eldest daughter of the Shen family. Princess, please stay a moment.
Bye.
She turned around and got on the carriage. Mu Qingning rolled her eyes at her, and also got on and left. Qin went back to rest, and Shang Ruoyi went straight back to the yard. What do you know about the Mu family and the Shen family? Xiaoyao shook her head. Miss, the Mu family has always been at odds with our Shang family. When I was serving in the Prime Minister's mansion, I heard people say that the eldest daughter was often bullied by the young ladies of the Mu family outside, but I have never heard of this young lady of the Shen family. Are you worried that they want to marry into the Dinghua Palace? Shang Ruoyi shook her head. This Qin Shi didn't come here to please my mother today. Since he doesn't want to please my mother, he naturally has no intention of marrying in. Mu Qingning is almost writing the words come to my house to propose marriage on her face, but with her brain, even if she grows another one, she doesn't have the qualifications and ability to marry in here. Then what are you worried about? Shang Ruoyi frowned slightly. She didn't know if she saw it wrong. There was a strange feeling in Qin Shi's eyes when he looked at her. When Qin Shi returned to the mansion, the maid Furong came forward and hung her outer robe on the rack. Miss, the wild ginseng was specially found by the Duke and asked you to give it to the imperial concubine. Why did you take it to the Ding Palace? Furong muttered, no matter how good the things you bring are, you can't marry into the Ding Palace.
You.
Qin Shi nodded her head. You are short-sighted. Furong rubbed her forehead. Forgive me for my stupidity. The Ding Palace has just returned to the capital. Others don't know the reasons, but Daddy can tell me clearly that the more people are waiting and watching, the more sincerity we must show. She soaked her hands in warm water. Didn't you see the expression on Princess Ding's face when she saw the wild ginseng? There was no trace of surprise. She even felt that the extremely precious wild ginseng in their eyes was just an ordinary object, not worth mentioning. What concerned her most was the hairpin on Shang Ruoyi's head. I'm afraid even the queen has never worn such a big pearl, and it's a golden one, which is simply unheard of. She took out the Dongzhu that Concubine Xiao had previously rewarded her with, and it instantly became worthless of only a few silver coins. Miss, do you want to make this Dongzhu into jewelry? Chen Shui threw it into the jewelry box without even looking at it. Seeing her young lady's actions, Farong quickly shut her mouth. Mu Qingning returned to the Prime Minister's mansion and went back to her room angrily. I was tricked by that little witch. Her chest heaved violently, and she threw the pillow on the bed to the ground. How dare a mere concubine's daughter bully me today? When the right Prime Minister's wife, Zhao, heard that she had returned, she hurried in. Her mother was also very lucky. After being taken away by her enemies, she was able to grow up in such a family. She took out the sheepskin map and took Song Fengji's map. It turned out to be the same map, and they could be put together. Now there is only half of the map, and no one knows where the other half is. At this moment, Xiaoyao's voice came over. Miss, the princess invites you. She walked out of the space and opened the door. Who is coming today? Since the Mu family and the Shun family came yesterday, several ladies and young ladies came in the afternoon. She was not good at socializing, and sitting there felt like a torture. It's still the Mu family. Xiaoyao whispered. Mrs. Mu brought Miss Mu to visit today. The princess asked you to dress up nicely. Shang Ruoyi looked at her in surprise. Dress up? After figuring out the secret, Shang Ruoyi couldn't help but laugh out loud. Her mother was really adorable. But since her mother said so, she naturally had to dress up well, at least to outdo Mu Qingning. She came to the main hall. Madame Mu was chatting with Qin. Alas, my Ning'a was protected too well by me. She is ignorant of worldly affairs and has no scheming. She is not like some girls who think they are smart and use some inferior means to annoy people for no reason. Qin knew who she was talking about, so she just smiled and said nothing. Before she got married, she had some friendship with Madame Mu, but after so many years, that friendship was no longer enough to talk about. Seeing that she was not in a good mood, Madame Mu was about to talk about the past when she heard the servant report. Princess, the crown prince's consort is here. Shang Ruoyi walked in, mother. Come quickly. Qin said with a smile. This is the wife of the right Prime Minister's mansion. Shang Ruoyi nodded and sat next to Qin. The crown prince's consort is really beautiful. Her eyes fell on Shang Ruoyi's face, and then looked at the hairpins on her head, and she was secretly surprised. Today she wore a hairpin made of Dongzhu and several Dongzhu hairpins. Although her hair was simple, she looked very noble. Dongzhu was not something that ordinary people could afford, and not everyone was qualified to wear it. She glanced at Qin, with a hint of sarcasm on her lips. The crown prince's consort's headdress is really exquisite. I haven't seen such luxurious jewelry in many years. Her eyes moved between Shang Ruoyi and Princess Zhan. I guess this Dongzhu jewelry must have been given to the crown prince's consort by the princess. Qin smiled. How can I have such good Dongzhu? Upon hearing this, Madame Mu pretended to be surprised and said, How is it possible? In this palace, everything should be put first by the old princess and the princess. Such a noble headdress, the princess doesn't even have it. How can she wear it on the crown prince's consort? Mu Qingning sat aside and said sarcastically, Crown prince's consort, forgive me for being too talkative. The princess has treated you well. Not only has she taken good care of you in the land of exile, but even when your father did so many wrong things, the princess has treated you as before. With such kindness, how can you be so presumptuous? Presumptuous? Shang Ruoyi smiled. Why do you say that, Miss Mu? How can the crown prince's consort wear such a precious jewelry as the Dongzhu alone? It should have been worn by the princess royal before it can be the crown prince's consort's turn. Mu Qingning's righteous look almost made Shang Ruoyi laugh out loud. But considering the crown prince's consort's background, it's not surprising that she didn't do these things. Madame Mu smiled. I heard that the crown prince's consort's biological mother was Shangnian's concubine, and she came from a merchant family. How much knowledge can a daughter of a merchant have? She probably didn't learn much about etiquette. She looked at Qin. Your Majesty still needs to teach her well. Qin's face suddenly darkened when she heard this. Just as she was about to speak, she heard Shang Ruoyi sneer at her side. Madam Mu, I respect you as the wife of the right prime minister and my mother's concubine, but you have endured it to this extent. If there is anyone who is truly ignorant of propriety, righteousness, integrity, and shame, it is Madam Mu. What did you say? Madam Mu's face darkened, and she said in a cold voice, How dare you speak rudely? Speak rudely? Shang Ruoyi sneered. Who is speaking rudely? This is the Dingwang mansion. Although I am a concubine's daughter, I am now the prince's wife, a member of the royal family. You are just a wife of the right prime minister, but you dare to point fingers at me in the Dingwang mansion, and you don't even know how to greet this prince's wife. You are disrespecting the royal family.
You.
She sat up straight, grabbing the armrest with both hands. You are the descendant of a criminal. So, what if you are the descendant of a criminal? Even the emperor will not pursue it. What right do you have to say something about me here? Who do you think you are? Are you more noble than the emperor? Shang Ruoyi snorted coldly. I am a concubine's daughter, and my mother is the daughter of a merchant. So what? Shang Ruoyi, eat a grain of rice from your family, or tear a piece of cloth from your family. You only know that my mother is the daughter of a merchant, but you know that the Wei family was once the richest in the capital, and the taxes paid to the court every year are more than the annual income and expenditure of your family. Without merchants like my grandfather, the court would have no taxes, the treasury would be empty, and the court officials would have no regular silver to pay. How would you eat and drink? Are you starving? She took out a ruby the size of a pigeon egg and played with it casually in her hands. I can have as many gems as I want. She took out another oriental pearl. I use such oriental pearls as marbles. I have no knowledge, but do you? How much knowledge do you have? Come and tell me, and I will also take a look. Shang Ruoyi's words made the mother and daughter of the Mu family blush and turn pale. How could they know that Shang Ruoyi had such a fortune? They really had never seen such a big oriental pearl. At this time, Princess Jean beside them said, Ruoyi, the Dongzhu bracelet you gave me before is not this color, and the bead necklace you gave to Grandma, one is purple and the other is gold. I think they're better looking than this white. What? Bracelet and bead necklace? How many Dongzhu beads are needed to make it? And what color did Princess Jean just say? Purple and gold. How is this possible? Just when the two of them were doubtful, Princess Jean lifted her sleeves to reveal the purple Dongzhu bracelet. Seeing this, the mother and daughter of the Mu family turned pale. Their eyes were glued to the bracelet and couldn't move away. Mother doesn't like the color white, so I naturally won't use white Dongzhu as a headdress for you. However, grinding the white Dongzhu into fine powder can be used to apply on the face, making the skin as white and bright as Dongzhu. The fine white powder you asked the servants to bring is Dongzhu powder?
Yes.
Shang Ruoyi said with a smile. I see that mother's skin is getting better today. This is all thanks to you. Qin took Shang Ruoyi's hand and looked at Mu's mother and daughter fiercely. Originally, I didn't want to turn against you because of the sisterhood we had when we were young. Who knew that you would let you speak and act more outrageously, and now you are bullying the prince's consort of my Dingwang mansion under my nose. It's really too much. Upon hearing this, Madame Mu hurriedly stood up and knelt on the ground, and Mu Qingning behind her also knelt down. Your Majesty, please calm down. It is my fault. My words and actions have offended the princess and the crown prince's consort. Please forgive me for the sake of our past friendship. Humph. Princess Jean snorted coldly. There is not much friendship left now. Your Majesty. Since Madame Mu said that she and your mother still have a past friendship, why didn't you lend a helping hand when the Dingwa Palace was in trouble? Shang Ruoyi sneered. Or is it that the friendship between you and your mother only existed when the Dingwa Palace was powerful? Madame Mu was shocked when she heard this. That's not the case. That's not the case. Your Majesty, please listen to my explanation. No need to say more. Princess Jean glanced at her. I know your conflicting thoughts very well. The mother and daughter of the Mu family knelt on the ground, shaking like sieves. My lady princess, I didn't mean that. What do you mean? Princess Ding snorted coldly. You are just slandering Ruoyi in front of me, and want to marry your daughter to the Dinghua Palace, right? Madame Mu heard this, and stopped talking. Take your daughter away, who doesn't know the limits. I feel sick if I look at her for one more time. Princess Ding said angrily. Come on. Send her away. Shang Ruoyi didn't expect that Qin, who had always been weak and timid, would have such a domineering side. Qin took Shang Ruoyi's hand and said softly, Good child, I am also a mother, and I also have a daughter. Although I am not your biological mother, since you married into our Dinghua Palace, you are my child. What's more, you have saved us from danger several times and are the benefactor of the entire Dinghua Palace. If anyone is against you, our Dinghua Palace will be against him. Don't worry, everything is up to you. Shang Ruoyi heard the words, and her heart was warm. In her past and present lives, she had never known what it felt like to be protected by her mother. Thank you, mother. At this moment, He walked in. Mother, where have you been? Qin saw her in a hurry and scolded her. Look, I haven't seen you at all these few days, and your grandmother asks about you every day. He looked at Shang Ruoyi and said with a smile, Sister-in-law, I found you. Shang Ruoyi's eyes lit up when she heard that. Qin was standing aside, her eyes moving between the two of them. What kind of charades are you talking about? It's not a big deal. I've been free these days, so I went out for tea with a few sisters I made friends with before, and by the way, I wanted to see what's new in the capital these days. What's new? He eyes fell on Shang Ruoyi, and she smiled awkwardly. What they talk about the most is nothing more than the Shang family's affairs. Princess Ding rolled her eyes at her and said coldly, Don't these people in the capital have anything new to say? What's the point of talking about other people's gossip all day long? Shang Ruoyi couldn't help laughing when she heard it. Mother, aren't these the things that the people like to talk about after dinner? Why get angry? Mother is not angry. She just feels that you have been wronged. The Shang family's affairs are not my business. No matter how they talk about it, I will never take it to heart. Qin patted her and looked at He. Go on. He saw the bracelet on Qin's wrist and shook the bracelet on her own wrist. Mother, look, my sister-in-law also gave me one. But the one on her wrist was a string of white oriental pearls. I think Mother's seems to be more beautiful. Qin hurriedly put the bracelet away. Mother only has this one. If you like it, just ask your sister-in-law for it. Mother is so stingy. He walked to Shang Ruoyi and put her arm around her. Sister-in-law treats me the best. Shang Ruoyi smiled and took out a string of purple oriental pearl bracelets from her sleeve pocket. I prepared it for you a long time ago. She took out a string of gold and handed it to Qin. Mother, this is yours. Qin was very envious when she saw the golden pearl necklace she gave to the old princess that day, but she was too embarrassed to ask for it. Today, she got the bracelet and hurriedly put it on. Sister-in-law, where did you get so many Dongzhu? He knew that her sister-in-law had great magical powers, but there were so many Dongzhu, and each of them was of the highest quality, that she was so scared that she had to tidy up her sleeves from time to time when she went out today, for fear that her Dongzhu would be seen and stolen. The mountain people have their own clever plans. Shang Ruoyi smiled. Of course, it cannot be revealed casually. You haven't told me yet, what exactly did you do today? And what did you find? It's not a big deal. Shang Ruoyi smiled. It's just that I asked Uni to help me keep an eye on the shops when I go out. Shops? Qin said hurriedly. There are hundreds of shops in our Dinghua Palace. Whichever one you like, just take it. Why go out and buy it? This shop has some use for me, and it's not worth much silver. Shang Ruoyi looked at He. Where's the shop? Sister-in-law, if you have time, I will take you to have a look now. Without waiting for Shang Ruoyi to answer, He dragged her away. Qin sure looked at their backs with a smile and tears. Since Ruoyi came in, this huge mansion has become much more lively. Even the daughter, who used to be dull and didn't like to see people, has become so bright. Ruoyi is really the lucky star of their Dinghua Palace. Someone come. Empress. Find out the deeds of the best and largest shops under the name of our palace and send them to the princess so that she can choose carefully.
Yes.
Shang Ruoyi and He came to a house. Sister-in-law. This is it. He said with a smile. How is it here? Shang Ruoyi looked at the location of the house and felt vaguely familiar. This was originally the house of a wealthy family, but the family fell into decline, and there is no successor. Now, there is only the housekeeper here. Shang Ruoyi stood at the door, and several pictures flashed through her mind. In the pictures, this place was crowded with people and extremely prosperous. Is this the Wei family? Shang Ruoyi asked in a low voice. Wei family? He blinked. I haven't asked this yet. Just then, an old man came out. His eyes fell on Shang Ruoyi, and he couldn't help but stand there in a daze. Young lady? Butler Wei had gray hair and shook his head. No, that's not right. You are not a young lady. Our young lady has passed away. Are you Butler Wei? Hearing this, Butler Wei walked over quickly. You are the young lady. You are the young lady, right? Shang Ruoyi nodded. Butler Wei, I haven't seen you for many years. Young lady. Butler Wei suddenly burst into tears and knelt on the ground. Young lady, this old servant finally sees you. Shang Ruoyi frowned. What happened? Young lady. Butler Wei's face was full of tears. The Wei family went bankrupt. The master and his wife passed away one after another, and the young master was infected with an epidemic. Not long after the Wei family went bankrupt, the young master also died. The mansion owed a large sum of money. I had no choice but to look for the young lady, but the people in the Prime Minister's mansion said that the young lady had passed away. In desperation, I had to use all the remaining shops to pay off the debts. Now the entire Wei family is left with only this empty house. Steward Wei looked at Shang Ruoyi. Originally, I planned to sell this house for money and then go to the Prime Minister's mansion to look for you, but now the Prime Minister's mansion has been ransacked, and I don't know where to find you. I'm in the Dinghua Palace now. Shang Ruoyi helped him up. Tell me about what happened in the Wei family over the years. Shang Ruoyi followed the housekeeper Wei to the mansion. The mansion was very large, not much less than the Dinghua Palace. After all, he was once the richest man in the capital. Needless to say, the mansion was luxurious, and even the threshold was much higher than that of ordinary people. When she was young, she had come here before. At that time, the Wei family was at its peak. There were hundreds of servants serving in the mansion alone. Their lives were not as good as those of the emperor, but in this mansion, they were not much different from those of the emperor. After asking, Shang Ruoyi understood how the Wei family became such a miserable state today. It was nothing more than Shang Nian's eyes on the Wei family's property and wanted to take it for himself, and by the way, he used the Wei family's money to pave the way for his official career. When he gained power, he began to close the net, and everything in the Wei family fell into Shang Nian's pocket. Miss, our Wei family has dozens of farms and countless fertile fields in the suburbs of the city, and all of these have gone into the pocket of that beast Shang Nian. Shang Ruoyi couldn't help but sneer when she heard this. More than that? There are also countless gold, silver, jewelry, antiques, calligraphy, and paintings. It can be said that if Shang Nian took these out, he would immediately become the richest man in the capital. But he didn't expect that now all these things he had worked so hard to get would become his death warrant. Butler Wei, don't worry. Now that I'm back, I will naturally not ignore the Wei family. What are your plans now, young lady? Repair the mansion. I will definitely let the Wei family regain its former glory. Shang Ruoyi asked Yunqi to dispatch some iron feather guards to come here to be responsible for the repair. Now that this house is not available, they have to find another one. She took the time to go to the suburbs of Beijing, where her grandfather and Li Xia are now settled. Grandfather, we're still looking for a house, don't worry.
Libanshan's Milat, Noi.
He waved his hand. Even if it is here, I think it's great. He was more concerned about those Dongzhu clams. Did they really survive? Those Dongzhu clams are the lifeblood of his Li family, and they must not be cut off. Don't worry, they are all alive. She took out a few boxes. These are ornaments made from the recently opened Dongzhu pearls. Take a look. Li Wenshan opened the box, and the huge Dongzhu pearls made him dumbfounded. Hey, this Dongzhu?
Yes.
She took out the bracelet from the box. How much is such a Dongzhu bracelet worth? Li Wenshan thought for a while and shook his head. I've never heard of it. Really unheard of. I don't know how much silver it is worth. Li Xiao walked forward and looked at the Dongzhu, her eyes full of light. Grandfather, it's really a miracle. We are both raising Dongzhu clams. Why are the ones I raise all weird or dead? But when it comes to my sister, they all look like they have been given some strong medicine and are growing so amazingly. This is clearly bullying. She came to Shang Ruoyi and rubbed against her. Sister must have some good luck, and I want to get some good fortune too. Shang Ruoyi nodded her little head. You little money grubber. She pushed all the boxes over. Take them along for fun. When the place to raise pearl clams is ready in a few days, I'll take you there. There are so many pearl clams, you can raise as many as you want. In the next few days, Shang Ruoyi walked through most of the capital, but couldn't find a house that really suited her. He Jingheng also went out early and came back late every day, but Shang Ruoyi didn't ask much. On this day, she originally wanted to go around the street again to see if there was a suitable house, and He Jingheng walked in. Why are you back at this hour? He Jingheng smiled. Why can't I come back? Shang Ruoyi thought about it and secretly cursed herself for asking a stupid question. I saw that you were basically not at home these days, and I thought there was something important. What could be important? He stepped forward, trapped her between the table and himself, and whispered, What could be more important than your business?
Huh?
Shang Ruoyi couldn't help but be stunned. Her business? What do you mean? She pushed him a few times, but he didn't move at all. It's broad daylight. If you do this again, I will shout. He Jingheng couldn't help laughing when he heard it. Shout? Shout what? Shout that I am molesting you? What else? She pointed at his arm. Aren't you just being unruly now? We are husband and wife. If we always behave properly, what does that count as?
Count.
Husband and wife in name only? He Jingheng was so angry that he laughed, and the charming atmosphere between them disappeared instantly. At this moment, He Yuni walked in. Sister-in-law, I have found another nice house. Shang Ruoyi happened to be thinking about running away when she felt her wrist being grabbed by a big hand. What are you doing? He Yuni pouted. She really didn't realize that her brother was such a coward. She is just a little girl. How can she know how to buy a house? He Jingheng sneered. The biggest thing she has ever bought is the gilded jewelry box in her room. It's so tacky. Are you sure you want to see what she picked? Why don't you go and see what I picked for you?
What?
What he picked. Without waiting for Shang Ruoyi to nod, He Yuni refused. Brother, why do you always talk about my shortcomings? She said angrily. Besides, the biggest thing I have ever bought is not the jewelry box you mentioned. Then tell me, what is it? He Yuni's face flushed, and she held it in for a long time before she uttered. It's the set of gilded tables and chairs. Shang Ruoyi thought of the set of golden tables and chairs that she saw when she went to her room, and hurriedly said to He Jingheng, Come on, let me see what you picked. He Jingheng curled the corners of his lips and led her out of the room. He Yuni curled her lips. She didn't expect that her sister-in-law would be a person who would forget her loyalty for the sake of beauty. Her brother just smiled a few times, and she was seduced by her brother. She narrowed her eyes and followed him. He Jingheng looked at He Yuni, who was clinging to Shang Ruoyi like a dogskin plaster, frowned, and wished he could throw her off the carriage. Why don't you stay in the palace and run out? The palace is so boring. He Yuni hugged Shang Ruoyi's arm. Where my sister-in-law goes in the future, I will go there. She shook her wrist. My sister-in-law gave it to me a few days ago. Isn't it beautiful? He Jingheng gritted his teeth. Why didn't he realize that his sister had such a bad character before? Now it seems too late to let her mother change back. The carriage drove for a long time and finally stopped in the suburbs. Where is this? He Jingheng wished he could kick He Yuni off the carriage. Opening the door, Shang Ruoyi actually sensed a hint of warmth. Is there a hot spring here? She looked into the distance, and after just one glance, she was stunned. This was originally a royal horse farm. After the emperor moved the horse farm, it became abandoned, so I took it back. He Jingheng walked forward, pointed to the faintly green grass in front of him, and said softly, "There is hot spring water underground. I remember you said that you need a manor with hot springs." He pointed casually. "This manor is connected to the horse farm. You can raise those dairy cows in the horse farm and the pearl clams in the manor so you don't have to go back and forth every day. How about it?" Shang Ruoyi looked at the horse farm in front of her and couldn't help but be pleasantly surprised. This is what she really wants. "That's great, thank you. We are husband and wife. Why thank me?" He Jingheng looked at her with a smile in his eyes. He Yuni, who was standing next to him, rolled her eyes. "Brother, you are really good at taking credit. My sister-in-law clearly gave this matter to me." He Jingheng ignored her. At this moment, Yunqi stepped forward and whispered, "Princess, there is a letter from you." "Her letter?" Shang Ruoyi took the letter and saw the content on it, and a smile flashed in her eyes. It turned out to be Ling Feng. "I like this horse farm very much, and I'll take the manor as well." She turned to Yunqi and said, "Send a few people to meet him halfway, and put all the cows here. Also, dig the manor as soon as possible in the style of the previous pool. I want everything to be completed within 10 days. "Yes." "Ling Feng?" He Jingheng frowned slightly. "He doesn't do his job as the owner of Chiyu Villa, but comes to your side to be a cowherd. If he is bored, I will find something for him to do." Shang Ruoyi was stunned for a moment. "Do you know his identity?" "I knew it as early as when he was under your command." He Jingheng's voice was slightly cold. He should be thankful that he still has self-knowledge. If he had any ill intentions, he and his manor would have no need to exist. What about the Ling family back then? "I didn't get much information from my third uncle, but what I can be sure of is that they're looking for something." "What thing?" He Jingheng shook his head. "I don't know exactly, but seeing how crazy they are, it must be an incredible treasure." Shang Ruoyi was shocked when she heard this. Could it be related to the sheepskin map?
Now she already has 2 copies of the map.
If they are both cut in this style, then there are 2 more copies floating outside. If they can get these 2 copies together, perhaps they can know the real secret of the map. After returning to the palace, He Jingheng was called to the study to discuss matters. Shang Ruoyi came to the space and looked at the Dongzhu clams in the pond. "I don't know if it was her illusion. Why do I feel that there are more Dongzhu clams than before?" In the past few days, she opened Dongzhu clams in the space when she had time. Seeing that the Dongzhu had filled a box, she stopped. Looking at the remaining clam shells and clam meat, she wanted to throw them away directly, but Xiaobai came over and rubbed her hand, staring at the clam meat. "Why, do you want to eat?" Xiaobai nodded. Not only it, but other tigers in the space also coveted the clam meat. In her previous life, she knew that the clam meat in the Dongzhu clam was not delicious. It had a strong fishy smell, and the meat was very hard and difficult to eat. She wanted to throw it away, but since they wanted to eat it, she would just give it to them. Xiaobai let out a howl and swallowed the clam meat into his mouth in one gulp. He squinted his eyes with great enjoyment. Shang Ruoyi couldn't help but find it funny. She didn't expect that tigers also liked to eat river food. "Delicious?" Xiaobai nodded. The tigers behind him drooled with greed, but none of them dared to step forward. Could it be that the clam meat tasted different after being soaked in the spiritual spring water? At this moment, she saw a slight glow on Xiaobai's body. The fur was even whiter. Could it be that there was really something special about this clam meat? After Xiaobai was full, he looked up to the sky and let out a long howl. Shang Ruoyi actually felt a little frightened. "This is pressure." Xiaobai walked to Shang Ruoyi and touched her hand with his big head. "I didn't expect this clam meat to have such a function." After Xiaobai finished eating, the other tigers dared to come forward. As for the wolves and lions who had just entered the space, they didn't dare to come forward at all. Shang Ruoyi opened some more Dongzhu clams and distributed the clam meat to them. Like Xiaobai, all the animals that ate the clam meat had visible changes in their bodies. Before leaving the space, she took a few Dongzhu clams and wanted to cook a dish to try. When she came to the small kitchen, she first washed the Dongzhu clams with spiritual spring water, took out a knife to open the clam shells, and there was a huge Dongzhu in each clam shell. She put the Dongzhu on the table, cut the clam meat, thought about it, and took out 2 peppers from the space. It tasted good when it was fragrant and spicy. Not long after, the small kitchen was filled with fragrance, and the dark guards who were guarding in the dark couldn't help but start to swallow their saliva. What is the prince's wife doing? Why is it so fragrant? The fragrance drifted farther and farther, and even He Yuan and He Jingheng, who were discussing matters in the study, smelled it. What did the kitchen cook today? It smells so good. He Yuan smiled and said, I didn't feel anything just now, but now I'm a little hungry. At this moment, the servant came to report that the kitchen had prepared the meal. He Yuan hurriedly put down his official duties, got up and walked towards the dining room. He Jingheng wanted to go and see what was going on, but was stopped by He Yuan outside. Your mother told the kitchen to cook for me. Why are you joining in the fun? Your son just wanted to take a look. What are you looking at? What are you looking at? He Yuan glanced at him. Don't think I don't know what you were planning. The day before yesterday, your mother made snacks in the yard. You thought they were delicious, so you took them all to your wife. Yesterday, the kitchen made a braised lion's head dish, but you took it away before I even saw it. You want to repeat the same trick today. I think you have lived enough. He Jingheng heard this, touched his nose, and coughed twice a little embarrassedly. Seeing that he no longer insisted, He Yuan put his hands behind his back, hummed a little tune, and left. At this time, another fragrance came. He Jingheng looked at the direction of the wind, and his eyes lit up. He walked quickly towards his yard. At this time, Shang Ruoyi had already prepared 3 dishes and a soup, and took out a plate of strawberries from the space. He Jingheng walked closer, smelled the increasingly strong fragrance, and curled his lips slightly. What are you doing? Shang Ruoyi was startled by him, and suddenly looked up, with a strawberry in her mouth.
Her silly look was so cute.
He Jingheng took the half-bitten strawberry from her, and put it into his mouth without thinking. Shang Ruoyi couldn't help but be stunned, and the next moment, her pretty face was slightly hot. That's what I bit. I know. Shang Ruoyi turned around, with a slight curl of her lips. What are you doing that smells so good? They're just a few home-cooked dishes. Would you like to try them? Shang Ruoyi said with a smile. I wanted to take them to the front yard to eat with my grandmother and the others, but the nanny in my grandmother's yard just now said that we should eat in the small kitchens of each yard today. Then they won't have the same blessing as me. He Jingheng said with a smile. Let me try your cooking. He just picked up the bowl and chopsticks when he heard footsteps outside the door.
Wait.
He Yuan walked in quickly, followed by Princess Ding and He Yuni. He Jingheng frowned. Father and mother, what are you doing here? He subconsciously blocked the dishes on the table, but he could block the sight, but not the fragrance. Daughter-in-law, what did you cook here today? He Yuan said with a smile. It's just a few fried dishes. He Yuni walked forward and swallowed her saliva. Sister-in-law, what are you cooking? I can smell the fragrance in the yard. Shang Ruoyi pinched her little face and joked. Does your nose belong to a puppy? Our yard is so far away. How did it float to your yard? Really? He Yuni sat on the chair and urged anxiously. Hurry up and eat. I'm hungry. It's rude. Prince Ding said coldly. Hearing this, He Yuni hurriedly stood up. She was a little too proud of herself. Seeing the delicious food, she completely forgot about her father and mother. He Yuan stepped forward, sat on the chair, and said lightly, When can we eat? He Yuni was exhausted. He dared to say that she was rude, but now she asked for food. Didn't father say that he would have dinner in mother's courtyard? I just wanted to take a look, but why are you here now? He Jingheng smiled. We don't have the food that father is looking for here. Father, you should go back. He Yuan knew that his son was a vengeful person. If it were in the past, he would definitely turn around and leave. But now, with delicious food in front of him, he swallowed his saliva and didn't say anything. He thought that the fragrance came from their courtyard, but halfway through, he realized that something was wrong. The fragrance of the food was getting fainter and fainter. Sure enough, when he arrived in the courtyard, the fragrance was already very faint. He looked at the food on the table and lost his appetite. He knew that he was tricked by that stinky boy, but he couldn't get angry. What is this? He pointed to the plate of strawberries. He had never eaten this kind of fruit. He, Yuni, and Qin were very familiar with strawberries. They ate them almost every day in the exile area before. They thought they couldn't eat them after returning to the capital, but they didn't expect to see them here today. Father, this is strawberry, a kind of fruit which tastes extremely sweet. Strawberry? It's really unheard of. Just as he was about to pick up one and put it in his mouth, he was stopped by a hand. Father, this strawberry is extremely precious. Have you thought of what to exchange it for? He took out a piece of paper from his arms and threw it at He Jingheng. Take it. I know you have no good intentions. He took a bite of clam meat and put it in his mouth. The fresh and spicy clam meat instantly awakened his taste buds. Pointing at He Jingheng, he said, "It's a loss for me to exchange this table of dishes for such a big house."
House.
Don't listen to your father's nonsense. He has long agreed to let you live in a separate mansion, and the house has been cleaned up early in the morning. Qin waved her hand, and the servants took out a few dishes and put them on the table. These are made by the chef in my courtyard. Your father insisted on coming to your place to eat, so I had to bring them here. That house was given by the late emperor after I won my first battle. You married into our house, and I was unable to attend. This is a wedding gift for you. Shang Ruoyi was confused. What house? What about a separate residence? He Jingheng smiled and said, Father is distressed by a house. He is really getting more and more stingy. He Yuan glanced at him and ate by himself. It must be said that Shang Ruoyi's cooking skills are really first class. The dishes she cooked were eaten up, and the dishes brought by Princess Ding were hardly touched. Sister-in-law, what is this dish? He Yuni pointed at the plate of spicy stir-fried clams. It's 100 times more delicious than the ones made by the imperial chefs in the palace. It's just some clam meat, not something expensive. Shang Ruoyi smiled and said, If you like it, I'll make it for you another day. He Yuni took her hand. Sister-in-law, my brother said he wants to live in a separate house, and you'll have to move out in a while, so why don't I move out with you? As soon as she finished speaking, He Jingheng stretched out his hand and pulled Shang Ruoyi to his side. What are you, an unmarried girl, doing here? But what but? He Jingheng waved his hand. We've finished eating and talking, let's go. Mother. He Yuni pouted and said angrily, Look at my brother. They were having a great time here, and a figure outside the door slowly left. That night, news came from the palace that tomorrow morning would be the day for the ladies of the court to come to the palace for an audience. Princess Zhan and Shang Ruoyi would both attend. The next day, Shang Ruoyi got up early and began to dress up, changing into the clothes of ladies of the court. When it was time for the audience, Princess Ding took Shang Ruoyi into the palace. She had entered the palace as Prince Lingjun some time ago, and it had not been too long, so she was still very familiar with the layout of the palace. Boy, this is your first time to enter the palace, don't worry, just follow your mother. Princess Ding smiled and said, The queen has some connections with our palace, so she won't make things difficult for you. As for the other ladies in the palace, we only need to go to see Concubine Xiao and Concubine Xiao. Shang Ruoyi nodded. Wouldn't the queen make things difficult for her? Not necessarily. I still remember what the queen said when I was detoxifying her. It was obvious that she was not satisfied with her identity as a concubine. When they arrived, the queen was still having dinner, so they could only wait in the side hall. At this time, several ladies of honor had arrived in the side hall and were chatting. In my opinion, the Shang family has brought this upon themselves. They have done such a shameless thing, so they should be executed and their entire clan should be exterminated. The emperor is merciful. He only demoted the women of the Shang family to official maids. I heard that the eldest daughter of the Shang family, Shang Yufu, was the one the emperor granted marriage to. In the end, she was assigned to the prince's mansion, but this time she was not the prince's concubine, but a maid. Could it be because of her beauty? The prince thought it would be a pity if she was not taken into the mansion. Oh, she was just a toy for people's entertainment. Now the Shang family is completely ruined, but the concubine who was married to the Dingwa palace before is really lucky. Not only was she not implicated, but now she has become a phoenix on the tree. What phoenix? Is it a chicken or a phoenix? You better open your eyes and don't speak carelessly to offend people you shouldn't offend. The person who said this was Madame Mu, the wife of the right prime minister, who was humiliated in the Dingwang Palace a few days ago. Upon hearing this, the ladies hurriedly surrounded her. Madame Mu, do you know the inside story? I heard that the Prince of Dingwang is very fond of this prince's wife. Oh, she is just a concubine's daughter. Now that she is in power, she has forgotten her origins and who she is. She will eventually be despised for serving others with her beauty. When the prince is tired of it, there is no other way for her to go except being divorced. Will it? A lady said, the Dingwang Palace is not the kind of family that would care about the secular perspective. If they don't like it, how can there be those rumors? I think this prince's wife must be very favored. At this moment, a low cough came from the door. Everyone looked over and saw Princess Ding standing at the door with an expressionless face. Next to her stood an extremely beautiful woman. From the clothes she wore, one could guess her identity. Hiss. They all heard that she was outstanding and extremely beautiful, but very few people had actually seen her. How could they have imagined that a concubine who was rumored to be so bad would be so beautiful? Your Highness, I pay my respects to the princess and to the crown prince's consort. Although they were women of noble birth, their status could not be compared with that of the royal family, so they hurried forward to pay their respects. Get up. Princess Ding sat on the chair and said in a cold voice, this princess has only been away from the capital for a few days, and so many rumors have arisen. You are really idle. Your servants are just chatting casually. Shang Ruoyi smiled. Mother, this lady of the Mu family was driven out of our palace some time ago. I guess she has not learned her lesson. She doesn't take your words to heart at all. Madame Mu's shoulders shrank when she heard this. Princess, I only heard it from others. Don't take it seriously. Madame Mu was sweating profusely, her voice trembling slightly. Please have mercy, madam. Princess Ding glanced at her. I said at that time that if I heard you slander Ruoyi again, I would never forgive you. Madam, have mercy. Madam, have mercy. Madame Mu knelt on the ground, trembling. I will never dare to do it again. Princess Ding did not want to forgive, and was about to punish her when she heard the palace servants come to report. The queen asks all the ladies to go to Fengyi Palace. Madame Mu took a breath, rolled, and crawled to her feet, and walked towards Fengyi Palace. At this time, the queen had finished dressing and sat on the phoenix chair, looking at the ladies who came to pay homage to her with indifference. Your Majesty, I respectfully wish you the best of health. Stand up and take a seat. Thank you, Your Majesty. Just as they sat down, they heard the palace servant say, Your Majesty, Princess Xiao is here. The queen frowned slightly. It has always been the case that ladies of honor entered the palace in advance and came in to pay their respects when the auspicious time came. Now that the time for paying respects is past, Princess Xiao is late. This clearly shows that she does not take the queen seriously, which is actually very disrespectful.
Call her in.
Yes. Not long after, Princess Xiao walked in. Greetings to Her Majesty the Queen. May Her Majesty live long. Princess Xiao said with a smile, Your Majesty has just finished her confinement, and she has summoned the ladies of honor. Can you bear it? The Queen said indifferently, Thank you for your concern. Princess Xiao, I am fine. That's good. Princess Xiao sat down directly. Her eyes fell on Princess Ding and Shang Ruoyi. Oh, who am I? Isn't this Princess Ding? The one next to her is the Crown Prince's consort? Shang Ruoyi stood up and leaned forward slightly. Greetings, Princess Xiao. Oh, you are so beautiful. There is such a beautiful girl in this world. No wonder Jingheng is so obsessed with her. Obsessed? Where did this word come from? When did she become obsessed with He Jingheng? Why do you say that, Princess Xiao? Princess Ding frowned slightly. It's obvious that they are a loving couple. How can you say that Jingheng is a man who covets beauty? Princess Xiao didn't expect Princess Ding to be so sharp. After all, Princess Ding's personality was relatively soft before, and she would not turn her face even if she was ridiculed. Unexpectedly, she directly refuted it today. Not only her, but even the queen was a little surprised. What do you mean by coveting beauty?
I didn't say that.
Princess Xiao snorted coldly. I just heard that Jingheng spent a lot of money to buy a piece of land in order to make a beauty smile. Now your Dinghua Palace has just returned to Beijing. I heard that everything in the warehouse has disappeared. It is extremely difficult to make a living, let alone buy land. I advise you to be more careful. After all, people's hearts are separated by their stomachs. It's better not to end up with nothing. After hearing what Princess Xiao said, the other ladies began to laugh. Everyone knows that Prince Xiao is on good terms with the Crown Prince. Now that the Crown Prince is in power, Prince Xiao's status naturally rises with him. Princess Xiao is very popular in front of many ladies, and now she even ignores the queen and is very flattering to Concubine Xiao. Concubine Xiao is the Crown Prince's biological mother. When the Crown Prince inherits the throne, Concubine Xiao will be the queen mother who truly holds power. Naturally, she is more honorable than the queen in everyone's hearts. Princess Xiao, when is it your turn to comment on the affairs of my Dinghua Palace? Princess Ding sneered. Your Xiao Palace is poor and destitute, relying on the prince's breath to survive. How can you understand how people with military merits live? You? Princess Xiao said angrily. Qin, who do you say relies on the prince's breath? How dare you humiliate me? It was the Emperor's grace that pardoned you. Isn't your Dinghua Palace relying on the few soldiers in your hands? You are so arrogant. Could it be that you have some rebellious heart? At this time, Shang Ruoyi stood up, saluted the queen first, and then walked to Princess Xiao. Princess Xiao had a cold face and raised her chin slightly. What are you doing? You are a concubine's daughter. You can come here today. It's all ready. Before she finished speaking, Shang Ruoyi raised her hand. Pa. As the sound fell, Princess Xiao's face was hit to the side, and her body fell to the ground. Everyone was shocked. No one expected that she would be so bold as to slap Princess Xiao in front of the queen and all the ladies.
You.
Princess Xiao covered her face and said angrily, You little witch. You dare to hit me. I'll hit you if I want to. Do I have to choose a day? Besides, didn't Princess Xiao choose this day herself? Shang Ruoyi looked down at her and said coldly, Didn't Princess Xiao deliberately choose this day when the ladies came to the palace to pay homage? If she was really worried, why didn't Princess Xiao come to visit after so many days since the Dinghua Palace returned to Beijing? Didn't she want to embarrass us on this day? Do you think our Dinghua Palace is easy to bully? Can anyone step on us? Shang Ruoyi's eyes fell on the other ladies, and they all bowed their heads and said nothing. The queen looked at her with interest with a hint of smile in her eyes. Princess Xiao stood up. Her eyes seemed to be spitting fire. Beating the princess is really disrespectful. She should be executed. She knelt directly in front of the queen. Your Majesty, she is a junior who actually did such a perverse act in front of you. It is clear that she does not take you seriously. You must punish her severely. Hearing this, the queen's eyes fell on Shang Ruoyi. Prince Consort Ding, did you hear what Princess Xiao said? Your Majesty, I heard it. The queen smiled. Do you have anything to say? I think what Princess Xiao said is unreasonable, and I should not be punished. Shang Ruoyi said neither humbly nor arrogantly, as if it should be so. What? You shouldn't be punished? Princess Xiao pointed at her. If you shouldn't be punished, then is it Princess Ben who should be punished?
Exactly. You.
Shang Ruoyi's face was cold, and she said in a deep voice, Princess Xiao said that I didn't take the queen seriously, which was very disrespectful. What about Princess Xiao? You were late on the day of worship, and you respected the queen? After you sat down, you began to make sarcastic remarks about our Dinghua Palace and slandered us for having a rebellious heart. Who do you think you are? Who do you think you are? How dare you say such gossip about our Dinghua Palace? She looked at the queen. Please ask the queen to make the decision for our Dinghua Palace. Princess Xiao didn't expect that she would be such an eloquent person, and she was so angry that she trembled all over. You are just a concubine's daughter. Your father did such a shameful thing, and you still have the face to go out. If I were you, I would divorce my wife, shave my head, and become a nun in the temple, always accompanied by green lamps and ancient Buddhas to atone for my sins. How could I be like you now, coaxing the prince to spend money on you? You are really shameless. The prince and I are husband and wife. What does it have to do with Princess Xiao whether he spends money on me or how much money he spends? Could it be that because Prince Xiao has no money and cannot buy things for Princess Xiao feels resentful when she sees that she is living better than her? Shang Ruoyi sneered. Also, I am a concubine's daughter. But so what? I am the prince's consort appointed by the emperor himself. Could it be that Princess Xiao has complaints about this? I didn't expect that Princess Xiao would dare to question the emperor's decision. Princess Xiao's face was pale. How could she have thought that Shang Ruoyi was such an eloquent person? The queen smiled even more when she heard this. This little girl was just what she wanted. She didn't have a son, otherwise she would have made her daughter-in-law. Princess Xiao's face turned pale, but she couldn't get angry. Okay. The queen had seen enough of the excitement and said calmly, Princess Xiao, the Dinghua Palace has just returned to Beijing, which is a great joy. Why are you stirring up trouble here? If there is really a grudge, you can go to the emperor and tell him. Hearing what the queen said, Princess Xiao was dissatisfied, but she could do nothing. I know my crime. Get up. The queen's eyes fell on Shang Ruoyi. You are just too impatient, but you can't sit still after being told a few words by your elders? You even hit people. Princess Xiao looked at her coldly, waiting for the queen to punish her severely. Even if you are right, you can't do such a thing in front of me. The implication was that as long as it wasn't in front of her, she would be beaten. Everyone present was a smart person. How could they not hear the queen's hidden meaning? But who dared to say anything bad about the queen? Princess Xiao's face turned purple, and she put her hands on the handles, trying her best to suppress her anger. I will follow the queen's instructions. Get up. Shang Ruoyi returned to her chair and sat down. Princess Ding gave her a comforting look, indicating that she didn't have to worry. I have just finished my confinement. If it weren't for the ancestral practice, I really don't want you ladies to go through this. She pressed her eyebrows and whispered, Now that you have paid your respects, you can go back. You still have to pay your respects to the 2 imperial concubines. After the queen finished speaking, Princess Xiao was the first to stand up. She paid a perfunctory salute and turned away. Prince Ding's consort. Your Majesty, after you have paid your respects to the various palaces, come back to me, and I will explain the palace's rules to you. Yes, Your Majesty. How could other ladies dare to be so disrespectful to the queen as Princess Xiao did? They all knelt on the ground and did not dare to stand up until the queen returned to the inner hall. They first came to noble consort Xu. Noble consort Xu was the birth mother of the 4th prince, but compared to noble consort Zhao, her status in everyone's heart was too far behind. After all, noble consort Zhao was the birth mother of the crown prince. Although the 4th prince was conferred the title of prince, compared to the monarch, everyone could naturally tell which was more important. Noble consort Xu did not intend to say more to them. After paying their respects, she let them go. What's the point of Concubine Xiao being named a noble concubine at this age? How is it useless? There is a difference between a concubine and a noble concubine. Madame Mu smiled and said, Now we have to kneel down and kowtow to her when we see her. Humph, she just relied on the fact that she gave birth to a son and was named a prince. The emperor promoted her to a noble concubine to save face for the 4th prince. Look at how arrogant she is when she met him today. Princess Xiao sneered. If you don't know, you would think she is the prince's biological mother. Shang Ruoyi listened to the whispers of these ladies and rolled her eyes secretly. Are these ladies short of life, or what? If they openly discuss concubines and are heard by others and spread to the ears of the emperor, it would be considered as insubordination, and the serious case would be death. Mother, you'll get used to it. Princess Ding glanced at them and said disdainfully, This is why Mother doesn't want to associate with people, a bunch of mean people who are used to changing their attitudes according to the wind. As they spoke, everyone had already arrived at Lingsheng Palace. When they met Concubine Xiao, their attitude was even more respectful than when they met the queen. My lady concubine, you look much more beautiful than before you got pregnant. Princess Xiao smiled and said, "The little prince in your belly will definitely be a filial one." Concubine Xiao smiled a little more and put her hand on her belly. "Thank you, Princess Xiao, for your good words." She looked at Shang Ruoyi, who was sitting beside her. "This one must be the Princess of Ding." Shang Ruoyi stood up and bowed. "Greetings, Lady Concubine." Concubine Xiao picked up the tea and took a sip. She didn't ask her to stand up, but turned around and talked to Princess Xiao. "Princess Xiao's prince is already old. Has he married yet?" "Thanks to the imperial concubine for your concern. He Qing hasn't even proposed marriage yet," Princess Xiao said with a smile. "Does the imperial concubine have any candidate?" Imperial concubine Zhao has a niece, the daughter of the Marquis of Loyalty and Bravery, who is still unmarried. Princess Xiao intends to marry her back, but the Zhao family doesn't seem to have any plans to marry into their Xiao palace. Now the position of the crown prince's wife is vacant, and what the Zhao family really wants is the position of the crown princess, and the position of the queen in the future. What can I choose? Imperial concubine Zhao said with a smile. It's still most important that the prince likes her. The two chatted and deliberately left Shang Ruoyi aside. The other ladies looked like they were watching a good show. A cold look flashed across Shang Ruoyi's eyes, and at this moment, the voice of Princess Ding, who was sitting in the main seat, came. "Imperial concubine, have you forgotten that my daughter-in-law is still kneeling on the ground?" Everyone was shocked. They didn't expect that Princess Ding would dare to interrupt Imperial concubine Zhao directly. "Princess Ding, how dare you disrespect concubine Zhao?" Princess Xiao said in a cold voice. "Just because you have military merits in Dingwa Palace, you can do whatever you want." "Princess Xiao, the royal concubine hasn't spoken yet. Why are you butting in?" Princess Ding said in a cold voice. "I was too weak before, so you think I'm easy to bully, right?" Her eyes fell on concubine Zhao. "Your Majesty summoned the crown prince's concubine from our Dingwa Palace for questioning and ignored her after the greetings. Was she deliberately torturing her? Or did she want to embarrass our Dingwa Palace?" Everyone didn't expect her to speak so bluntly, and there was no doubt that she didn't give concubine Zhao any face. "Princess Ding, you are so disrespectful." Princess Xiao stood up and said coldly, "How dare you speak to the imperial concubine like that?" Just then, Inuch stepped forward and said loudly, "Is Princess Ding here?" "Your Majesty is here. The Emperor has ordered Princess Ding to come to the audience. Please go to the Yangxin Palace immediately to see him." "The Emperor wants to see me?" "Yes, Princess. The Prince is here too. The Emperor asks you to go immediately." Princess Ding nodded, turned to Shang Ruoyi and said, "Ruoyi, follow your mother to the Yangxin Palace." "Princess, the Emperor said that he only lets you go and has not summoned the Crown Prince's concubine." Princess Ding frowned and instantly understood the Emperor's intention. He clearly wanted Ruoyi to suffer in the imperial concubine Zhao's palace on purpose. "Princess, you'd better hurry up." The Inuch's sharp voice sounded again. "Don't leave any handle for others to talk about." Princess Ding was anxious. At this moment, she received a look from Shang Ruoyi that reassured her. Although she felt uneasy, she still left. Concubine Zhao looked at Shang Ruoyi kneeling on the ground, and a trace of coldness flashed across her eyes. She was really a rare beauty. No wonder her son had been thinking about her for so many years. If she was the prince's person, she would definitely cherish her, but she happened to be the prince's consort of the Dingwa Palace, so don't blame her men for being ruthless. Princess Xiao sneered. It was really that God was helping her. She had just slapped herself in front of everyone, and now she must avenge this vengeance. "Your mother is gone, so you should take the punishment for disrespect." Princess Xiao had just finished speaking when Shang Ruoyi, who had been half kneeling on the ground, slowly stood up. In the surprised eyes of everyone, she returned to her seat and sat down. She picked up the teacup next to her, smelled it, and put it back. Although the tea here is fragrant, it doesn't seem to be new tea. It seems to be last year's stale tea. You're so bold. The concubine hasn't asked you to stand up yet, but you dare to stand up on your own." Princess Xiao said angrily. "She has no manners or upbringing at all." Princess Xiao, the crown prince's wife, is a concubine's daughter, and her mother died early. Who would educate her? Madame Mu smiled and said, if she hadn't married into the Dinghua Palace, how could she be qualified to sit with us? Madame Mu saw that Princess Ding was not there, so she hurriedly followed and stepped on her. Anyway, they had already torn their relations, and her daughter would not be able to marry into the Ding Palace. She might as well curry favor with Concubine Xiao or Princess Xiao. Maybe she could marry her daughter into the prince's palace as a concubine, or let Princess Xiao be the crown prince's concubine. What's wrong with being a concubine? Shang Ruoyi sneered. Madame Mu is a legitimate daughter, and your daughter is also a legitimate daughter. Don't you still have to bow when you see me? You! Madame Mu, I advise you to control your mouth, otherwise I don't mind helping you control it. You dare to threaten the women of the court? You are just the wife of the right prime minister. In this launching palace, how can you have the right to speak in front of the imperial concubine? Shang Ruoyi said sarcastically. Besides, I'm not threatening you. I'm just telling you to control your mouth and don't provoke me. Everyone didn't expect that now that Princess Ding was not there, she would still dare to be so arrogant. Prince Consort Ding, have you gone too far today? Consort Zhao touched her belly. If you mess with me and disturb my fetus, do you think your life is worth it? That's right. If you disturb the dragon fetus, the emperor will chop off your head. Consort Xiao said viciously, in my opinion, Prince Ding's consort is disrespectful to the imperial consort. She should be dragged out and beaten severely by the palace servants. Only in this way can she learn her lesson. Princess Xiao, is it you who makes the decision about launching palace or the imperial consort? Shang Ruoyi glanced at her and said lightly, this is my first time to pay homage. The queen and imperial consort Xu didn't make it difficult for me, but I was beaten with a stick when it came to consort Zhao. Princess Xiao, do you think it's my problem or the imperial consort's problem? How dare you slander the imperial consort? Consort Xiao slammed the table hard and said angrily, what crime should be committed? Could it be that your Dinghua Palace really wants to rely on your military exploits to bully others in this palace? Shang Ruoyi smiled, raised her chin slightly, and calmly met the angry eyes of Princess Xiao, and said faintly, since you know that our Dinghua Palace has made great military exploits, why do you still want to go against me? Hiss. No one thought that she would say this. You, the Xiao Palace, have done nothing for the country and are useless to the people. You just rely on your birth and blood to enjoy the support of the world. To put it nicely, you will be reincarnated. To put it bluntly, you are just a waste who only knows how to blood like a leech. Shang Ruoyi looked at the ladies below. I don't know which family or which mansion you are from, and I don't care. But there is one thing I want to make clear first. I have no one to discipline me since I was a child, and I have a very bad personality. I am not like other ladies who can be squeezed and twisted by others. If you provoke me, I will not say anything to show mercy. I only know to repay evil with kindness. How can I repay kindness? Her eyes were sharp, and none of the ladies below dared to look at her. Princess Zhao's face turned pale and blue. She never expected that she would be scolded by a junior like this. You are really uneducated. In front of the imperial concubine. I am uneducated? Who is uneducated, you or me? Shang Ruoyi smashed the teacup on the table, and the tea splashed all over the table. I know to tell you the truth. If you don't like it, just don't listen. There is no need to talk about the imperial concubine all day long. I have been here for so long and said so much, but the imperial concubine hasn't said anything yet. You're here to make trouble. If you don't know, you will think that the master of this palace is you, Princess Xiao. We, the Dinghua Palace, have always spoken with military merits and never work like it for others. Okay. Concubine Xiao said coldly. What are you arguing about? It's giving me a headache. She stroked her forehead and said coldly. You, a junior, are so disrespectful to your elders. Is this your rule? My lady, I like to speak my mind directly. I don't like to keep my words to myself. The emperor and his majesty called my mother away, no doubt to show my power. Shang Ruoyi sneered, but I am not afraid of others playing such tricks on me. The reason why our Dinghua Palace can come back alive from the place of exile is probably not only due to the Emperor's grace. I believe that my lady knows this better than me. Concubine Xiao's face was livid. She never expected that she would dare to contradict herself. Do you know what you are saying? Shang Ruoyi smiled. Of course I know what I am saying. Where is my lady? Someone. Concubine Xiao slapped the table in front of her fiercely and said angrily, Catch her. Beat her with 30 sticks. Several guards stepped forward and were about to drag her away, but she saw her eyes turned cold and her internal force burst out. Before the guards could get close to her, they were overturned by the powerful internal force. Protect the Emperor. Protect the Emperor. Protect the Imperial Concubine. Shang Ruoyi sat there, looking surprised, and said, What are you doing? Why are you lying on the ground? You know martial arts? Imperial Concubine Xiao was still in shock. You want to murder me? My lady Imperial Concubine, if I wanted to harm you, you wouldn't be sitting on the throne of Imperial Concubine right now. She stood up, glanced at everyone, and said in a cold voice, I don't care how you bullied my mother in the past, and I don't care how you arranged the Dinghua Palace. After all, it is a thing of the past. But from now on, if you throw dirty water on the Dinghua Palace again and bully our people in the Dinghua Palace, don't blame me for being rude. How outrageous. How outrageous. My lady Imperial Concubine, this is my character. If you don't want to upset the fetus, try not to summon me again. Otherwise, if the child in your belly is born too early, it will be difficult for you to explain to the Emperor. What? How could she? Concubine Xiao looked at her in shock, her heart pounding. You dare to curse the concubine. As soon as Princess Xiao finished speaking, she heard Concubine Xiao say coldly, Shut up. She looked at Shang Ruoyi and narrowed her eyes. I don't understand what you mean, but considering that you have just returned to Beijing and have not learned many rules, I will not pursue today's matter. You can go back. I'll take my leave. Shang Ruoyi smiled and turned to leave. Your Majesty, how could you let her go? Princess Xiao said anxiously, If you want to deal with her in the future, I'm afraid there will be no such good opportunity. Concubine Xiao looked at her back as she left, and she couldn't help but feel a lingering fear. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. How did she know without taking her pulse? And when she was pregnant, the Dinghua Palace was still far away in the place of exile. How did she know? Could it be that there are spies from the Dinghua Palace in Lingsheng Palace? Bishi, who had been beside her, noticed her mood swings and hurriedly said, Are you feeling uncomfortable, madam? I am tired today. You all should go back. Princess Xiao was unwilling, but since Concubine Xiao said so, she could only give up. Shang Ruoyi came to Fengyi Palace, where the queen was teasing the little princess. Here I am, she said softly without looking back. I thought you were an honest person, but I didn't expect you to be so eloquent. Even Concubine Xiao and Princess Xiao, with all the ladies, are not your opponents. Shang Ruoyi raised her eyebrows slightly. The news spread so quickly. It seems that the queen may seem weak, but in fact, she has spies all over the harem. She looked at the slender figure. Perhaps, not only in the harem. I am only good at speaking, but they are all just clever tricks, not worth telling to outsiders. Clever tricks? The queen couldn't help laughing. Openly using internal force and launching palace. Is this clever tricks? Brute force. The queen looked at her and raised her eyebrows slightly. Cunning tricks plus brute force. I like it. At this moment, the little princess in her arms suddenly cried out. The queen held the little princess and coaxed her for a long time, but there was no improvement. She looked at Shang Ruoyi and said anxiously, Don't you know medical skills? Come and take a look. What's wrong with the princess? Shang Ruoyi stepped forward quickly, checked for a while, and couldn't help frowning. The princess has been crying frequently since a few days ago. Sometimes she can cry for hours. The nanny said with some distress. The imperial physician has visited her several times, but there is no improvement. Shang Ruoyi examined for a long time. Her heart skipped a beat, and she said coldly, What a cruel method.
What?
There is a silver needle in the princess's body. Silver needle? How is it possible? The The queen stepped forward quickly and grabbed Shang Ruoyi's hand. How could there be a silver needle in her body? Shang Ruoyi shook her head. This silver needle originally wanted to kill her, but by chance, the silver needle did not the vital point, but was buried in her arm. Every time she moved, the silver needle would roll with her movements, and it was very painful. The queen heard this, and her face changed suddenly. Can this silver needle be taken out? Shang Ruoyi nodded, and took out a dagger and a porcelain bottle from her arms. Your Majesty, I need to cut a wound on the princess's arm and then take out the silver needle, but it won't be too painful. The queen's heart was gripped tightly. How could it not hurt to cut open the skin to take out the silver needle? But there was no other way at the moment. The princess is in your hands. Shang Ruoyi stepped forward and held the princess's chubby little hand. The pure energy in her body flowed into her body through her hand. The little princess yawned and fell into a deep sleep. She looked at her arm, where a silver needle as long as a finger was buried in her little arm. She cut a very small wound, and the energy in her palm gathered towards the silver needle. The silver needle swayed slightly, and the next moment, it was thrown out by a huge energy and inserted into a pillar not far away. There was a drop of blood at the end of the needle, and it fell to the ground. Shang Ruoyi quickly dripped the spiritual spring water in the porcelain bottle onto the wound. In an instant, the wound that was still bleeding stopped bleeding, and there were faint signs of healing. My queen, look. The nanny took the silver needle and said, This silver needle doesn't seem to have anything special. Someone actually wants to assassinate the princess. Check for me. I will never let him go. She looked at Shang Ruoyi, and her tone was much better. Thank you today, otherwise I wouldn't know that the princess is in such danger. It's just a piece of cake. At this time, the palace servant came to report, My queen, the Prince of Dingwang is here. That stinky boy, he didn't say he came to see me after returning to Beijing for so long. Now he is so anxious, just because I called his wife over. The queen smiled and said, Forget it. I have to accompany the princess today. You can go back with him. I'll take my leave. Shang Ruoyi walked out of Fengyi Palace and saw He Jingheng standing not far away. Aren't you in a meeting in front? Why are you here? I heard about your great deeds in Lingsheng Palace, so naturally your husband has to come and take you back in person. When he heard that she had used her inner strength in Lingsheng Palace, he knew that she had been wronged. He wanted to go to Lingsheng Palace to settle the score, but he heard from the servants that the crown prince's concubine almost gave birth prematurely because of Concubine Xiao. As soon as the crown prince's concubine left, Concubine Xiao dismissed the ladies who came to the palace to pay homage and called the imperial physician. He had already taken a step forward and then retracted it again. Only his wife could make Concubine Xiao so angry. She indulged Princess Xiao to bully me, so of course I have to let her know how powerful I am. Did she think I was a soft persimmon that could be bullied at will? Shang Ruoyi curled the corners of her lips slightly. She had not gained nothing by going there today. It seemed that she had mastered Concubine Xiao's extraordinary secret. At this time, in Lingsheng Palace, Concubine Xiao was looking at the imperial physician with a stern face. How long can my pregnancy last at the latest? Your Majesty, the baby in your belly can only last 2 months at most. You can't delay it any longer, otherwise the baby will be difficult to deliver and you may be in danger of losing your life. 2 months. Can't delay it any longer? Your Majesty, the baby in your belly is strong. If you delay it any longer, it will definitely be difficult to deliver. You can't wait any longer. I understand. She waved her hand, and the imperial physician retreated. Your Majesty. Bishi stepped forward and said softly, Your Majesty, what the imperial physician said concerns your health, so let's listen to him. Concubine Xiao nodded, touched the child in her belly, and said sadly, This child and I are only destined to have this few days. When he is born, he will be taken away, and I can't bear to let him go. Your Majesty, for the sake of the overall situation, you don't worry. I know what's going on. Since the imperial physician said there are only 2 months, notify them and make preparations in advance. Yes, Your Majesty. Bishi hesitated for a moment and whispered, As for the prince, You should know what to say and what not to say to the prince. Concubine Xiao fiddled with the flowers on the table. Find him something to do during this period, and don't let him get close to the little concubine of the Shang family.
Yes.
Shang Ruoyi and He Jingheng walked towards the palace gate. Just as they were about to leave the palace, Lingsheng appeared at the gate. Jingheng, long time no see. Lingsheng had a smile on his face, and his eyes fell vaguely on Shang Ruoyi beside him. He Jingheng stepped forward and blocked Shang Ruoyi's figure behind him. Your Highness, the Crown Prince. This must be the Crown Prince's consort. Shang Ruoyi looked at him with contempt in her eyes, the despicable man who had fooled her with a fake medical book. She saluted perfunctorily. Greetings to the Crown Prince. Lingsheng frowned. Why did she treat him like this? It was obviously not like this before. He was anxious, and just as he moved, he heard He Jingheng say, Is there anything the prince needs? Lingsheng paused, thought for a moment, and said nothing. I had some things to do a few days ago, and I was unable to meet you when you returned to Beijing. Today, I want to bother you at your house. Is that okay? He Jingheng naturally could not refuse. When they arrived at the Dingwang Palace, the Dingwang and the princess had already returned to the palace, and the princess was angrily complaining in the main hall. Did Princess Xiao get bitten by a dog? I think she has mad dog disease. Today, she kept biting our Dingwang Palace with the Queen Mother and Concubine Xiao. After I was called away by the Emperor, I don't know if she was wronged by Concubine Xiao. Princess Ding said angrily. She is a princess of an idle prince, but she was shouting there. If she wasn't restrained, I really wanted to kick her out. Well, didn't you say that Ruoyi didn't suffer any loss? Prince Ding laughed and said, The person who can make her suffer a loss has not been born in this world. Even I may not be her opponent. What do you have to worry about? How can I not worry? It's all your fault. Prince Ding looked confused. What does this have to do with me? If it weren't for you, who could target our Prince Ding's palace? It's because you are too weak, and you care about the difference between the monarch and his subjects, and the elderly and the young all day long. That's why we, the mother-in-law and the daughter-in-law, are bullied in the palace. Since I married you, you asked me to be low-key and never rely on the status of a princess to be arrogant and domineering. As a result, I have suffered a lot of grievances in the palace. Every time I have to meet the court, I have to listen to other people's cold words and ridicule. Obviously, as a princess, I live worse than the wives of ordinary ministers. Now you want me to take Ruoyi to be bullied together. I can't do that. She stood up and said to the maid outside the door, Bring your outer robe. This princess wants to go into the palace. Prince Ding looked at his princess with a headache. Ever since she had more contact with Shang Ruoyi, her temperament has changed a lot from before. What are you doing in the palace now? Of course, I want to ask the emperor to make the decision. At this moment, Lingsheng's laughter came from the door. What does Princess Ding want my father to decide? I will go back to the palace and talk to my father, and I will definitely give the princess justice. He Yuan and Qin saw Lingsheng coming and hurriedly greeted him. Your Highness, the Crown Prince. No need to be polite. Lingsheng walked to the main seat and sat down, laughing, and said, Princess, you haven't told me what you want to ask your father for? Your Highness, it's nothing serious. I just want to ask the Emperor how our Dingwa Palace offended the Xiao Palace, and Princess Xiao doesn't even take us seriously. Lingsheng's expression did not change. He smiled and said, I will report to my father when I return. I will not let you suffer any grievances. Princess Ding came to Shang Ruoyi and whispered, Have you been wrong today? Don't worry, mother. I haven't suffered any grievances. Shang Ruoyi smiled and said, But I'm afraid that it will upset Princess Xiao and Concubine Xiao. Princess Ding snorted coldly. Princess Xiao, you don't have to care about it, but Concubine Xiao. She looked at Lingsheng. The concubine is broad-minded and will not bother with a junior like you.
My daughter-in-law thinks so too.
Lingsheng raised his eyebrows slightly, and his eyes looked at Shang Ruoyi with a bit of inquiry. She was completely different from before. Prince? He Yuan called him a few times before Lingsheng came back to his senses. Realizing his own loss of composure, he coughed a few times. I suddenly remembered that I still have some things to deal with, so I won't stay for long." After that, he left. He Jingheng's eyes flickered. Back at the prince's mansion, He Lingsheng's face was as gloomy as water, and he whispered, "Li Ju, I'm here. Was it wrong for me to agree to let her marry into the Prince Ding's mansion? Your Highness is considering the overall situation." The overall situation. He Lingsheng smiled coldly. "For the overall situation, I have lost too many things." Li Ju said nothing. He had been by the prince's side since he was a child. In all these years, this was the second time he felt His Highness's emotions like this. The first time was the day when Miss Zishang married the Prince of Ding. His Highness sat on the chair like this and didn't sleep all night. "Your Highness, when you achieve hegemony, everything will be worth it."
Go down.
He came to the table and took out a wooden hairpin from the cabinet. It fell from her head on the day he first met her. He would never forget her resolute eyes in despair. This might be the only motivation that supported him until now. But today, the way she looked at him was even colder than when she looked at a stranger. Did she forget him? Or was she blaming herself, blaming him for not protecting her well, letting her be exiled with the Dingwa Palace and suffer so much? "I will never let you go just like that." At this moment, the voice of a servant came from outside the door. "Prince." He Lingsheng frowned slightly and whispered, "Come in." A person dressed in a maid's clothes walked in. "Prince, the sweet soup is ready. Put it on the table." She took the sweet soup off the tray. Because the sweet soup was too hot, her hand slipped and she almost spilled the sweet soup on the table. "You have done it so many times. Why can't you do it well?" He Lingsheng said lightly, "I think it's because you have never served others before, and you are served by others every day, so you can't do it well." "Prince, I will learn it well." He Lingsheng whispered, "I never thought that one day I would ask you to serve me in person." The maid was none other than Shang Yufu, the legitimate daughter of the Shang family. "It is my honor to serve His Highness." She lowered her head. Her eyes fell on a hairpin on the table, and her eyes could not help but pause. How could Shang Ruoyi's hairpin be in a room of His Highness the Crown Prince? He Lingsheng saw her stunned expression and whispered, "Do you know the owner of this hairpin?" Shang Yufu was stunned and hesitated for a long time. She wanted to say that she didn't know him, but when she looked up and saw the interest in He Lingsheng's eyes, she whispered, "Your Highness, this hairpin looks familiar to me. It seems to belong to my second sister. Your memory is pretty good." He picked up the hairpin, looked at it again, and then put it back in the cabinet. Shang Yufu was shocked. The reason why she remembered this hairpin was because the plum blossom engraved on it was the favorite thing of Aunt Wei. Since the collapse of the Wei family, the mother and daughter have never given money. The hairpins that Shang Ruoyi wore on her head were all made of wood by Aunt Wei. She had laughed at her for this before. In her memory, Shang Ruoyi's hairpin had been lost for many years. She never expected that this hairpin was in the hands of the prince. His Royal Highness the Crown Prince collected Shang Ruoyi's hairpin. Could it be that His Royal Highness the Crown Prince's feelings for her? Thinking of this possibility, Shang Yufu couldn't help but be shocked.
No. Impossible.
How could His Royal Highness be interested in that which Shang Ruoyi?
Go down.
Shang Yufu clenched her fists and retreated unwillingly. As soon as she reached the door, she stopped and whispered, "Your Highness, do you want her?" He Lingsheng raised his eyebrows slightly. "What do you mean?" "If the prince wants to get her, I can help you, but I have a condition." He Lingsheng sneered, "You don't seem worthy to negotiate with me now. I can help your Highness accomplish the impossible, but my request is just a matter of moving my fingers for your Highness." He Lingsheng smiled. "Just tell me. I am willing to help your Highness get the second sister. My request is to give me a sum of money, cancel my and my mother's status, and let us go." This matter is indeed not worth mentioning to He Lingsheng. He smiled and said, "Do you really have a way?" "Your Highness, don't worry. I promise that I will let you get the second sister." "Okay, it's a deal." In the past few days, Shang Ruoyi went to the Wei family from time to time to take a look. It was very troublesome to renovate the huge mansion, but when she thought of what it would look like after the renovation, Shang Ruoyi couldn't help but look forward to it. He Jingheng's horse ranch was almost finished, and in a few days, when the cows arrived, they could be brought directly to the ranch. On this day, Shang Ruoyi was looking at the account book when Xiaoyao ran in a panic. "Miss, something happened." In the main hall, Prince Ding's face was cold, and he said in a deep voice, "Where did you get the news from?" "Your Highness, the news has spread all over the streets now. Even in the tea house, some people have made it into a storytelling piece." "How can this be possible?" "Your Highness, calm down." Princess Ding stepped forward and said, "It's not Ruoyi's fault. How can she make the decision?" "That's right, father." He Yuni said softly. Sister-in-law was not born at that time. This incident cannot be blamed on her. You must not blame sister-in-law. Don't forget that sister-in-law is your savior. Prince Ding glanced at the mother and daughter. What does it have to do with her? I am angry because of those people who spread rumors. At this moment, a servant came in with a piece of paper in his hand. Your Highness, I picked this up on the street. Prince Ding glanced at the contents of the paper and said coldly, This is outrageous. Come, arrest all those who spread this news. Wait a minute, father. Shang Ruoyi walked in slowly. The daughter-in-law pays respects to the father and mother. Quickly, no need to be polite. Princess Ding helped her up. Good child, have you also heard about what happened on the street? They are slandering me. How could my sister-in-law not be the daughter of Prime Minister Shang? He Yuni said loudly, My father must arrest them all to serve as a warning to others. What they said is true. I am indeed not the daughter of Shangnian. After Shang Ruoyi finished speaking, the main hall fell silent. Xiaoyao stood aside, twisting her handkerchief with her fingers and secretly looking at the expressions on the faces of Prince Ding and Princess Ding. After a long while, Prince Ding found his voice and said in disbelief, Are you telling the truth? Shang Ruoyi nodded. My daughter-in-law is indeed not the daughter of Shangnian. I already knew this in the place of exile. At this moment, there was a pop sound, and Prince Ding slammed heavily on the table, stood up suddenly, his face flushed, and said loudly, Why didn't you say it earlier? Shang Ruoyi was stunned. My daughter-in-law thought you wouldn't care about these things. And didn't He Jingheng already know it a long time ago? Shang Ruoyi thought that he was quite disgusted with her background, but suddenly she heard a hearty laugh. Ha ha ha. Princess Ding slapped him hard. You are so scary. Good. That's great. Prince Ding laughed loudly. It's great that you are not of the Shang family. Otherwise, how can I explain to my ancestors 100 years later? If He Jingheng marries a girl from the Shang family, I am afraid that I will be beaten to death by my ancestors. It doesn't matter what bloodline as long as it is not from the Shang family. Shang Ruoyi couldn't help laughing secretly. If he knew that she was the biological daughter of the king of Western Region City, who knows what would happen? He Yuni, who was on the side, finally felt relieved. She thought that her father would dislike her sister-in-law because of her background. He Jingheng also received the news in the military camp. My lord, I don't know where this news came from, but it spread throughout the streets and alleys overnight. Now the crown prince's concubine has become a laughingstock among the people of the capital. He Jingheng's face darkened. What do they say? Some people say that the crown prince's concubine has an unlucky father and an unknown origin, and is not worthy of being the crown prince's principal wife. Others speculate that the crown prince's concubine's mother has a low character and had an unclear relationship with the servants of the prime minister's mansion, which is why she gave birth to the crown prince's concubine. There are even more unpleasant things, so I'd better not say them out, so as not to pollute the crown prince's ears. He Jingheng looked at the paper in his hand. Such a quick and careful plan made this news spread throughout the capital in the shortest time. The only families who could do these things and have a grudge against Shang Ruoyi were none other than those few families. Go and check the source of this news quickly.
Yes.
He Jingheng thought for a moment, stood up and prepared to walk out of the tent. Prince, are you going to the commander's tent? Several deputy generals are waiting for you to discuss matters. No, let's go back home. Yun Tian heard this and suddenly realized that in the eyes of the prince, nothing was more important than the prince's wife. When the deputy generals heard that he suddenly returned home, they couldn't help asking, "Did anything happen in the mansion?" Yun Tian smiled. "It's about the prince's wife." The prince's wife? It's rare that their prince would be tripped by a woman. One of the deputy general's eyes flashed slightly, and a faint smile appeared at the corner of his lips. He Jingheng returned to the mansion and went straight to their yard. Shang Ruoyi was studying Dongzhu's jewelry, drawing dozens of drawings, and preparing to let skilled craftsmen make them according to the drawings. "What are you doing?" He Jingheng saw her serious look from a distance and couldn't bear to disturb her. He waited until she put down the pen before he asked. "I didn't do anything, just drew some little things." Shang Ruoyi put away the drawings and couldn't help asking, "Why did you come back? Didn't you say it would take at least half a month?" "I just wanted to eat the food you cooked." He Jingheng looked at her with deep eyes. "I'll go see what's in the kitchen later and make you 2 side dishes to try."
Okay.
He Jingheng didn't look away until her figure disappeared around the corner. Looking at the writing on the table, he couldn't help but smile at himself. Hearing the news, he was worried, afraid that she would get stuck in a dead end and rush back from the military camp. But she was fine. As if the person being talked about by the whole capital was not her, she was not affected at all and was drawing leisurely here. He couldn't help but shake his head and smile bitterly. At this point, he had to admit that his life was ruined by this girl. Shang Ruoyi cooked a few dishes and specially fried a portion of clam meat. The clam meat tasted really delicious, and she loved it very much recently. In addition, she also took out the pickled cucumbers in the space. "What is this?" "This is pickled vegetables. Although it is not a valuable thing, it is crisp and delicious." She picked up a piece for him. "If you like it, you can take it to the military camp. You can eat it whenever you want, and you don't have to go through so much trouble like today." He Jingheng paused in eating the food and cursed inwardly, little conscienceless. He just said casually that he wanted to eat her food. He stretched out his hand and pinched her face lightly. You are really an ungrateful person." Shang Ruoyi's lips curled slightly, but she smiled and said nothing. After dinner, He Jingheng did not leave, but took a book to read in her room. "Don't you have to go back to the military camp tonight?"
Yeah.
Shang Ruoyi didn't say much after hearing this, and continued to draw on the table. After a while, a pile of books was ready in front of her. These should be enough for the opening. Her eyes fell on the book in He Jingheng's hand, and she couldn't help laughing. He Jingheng looked at her in confusion. "What are you laughing at?" "The book is held upside down."
What?
He Jingheng's eyes finally fell on the book, and he touched the tip of his nose awkwardly. "Recently, this prince has been trying to read it upside down. So that's how it is. The prince's hobby is really unique." She yawned. "I'm going to sleep." "Yeah." He Jingheng didn't move, his eyes still on the book. After a while, a sound of even breathing came from the bed. He Jingheng put down the book, walked to the bed, and looked at Shang Ruoyi, who was already asleep. He gently lifted the quilt and lay down in it, for fear of waking her up. He put his arms around her and held her in his arms. At this moment, Shang Ruoyi turned over, found a comfortable position in his arms, and continued to sleep. A trace of helplessness flashed in He Jingheng's eyes. Was he looking for trouble? He tightened his arms around her slightly. The person in his arms let out a slight whimper of discomfort. He Jingheng quickly loosened his arms. This night was probably more difficult for him than torture. Before dawn, He Jingheng was about to return to the barracks. He kissed Shang Ruoyi on the head and left in a hurry. Shang Ruoyi just felt that she had a refreshing sleep. When she got up, she didn't see He Jingheng. The bed next to her was also cold. He must have been gone for a long time. She was going to buy 2 shops today. After saying hello to Princess Ding, Shang Ruoyi went out of the mansion directly. After walking a few steps on the street, she could hear the voices of people talking. "Have you heard? The biological father of the princess of Prince Ding is not the former Prime Minister Shang at all." "Then who is it?" "We don't even know who it is. I think it might be a coachman or a guard." TSK. With such a background, how can she be worthy of our prince? If it were you, the prince should just divorce her." The Prince of Ding's palace is the guardian of our Tianshan, and we can't let a rat mess it up. Hearing this, the people echoed one after another. Shang Ruoyi frowned, while Xiao beside her clenched her fists and said angrily, "These common people, they run faster than anyone else during the war, but they work together to gossip." Yunqi said in a deep voice, "Crown Princess, do you want me to drive them away?" Shang Ruoyi smiled, shook her head and said, "It's just a few idle words. What's there to care about? Besides, what they said is not wrong. I am indeed not Shangnian's daughter." She turned around and was about to leave, and the people behind were still talking. At this moment, several strong men rushed out and shouted at the gossipers, "You are not allowed to slander the crown prince's consort." Shang Ruoyi stopped in her tracks. She didn't expect that someone would speak for her. She looked back and found that she didn't know those people at all. "You are not allowed to slander the crown prince's consort. The crown prince's consort is not what you say," one of the strong men said. "How do you know? She is the crown prince's consort. Are you working for the Ding Palace?" "We are not working for the Ding Palace, but we were all saved by the crown prince's consort. During the drought that year, our village had no harvest. The crown prince's consort saved more than 100 people in our village on the way to exile. They had no food, but she still shared food with us. She is the great benefactor of our entire village. The people in our village will never allow anyone to defame the Ding Palace and the crown prince's consort." After hearing what he said, a woman stepped forward with her hands on her waist and sneered, "I think you were all sent by the crown princess of Ding. Humph. Do you think you can use such means to restore your image in our hearts? How funny. We were not sent by Prince Ding's consort. It is well known that she saved our entire village. If you don't believe it, you can go and ask around. Even if her biological father is really not Prime Minister Shang, so what? This does not affect the fact that she is a good person. You gossipers only know how to gossip about her behind her back. When you heard that the crown princess was fighting bloody battles in Qingzhou and was able to hold off thousands of troops from southern Xinjiang alone, why didn't you go?" Everyone looked at each other in bewilderment when they heard this, and the woman who had just spoken was instantly speechless. Shang Ruoyi raised her eyebrows slightly, looked at Yunqi, and whispered, "This person was arranged by your prince, right?" Yunqi blushed slightly and coughed softly. "It's just that someone gave a few suggestions, but they are sincerely grateful to the prince's wife." Shang Ruoyi smiled. "Let's go." Several people came to a very prosperous street, and Yunqi whispered, "Prince's wife, there's a shop here. Their boss is going back to his hometown, so this shop is ready to be sold. Please take a look." Shang Ruoyi glanced back and forth on the street and walked into the shop. This shop is a cloth shop, located in the middle of the street, with a jewelry shop on the left and a tea house on the right. Shang Ruoyi walked in and found that there was only a two-story shop here, and the street was behind it. "Sir, are you here to see the shop or buy cloth? Come and take a look." She walked to the counter, which was filled with all kinds of cloth. "Sir, you have a very good eye. This cloth is brocade, which has been the most popular in the capital in the past 2 years. Many young ladies from official families love it very much." "Boss, how much is your shop selling for?" "Sir, my shop only costs 6,000 taels." 6,000 taels. Shang Ruoyi frowned slightly. "Why is it so expensive?" "Sir, 6,000 taels is not expensive. My shop has the best location on this street. If I hadn't been going back to my hometown, I would never have sold this shop." Shang Ruoyi smiled. "Shopkeeper, the price of shops in the capital is between 2,000 and 3,000 taels. A shop with a good location is only 4,000 taels, and a shop with a yard is 5,000 taels. Your shop doesn't have a yard and the shop is small, but you want 6,000 taels. Isn't it a bit too much?" Hearing her say this, the shopkeeper's face changed slightly, and he smiled awkwardly. "Sir, my shop has a very good feng shui. In the beginning, I relied on this shop to do a booming business. You spend a little more money to buy some luck in making a fortune. What's wrong with that?" Shang Ruoyi couldn't help but sneer when she heard it. Luck in making a fortune? If she really bought the shop, would she make a fortune, or would he? It's too far-fetched to use this gimmick to ask for more money. Shang Ruoyi shook her head. It's still too expensive. After saying that, she was ready to turn around and leave. The shopkeeper saw that she was really going to leave and just wanted to keep her, but heard a burst of sneers from the door. If the crown prince's wife can't afford it, just say it directly. Your family is rich and powerful, but you still lack the money of the common people. It really makes your palace lose face. Mu Qingning walked in with a sarcastic smile on her face. How much money can a shop have? This lady will buy it. Shang Ruoyi raised her eyebrows slightly when she heard it and looked at Mu Qingning with interest. How could Prime Minister Mu raise such a brainless daughter? Since Miss Mu likes it, I won't take it away from her. She didn't want to pay attention to her and walked straight out. Mu Qingning stepped forward and blocked Shang Ruoyi's way. Yunqi saw this and was about to take action when he was stopped by Shang Ruoyi. What? Do you still want to hit me? Mu Qingning sneered. I really didn't expect that you still have the nerve to walk on this street. If I were you, I would have hidden in the house and dared not come out. Why don't you dare come out? Shang Ruoyi had a smile on her face. I haven't done anything wrong. Why don't I dare go out? Haven't you heard what everyone is talking about now? The prince's wife of Prince Ding, her biological father is unknown. Maybe he is a groom, coachman, or a guard. Can you tell clearly? Mu Qingning glanced at her contemptuously. If you are a concubine of the Prime Minister's mansion, although humble, you are also a descendant of a famous family. What was the result? Your biological mother actually cheated on her husband. Such despicable behavior is really despicable. No wonder she died early. I think God couldn't stand a woman like her and wanted to take her away. Shang Ruoyi heard this. Her expression did not change. Why? Aren't you good at speaking? Why don't you speak? Shang Ruoyi curled her lips slightly and said lightly, Yunqi, slap your mouth. Before Mu Qingning could react, Yunqi's slap had already landed on her face. Ah! With a scream, Mu Qingning fell to the ground, with a trace of blood flowing from the corner of her lips. Yunqi didn't even use 1/10 of his strength, otherwise Mu Qingning might not be alive. You dare to hit me. Shang Ruoyi smiled and whispered. The last person who asked me this seemed to be Princess Xiao. She walked slowly in front of her and said condescendingly, I even dare to hit her. Do you think you are more noble than her? Shang Ruoyi, you lowly person who doesn't even know who your biological father is, I will go to the Emperor to file a complaint. Make your ugly face public. Let you be spurned by the world. I want to see if the Dingwa Palace will tolerate you. Don't bother with that. Shang Ruoyi sneered. You said you wanted to file a complaint in front of His Majesty. I have the same idea. I want to ask the Emperor, as the daughter of a minister, what kind of punishment is for being disrespectful to the Crown Prince's consort in public? You. Mu Qingning narrowed her eyes and laughed out loud. I heard that the Emperor of Southern Xinjiang has sent an envoy from Southern Xinjiang with the Saint Girl to Tianshan to express his apology. I heard that the Saint Girl of Southern Xinjiang already has a crush on someone, and that person is His Royal Highness the Crown Prince. Do you think that in order to ensure the stability of his country, the Emperor will marry the Saint Girl of Southern Xinjiang into the palace? Saint Girl of Southern Xinjiang? Seeing her expression, Mu Qingning thought that she had grasped Shang Ruoyi's lifeline and couldn't help but smile. Just wait and see. When the Saint of Southern Xinjiang marries into the palace, let's see how you can still show off your power. Shang Ruoyi curled the corners of her lips slightly and said word by word. When this prince's wife single-handedly repelled tens of thousands of elite soldiers from Southern Xinjiang, you are still enjoying yourself in the capital. Do you think I am like you, marrying into the Dingwa Palace relying on my family background? The smile on her face gradually disappeared. I dared to kidnap even the prince of Southern Xinjiang, a mere saint. Do you think I am afraid? Mu Qingning swallowed, completely shocked by her aura, and didn't come back to his senses for a long time. Since you like this shop, just buy it. Shang Ruoyi looked at the dumbfounded shopkeeper, smiled, and said, This is the legitimate daughter of the right Prime Minister's mansion. She will definitely not lack your money, 6,000 taels. Just go to the right Prime Minister's mansion and ask for it. What? 6,000 taels? Why is this shop so expensive? Mu Qingning came to her senses and was about to refuse, but She heard the shopkeeper thanking her profusely and bowing continuously. If she refused to buy at this time, she would definitely be ridiculed. She had no choice but to bite the bullet and let the servants go to get the banknotes. Seeing this, Shang Ruoyi walked towards where she was standing and said in a very low voice, 6,000 taels. Just consider it as a lesson. After she finished speaking, she walked straight out, leaving Mu Qingning behind her, gritting her teeth. Seeing that she let Mu Qingning go, Yunqi couldn't help but whispered, Princess, if you don't like it, I will take people to deal with her. Shang Ruoyi glared at him. How did you learn so much banditry from your prince? Banditry? Yunqi couldn't help but be stunned for a moment. Princess, you can do such a thing as plucking feathers from a passing goose, and now you even think he is full of banditry. People like this who don't have any brains can be kept and put to other uses in the future. Yes. Shang Ruoyi and the others continued to walk to other streets. After a long time, they came to the end of a street. A shop had been emptied, leaving only a few tables and chairs. Princess, this was a jewelry store before.
It has been closed for a long time.
And I heard that the feng shui of this house is not good. No matter what business it does, it can't last long.
Oh.
Shang Ruoyi raised her eyebrows slightly. That should be interesting. Yunqi couldn't help but hold his forehead when he saw this. She walked into the shop. At this time, the shopkeeper was about to lock the shop, and he was shocked to find several people standing in the shop. Sir, may I ask what you are doing here? I have no jewelry left to buy. Shang Ruoyi smiled. Boss, is your shop for sale? Sell, sell, sell.
Of course I am selling it,
he said with a little excitement. Take a look. If you like it, I will sell it to you at a lower price. There is a square courtyard behind the shop, which is very spacious. Shang Ruoyi looked in the direction of his finger and nodded with satisfaction. She liked the shop very much. Although this shop is a bit old, it is still relatively new. The shopkeeper said, I can give you a lower price. Shang Ruoyi looked at him in surprise. She didn't even say she wanted to buy, but he had already started to lower the price. Boss, this is the first time I see someone doing business like you. The boss smiled bitterly and said, To tell you the truth, this is no secret. I am not the first owner of the shop. It has changed hands several times before me. But you can see that this shop is at the innermost part of the last street. No one comes to buy here. It has been closed many times. Shang Ruoyi nodded when she heard it. It was indeed the case. I opened a jewelry shop and I thought it would be popular. However, there are too many jewelry shops on these streets. Who would walk so far to buy from me? Sometimes I can't sell a hairpin for more than a month. Shang Ruoyi couldn't help but smile when she heard it. You are really honest. Although I am a businessman, I can also distinguish right from wrong. My ancestors were traveling merchants. It was not until my grandfather's generation that we opened a shop. Since I was a child, I was taught by my elders that businessmen should be honest and trustworthy. Shang Ruoyi nodded. What's your name?
I'm Zhang Wen.
I'll buy your shop. Name a price. Shang Ruoyi said with a smile. If you haven't decided what to do in the future, you can come to my place to be the shopkeeper first. Zhang Wen was overjoyed when he heard it. Are you really willing to buy this shop? He rubbed his hands. 3,000 taels, what do you think?
Shang Ruoyi nodded. Okay.
Yunqi took out a banknote and handed it to him. I still need a shopkeeper. If you are willing to do it, I will pay you 20 taels of salary every month. Zhang Wen was delighted. Could it be that he met a god today? Otherwise, how could there be such a good thing as pie in the sky? He had already prepared to sell this shop, but he never expected that he could sell it. Yes, yes, of course I am willing. At this moment, a man hurriedly walked in from outside the door. Seeing this, Yunqi frowned slightly, put the dagger in front of him, and said coldly, Who are you? The man knelt down with a thump before he came close. Good man, please be kind and take over my shop too. He couldn't stop crying. My shop is the same as Zhang Wen's. There is no income at all. Now my whole family is waiting for food. I am really desperate. Please save me, good man. Shang Ruoyi looked at him and whispered, What does your shop do? My shop is a cloth shop. I'll go take a look. Okay, please. The two shops are exactly the same in size. It's not impossible to buy both. How much is your shop? The shopkeeper's eyes flickered, and he said with a smile, my shop is closer to Zhang Wen's, so it's naturally more expensive than Zhang Wen's shop. He smiled and said, 5,000 taels, what do you think? 5,000 taels? Shang Ruoyi sneered. Did the shopkeeper think he was being taken advantage of? If the shopkeeper wants to sell it for 5,000 taels, then sell it to someone else. Shang Ruoyi said in a cold voice, Zhang Wen's shop is 3,000 taels, and your shop is connected to his. If you want to sell it for 5,000 taels, go and see if there is the sucker you are looking for in the capital and sell the shop to him. After she finished speaking, she walked towards the door without looking back. Seeing this, the shopkeeper hurriedly said, 3,000 taels. That's it. He was thankful that he could sell the shop now. He had not opened it for several months. If he continued to lose money like this, what would his family do? Shang Ruoyi paid the money readily. He took the banknote and thanked him profusely. I will have someone move the things in the shop out right away. Okay, I'll give you 2 days. Shang Ruoyi packed the 2 written documents and ordered people to find Mr. Wu. It was he who decorated the milk tea shop in the exile place before. Now that she handed the milk tea shop over to him, she didn't have to worry about it anymore. As for the other shop, she had already thought about it and wanted to open a jewelry shop here to sell Dongzhu. Gold and silver jewelry are too common, but Dongzhu shop, I'm afraid not many people have seen it, or no one has ever seen it. After all, powerful people may never know what Dongzhu looks like in their entire lives. Unexpectedly, the shop was bought so quickly. As soon as she returned to the house, she ran into Prime Minister Mu and Madame Mu, who came to ask for an explanation. Miss, someone from the Mu family is here, Xiao said in a low voice. Shang Ruoyi sneered. She had already guessed that, according to the style of the Mu family, they would argue even if they were wrong. Now that their daughter suffered such a big loss in public, they would naturally not give in. What's more, they lost face. Mu Qingning returned to the mansion with a swollen face. Within half a day, it would spread throughout the capital. Naturally, their Mu family didn't want to suffer a loss. When they saw Shang Ruoyi getting off the carriage, Prime Minister Mu glared at her, snorted coldly, and walked directly into the palace. Madame Mu said in a deep voice, Today we will let the prince and princess preside over justice. Although you are the prince's wife, you can't go too far. I want to see if the prince and princess will still favor you after you do such a thing. Shang Ruoyi sneered. Madame Mu, you can try. After she finished speaking, her eyes fell on Mu Qingning's face, which was even more swollen than before. It's not very symmetrical. After that, Shang Ruoyi went straight into the mansion. Madame Mu gritted her teeth after being humiliated by her. I want to see how long you can be so proud. He Yuan and Qin were sitting in the main hall. Looking at the swollen left face of Mu Qingning, they turned to Shang Ruoyi, who was sitting beside them, and said, Ruoyi, what is going on? Mother, Miss Mu and I had some arguments. Miss Mu said disrespectful words, and your daughter-in-law just asked the servants to slap her in the face and let her learn a lesson. Listen. Is this human language? Prime Minister Mu clenched his fists. If it is true, as the crown princess said, and it was Qingning who spoke disrespectfully, then I would have accepted the slap. But in fact, it was the crown princess who ordered the servants to beat Qingning, causing her injury. That's why I came to the prince and princess to seek an explanation. Oh. Prince Ding also looked at Shang Ruoyi. Now that Prime Minister Mu says that you ordered the servants to beat Miss Mu, what do you say? Seeing that Prince Ding and Princess Ding both asked Shang Ruoyi's opinion, he couldn't help but be shocked. I didn't do these things. Shang Ruoyi smiled. Father, what would happen if Miss Mu faced Ah Cheng? He Yuan thought for a while. If she was beaten by someone as skilled as Ah Cheng, she would be beaten to death. What if she met Yunqi? She would live longer than an incense stick. Shang Ruoyi smiled. The person who slapped Miss Mu today was Yunqi. Upon hearing this, Prince Ding turned to look at Prime Minister Mu. If that person was Yunqi, he would have just taught her a lesson. What do you mean, Your Highness? Yunqi. Shang Ruoyi said softly. The Mu family didn't know her intention. They only felt a gust of wind blowing, and the next moment, Yunqi appeared in the room. "I'm here." "I don't like the vase in the corner," Shang Ruoyi said lightly. Prime Minister Mu frowned. Is he talking about something he likes or dislikes now? At this moment, a palm wind whistled past their ears. The vase in the corner exploded, scaring the Mu family. After a long while, the Mu family came back to their senses. What does the Crown Prince's consort mean? Prime Minister Mu's hands trembled slightly, and he said in a deep voice, "Are you threatening me?" Prime Minister Mu is overthinking. "I'm just telling you that if I want my servants to beat Miss Mu, it won't just swell up one side of her face, but will directly take her life." A chill rushed from the soles of her feet to the top of her head. Shang Ruoyi's aura was revealed without reservation, and even He Yuan looked sideways. Even if it is according to what the Crown Princess said, it is not the Crown Princess's turn to teach the children. We, the Mu family, will teach them ourselves. Really? Shang Ruoyi smiled. I just think that Madame Mu can't even control her own words and deeds, and I'm afraid she can't educate her children well. What did you say? Madame Mu was about to get angry, but suddenly she remembered that Prince Ding was still sitting there, and she didn't dare to be too presumptuous. She rolled her eyes, and her eyes instantly turned red. She took a handkerchief to wipe her tears, crying and saying, "Master, I really can't live anymore. I was mocked by a junior like this. How can I face people in the future? Although you are the prince's consort, my Mu family is not a family that can be bullied and manipulated. At most, we can go to the emperor and let him judge." Shang Ruoyi nodded seriously. This sentence was also said by the young lady of your house. She raised her chin slightly. Even if Prime Minister Mu didn't say it, I was thinking the same thing. I would go to the emperor to ask how much power Prime Minister Mu's house has. A young lady from the house dares to disrespect me and my biological mother. She looked at Mu Qingning. The dead are the greatest. You slander her like this. Aren't you afraid that she will come to you in the middle of the night when you wake up in your dreams? Mu Qingning couldn't help but shudder when she heard that. For some reason, she felt a chilly wind suddenly blowing around her, making the hairs on her body stand up. Shang Ruoyi slowly withdrew her palm, and Mu Qingning felt the chilly wind dissipate. She swallowed her saliva with a look of fear on her face. Hearing Shang Ruoyi say this, Princess Ding frowned. "Ruoyi, what do you mean by what you said just now?" "It's about my biological mother," Shang Ruoyi said lightly. "The matter about my identity is now spreading all over the capital, but I don't care. Why should I be afraid of what people say? As long as I act uprightly and have no regrets in front of the world and my heart, it's fine." But in Miss Mu's mind, this matter is not that simple. She looked at Mu Qingning with contempt. "Let's not talk about how Miss Mu knew about this. How can you be sure that the news you heard is true? Have I admitted it myself?" Hearing this, Mu Qingning hurriedly said, "That's what people say on the street." "Yes, you said it too. That's what people say on the street." Shang Ruoyi sneered. "Among the many young ladies from the families of officials in Tianshan, Miss Mu is the only one who went out on the street? You are the only one who got the news? Why didn't I hear such treasonous words from other people? Not only did you tell me about this matter, but you also insulted my biological mother. If I don't teach you a lesson, Miss Mu's mouth will definitely cause trouble in the future. You are making up stories." Shang Ruoyi sneered. "Who of you and I is making up stories, don't you know?" Mu Qingning's face turned pale, looking at her, and said, "I am only telling the truth. Your existence does bring discredit to the palace. You are not even the biological daughter of Prime Minister Shang. Why? Just because I am Shangnian's biological daughter, can I bring any glory to the palace?" Shang Ruoyi sneered. "Besides, my father and mother didn't say anything wrong about me. Why are you barking there?" "Barking? He actually said she was a dog." Mu Qingning bit her lips tightly. It was a great shame. It was really a great shame. "Crown Princess, please be careful with your words," Prime Minister Mu said in a deep voice. The one who really should be careful with her words is Prime Minister Mu's daughter. She is still unmarried, and she openly said on the street that my mother deserved her death. I wonder if there is any family willing to marry such a daughter-in-law. After Shang Ruoyi finished speaking, Mu Qingning lowered her head guiltily, while He Yuan and Qin, who were sitting in the main seat, frowned. No matter what Ruoyi's background is, she is the crown prince's consort of my Dingwa palace, and no one else can interfere. Qin looked at the Mu family and said in a cold voice, Miss Mu openly insulted the crown prince's consort and her biological mother in public, which is an insult to our Dingwa palace and contempt for the royal family. Even though Prime Minister Mu is in a high position, you can't bear such a crime. She turned her head and looked at Shang Ruoyi. You are too easy to bully, and you have been scolded by others, but you just let the guards teach you a lesson. If you meet your mother, I will definitely let the servants teach that person a lesson, and then report it to the emperor, and let the emperor and the queen make the decision for your mother. I want to see who is so bold as to bully our Dingwa palace. Her words directly stated her position. No matter what, the Dingwa palace would protect Shang Ruoyi to the end. Prime Minister Mu's eyes fell on He Yuan, and he heard him whisper, Why don't I go to the palace immediately and tell the emperor to make the decision? Prime Minister Mu almost fainted with anger. He never thought that even Prince Ding would protect Shang Ruoyi like this. Prime Minister Mu's eyes fell on Shang Ruoyi. What kind of magic did this woman have? Why did the prince and princess like her so much? Just then, there was a sound of footsteps at the door, and He Yuni ran in. Father and mother, who bullied my sister-in-law. She looked at Mu Qingning as swollen face and couldn't help laughing. Why is it you again? As early as when He Yuni was young, she didn't like Mu Qingning. The purpose of this woman to flatter and please herself was to marry her brother. Although He Yuni didn't like socializing, she was very good at judging people. Mu Qingning had evil intentions, which was what she hated the most. You did something bad on the wedding day of my brother and sister-in-law. What did you do today? No problem. Shang Ruoyi waved at her. It's just that I don't like what Miss Mu said. He Yuni sat next to her. Sister-in-law, my brother said before that he would never let you suffer any grievances. If anyone dares to disrespect you, they will be enemies with the entire Dingwa palace. Naturally, I can't stand by and watch. She clapped her hands, and suddenly a low roar came from the door. The next moment, two shadows walked into the main hall one after another. The Mu family was almost scared and got under the chair. Xiao Bai and Xiaohuang walked into the hall, looking at the Mu family with fierce eyes. Shang Ruoyi saw this, and she didn't know whether to laugh or cry. She seriously suspected that the reason why He Yuni came here was to show off her tiger. Your Majesty, what do you mean? Prime Minister Mu was a civil servant. How could he have seen a live tiger? Your Majesty, do you want to kill people to silence them? He Yuan glanced at him. If I wanted to kill you, why would I do it so secretly? Prime Minister Mu was choked and speechless. He sat on the chair like pins and needles, fearing that the tiger would suddenly rush over and tear him to pieces. Madame Mu and Mu Qingning beside him had fainted when the tiger walked towards them. Shang Ruoyi gave Yunqi a wink, and Yunqi walked forward and tapped Madame Mu and Mu Qingning on the shoulders, and the two slowly opened their eyes. As soon as they opened their eyes, they saw the tiger's face close at hand, and the next moment, they rolled their eyes and fainted again. Really weak. As soon as she finished speaking, she saw a bitter smile on He Yuan's face. She couldn't help but think of He Yuan's expression when he saw the tigers he raised, which was not much better than Prime Minister Mu's. Shang Ruoyi stood up and passed a very weak energy into their bodies. The mother and daughter of the Mu family opened their eyes again. When they saw the tiger, they really wanted to faint again. If they fainted, they would not have to see this terrifying tiger again. But they had energy in their bodies, and they could not faint even if they wanted to. You too must not be carried away from our palace. If it gets out, people outside will say that our palace is bullying others. How could our Dingwa palace do such a thing? What do you think, Prime Minister Mu? Yes, yes, yes. He wiped the sweat from his head, his face pale. The crown prince's concubine is right. Shang Ruoyi waved to Xiao Bai with a smile on her face. Under their horrified gaze, Xiao Bai slowly walked towards Shang Ruoyi. Xiao Bai squatted at Shang Ruoyi's feet, enjoying her caress, his eyes slightly narrowed, his tail gently wagging. This is the action that he'll do when he feels extremely comfortable. Xiao Huang looked at Xiao Bai with envy. It also wanted energy. Where was the arrogance of Prime Minister Mu? My lord, princess, today I did not restrain my daughter well. He looked at Mu Qingning and said coldly, You evil creature, why don't you come and apologize to the crown princess? Mu Qingning's legs were limp. How could she have the strength to stand up? Shang Ruoyi smiled. Prime Minister Mu, forget it. I think Miss Mu is not really admitting her mistakes, and I am not the kind of person who forces others to do things. Crown Princess, I know I was wrong. She struggled to stand up, but she couldn't control her legs. Not only her, but all the members of the Mu family were like this. Unable to stand up, she fell directly to the ground. Your servant really knows that you were wrong. It is a great improvement if you know your mistakes. Shang Ruoyi sneered. I hope Miss Mu will remember what she said. If I hear Miss Mu say anything that shouldn't be said again. She smiled and patted Xiao Bai's head. Miss Mu doesn't seem to know how powerful the tiger I raised is. How could Mu Qingning dare to say no after hearing that? How could she not know how powerful the tiger was? Just looking at those sharp teeth, it could bite her neck to pieces in one bite. Princess, your servant really knows that I was wrong. I will never dare to do it again. Please forgive me. He Yuni sneered. I think the rumors outside must have been spread by you. No, it's not your servant. Your servant just heard about it. Mu Qingning quickly waved her hand to deny. It's better if it's not you. He Yuni glanced at her. If you did this, don't blame my Xiao Huang for being rude to you. Mu Qingning's body trembled, and she looked at Xiao Huang from the corner of her eye. Coincidentally, Xiao Huang also looked at her. Xiao Huang suddenly opened his mouth and growled at her. Mu Qingning was so scared that her eyes rolled back. She couldn't hold on any longer and fainted. Shang Ruoyi's eyes sank slightly, and she said coldly, This is the only time. If I hear something I shouldn't hear in the future. Her eyes swept over the Mu family, and she said coldly, Don't blame me for overturning your prime minister's mansion. In the end, not only Mu Qingning was carried out, but even Prime Minister Mu and Madame Mu were carried out of the palace. It was not their fault. Originally, the two of them could walk a few steps with the help of the servants. When they reached the door, they saw two tigers guarding the door, and they kept growling from time to time. They were so scared that they rolled down the steps and fainted. Many people saw the scene of the Mu family being carried out of the palace. During the morning court session the next day, the Ding Palace was directly reported. Your Majesty, I think that since the Ding Palace returned to the capital, some rumors have been heard from time to time. Recently, there are rumors that the Ding Prince's wife is not Shangnian's biological daughter, but a rascal whose biological father is unknown. He looked at He Yuan and He Jingheng and whispered, She is a rascal whose biological father is unknown. As soon as Wei Yan, the Minister of Rights, finished speaking, he felt a gust of wind coming, and a slap fell on his face. The court was silent, and everyone looked at He Jingheng in shock. He saw him slowly walk back to his seat and stand still, as if he was not the one who had just done this. You. Wei Yan pointed at him and said coldly, How dare you hit me? This is in the court, not your Dinghua palace. He Jingheng sneered. So what? Everyone was shocked when they heard this. They never thought that He Jingheng would say such a thing. Your Majesty. Wei Yan knelt on the ground. Prince Ding despised the monarch and committed a crime in public in the court. This is a crime of great disrespect. Your Majesty, please punish him severely. Emperor Tianshuan's face was livid. He Jingheng. Your Majesty. Before Emperor Tianshun could finish speaking, he was interrupted by him. Your Majesty, I don't care about my wife's background or who her biological father is. What right do they have to talk about it here? As an official appointed by the court, he has not finished his own work, and his eyes are on my backyard all day long. Shouldn't he be beaten? The Ministry of Rights has so many things to do. A few days ago, Your Majesty asked about next month's ceremony of offering sacrifices to the sky, and Lord Wei said that it was not finished yet. It turns out that he has put all his thoughts here. Your Majesty, I am innocent. I only heard about it. Wei Yan explained hurriedly. Since it's just hearsay, even if there is no real evidence, how dare you bring such a thing before your Majesty and say it in front of all the civil and military officials? He Jingheng smiled. I heard that Lord Wei killed his father and mother before. Wei Yan hurriedly said, Your Majesty, it's unjust. My parents died early. How could I have killed them? Prince, you are slandering. Your Majesty, I am the same as Lord Wei. I just heard it. Everyone knew that He Jingheng was giving someone a taste of his own medicine.
All right.
Emperor Tianshun said coldly, Don't bring hearsay to the court. He looked at He Jingheng. As a prince, you openly attacked and injured someone in the court. It is really disrespectful. You will be fined for half a year as a warning. I obey your order. For fighting in the court, the emperor only fined him for half a year. If it were someone else, he would have been dragged away and beaten half to death. How could Wei Yan, who was kneeling on the ground, swallow this breath? Your Majesty, I have something else to report. Emperor Tianshun glanced at him impatiently. Speak. The crown prince beat me, and I am a lowly person with little influence, so I dare not complain. However, Prime Minister Mu is a veteran in the court, and he also suffered at their hands. Wei Yan said excitedly. Dozens of people saw it yesterday. Prime Minister Mu, Madam Mu, and Miss Mu were carried out of the Dingwa Palace. Today, Prime Minister Mu took sick leave again. He must have been seriously injured. Please ask Your Majesty to make the decision for the Prime Minister. He Jingheng smiled when he heard it. Prime Minister, do you mean that I hurt their family yesterday? Your Majesty must know best whether I did it or not. I believe Prime Minister Mu knows this matter best. Why not bring Prime Minister Mu from home and ask him? Then we will know, right? Nonsense. The Emperor said coldly. How can Prime Minister Mu come when he is sick at home? Just find someone to carry him here. He Jingheng's eyes swept across Wei Yan's face. If we can't give an explanation to the ministers today, won't my Dingwa Palace bear the stigma of bullying the court officials? He looked at He Lingsheng. Prince, am I right? He Lingsheng raised his eyebrows slightly, and then said softly, Jingheng has some truth in what he said. One expected that the Dingwang Palace would change its usual behavior after returning to Beijing. In the past, the Dingwang Palace acted very low-key in the court. Even if someone impeached them, they would at most argue with reason, but they would never ignore the emperor as they did now. After a while, Prime Minister Mu walked into the palace with the help of eunuchs. Your Majesty, I pay my respects to you. Long live the emperor. Stand up. Emperor Tianshun said in a low voice. How is your health, my dear minister? Thank you for your concern, Your Majesty. I am fine. Prime Minister Mu lowered his head and said, Yesterday, I took my wife and daughter to visit the Dingwang Palace. I accidentally got drunk, and my old illness relapsed. I just need to rest for a few days. Before the emperor could ask more questions, Prime Minister Mu had already explained the reason for his illness clearly, which made Wei Yan swallow back the words that were about to come out. I see. The emperor pondered for a moment, then asked, But some people said that they saw your wife and daughter being carried out. Why is that? Prime Minister Mu said with some embarrassment. It was all because of the two of them drinking too much, the wine in the prince's house. He looked at He Yuan and He Jingheng, lowered his head again, and said, It was really too strong. Emperor Tianshun looked at Wei Yan and said angrily, Did you hear it clearly? Wei Yan knelt on the ground, his body trembled, and said in a trembling voice, I know my crime. It was my fault that I failed to figure out the matter. I hope Your Majesty will forgive me. Humph. As an official appointed by the court, you don't think about how to do your job well, but catch wind and shadows every day. It's really hateful. I hate this behavior.
Come here.
After the words fell, several imperial guards stepped forward. Dismiss him from his post, give him 50 lashes of the cane, and throw him out of the palace as a warning to others. Your Majesty, I know I was wrong. No matter how Wei Yan begged for mercy, the emperor's expression did not soften. If anyone does such a thing again, no matter who it is, this will be the end. After the court session, He Lingsheng was called to the imperial study by the emperor and scolded for a long time. The Minister of Rights was He Lingsheng's man, and the emperor knew that what happened in the court today was instructed by the prince. Otherwise, the Minister of Rights would not dare to contradict He Yuan and He Jingheng even if he had the courage of a bear and a leopard.
Uselessman.
The emperor yelled angrily. If you can't even handle such a small matter, what else can you do? I think you are too comfortable sitting on the throne of the crown prince? Father, I just want to vent your anger for you. How dare you? Why do I need you to do my things? He threw the memorial on the table at him. Get out. He Lingsheng clenched his fists, but still retreated respectfully. At this moment, the little eunuch walked in. Your Majesty, Concubine Xiao is here. He Lingsheng walked out of the hall, and his eyes fell on a woman outside the Yangxin palace. Concubine Xiao. He Lingsheng said in a low voice. Your Highness, the Crown Prince. Concubine Xiao smiled. The Emperor is in a bad mood today. Your Highness, please don't take it to heart. He Lingsheng smiled. Thank you, Your Highness, for your comfort. Just then, the little eunuch came over. Your Highness, the Emperor wants you to come in. Concubine Xiao smiled at He Lingsheng, then walked into the Hall of Mental Cultivation. Is this Concubine Xiao the new concubine of the Emperor? Eunuch Zhang heard this and said with a smile, Your Highness, this Concubine Xiao has only been in the palace for more than a month, and she has been promoted from a noble lady to a concubine. Now she is the most favored. At this time, a sound of piano came from the Yangxin palace. Eunuch Zhang shook his head and said, This person is just fate. There are many ladies and ladies in the harem who are very good at playing the piano. The Emperor loves to listen to her playing the piano the most. Now he summons Concubine Xiao to come every day. In addition, the Emperor once saved the Emperor with the merits of the General of the Western Cavalry, so he naturally values Concubine Xiao more. Eunuch Zhang looked at his thoughtful expression and hurriedly said, But the Emperor still cares a lot about the imperial concubine. He Lingsheng smiled. Eunuch, there is no need to explain. The Emperor and the mother are naturally in love. I just didn't expect that a rough man like the General of the Western Cavalry would have such a beautiful daughter. Your Highness, you may not know that the wife of the General of the Western Cavalry was once a famous beauty in the capital. After marrying the General, she gave birth to a daughter, but she died not long after. I guess Concubine Xiao took after the General's wife. He Lingsheng nodded, glanced at the gate of the Palace of Tranquil Longevity, and then turned and left. Back at the mansion, Shang Yufu hurriedly brought in the ginseng soup after hearing what she said. Your Highness. As soon as she walked into the door, she saw a book thrown straight at her. She couldn't dodge in time, and the book hit her head directly. The corner of the book hit her forehead, and blood flowed down. Your Highness, I don't know how I have offended you. Don't know? He Lingsheng said in a cold voice. If it weren't for your bad idea, how could I be scolded by my father today?
I didn't know.
I just wanted to ruin her reputation. Her biological father is unknown, so she will definitely be disliked by Prince Ding's mansion. As long as you divorce her, Your Highness will have the opportunity to welcome her back to the mansion, right? Humph.
Waste.
At the moment, it seems that Shang Ruoyi is not only not disliked by He Jingheng, but he protects her even more closely. Your Highness, I will definitely think of other ways. Please give me another chance. He Lingsheng glanced at her. I never give people a second chance. Your Highness, I know one more thing. It's about my second sister. Your Highness will definitely be interested. You tell me. Your Highness, my second sister is still a... What? He Lingsheng's eyes tightened. How do you know? That day when I went to the Dingwa Palace and wanted to beg my second sister to let my father go. When I was struggling with her, I saw the toad blood on her arm. Although it was only for a brief moment, I can conclude that it must be the toad blood. Hearing her firm tone, He Lingsheng's heart moved slightly. It has been such a long time since the marriage, but the second sister is still a, which means that the relationship between her and Prince Ding must not be as loving as it seems. Shang Yufu said in a deep voice. In time, as long as there are enough rumors, she will definitely be disliked by the prince. If your Highness comforts her at that time, maybe the second sister will say to your Highness. She did not finish her words, but she knew that these were enough. He Lingsheng looked at her and said in a deep voice, "You don't need to serve here, get out." Shang Yufu hurriedly retreated. Ever since she told He Lingsheng about Shang Ruoyi's life experience, she moved out of the servant's room, and now she and the eldest lady live in a courtyard at the back of the prince's mansion. She returned to the room, fiddled with it under the bed for a while, took out a small box, opened the box, and inside was a fragment of a sheepskin map. If he looked carefully, He Lingsheng would find that this map was so similar to the one in his hand. Only by looking carefully could he discover the subtle differences. After confirming that the map was still there, Shang Yufu felt relieved and put it back. Her father had specifically told her to keep it carefully, and also told her to find a chance to take the map to an inn in the capital of Bailing, where someone would protect her. She must find a chance to go to Bailing, and she would avenge her father and the humiliation she suffered today 1,000 times over. Shang Ruoyi, He Jingheng, you wait for me. She sat in front of the bronze mirror, looking at the wound on her head, her fists clenched. Shang Ruoyi was still drawing when she saw Xiao walk in. She sighed and said, "Miss, why are you still in such a good mood to draw here? The rumors outside haven't stopped yet. Other people have mouths on their bodies. Let them say whatever they want. I'm not losing any flesh. Do I have to sew their mouths shut?" She held up the hairpin pattern she had drawn with a smile on her face. "Look at what I have drawn. Oh, my dear lady, please stop drawing. It's such a critical moment. How can you still be so interested? Peony, I have to say something about this." Shang Ruoyi picked up the pen again and prepared to draw a new picture. "As long as the sky doesn't fall, no one can stop me from drawing." At this moment, Hyuni ran in. "Sister-in-law, something bad happened." "What's wrong?" "Someone is coming from the mansion." "Someone is coming? What's there to be nervous about?" Hyuni stamped her feet anxiously. "The emperor gave them 4 beauties, saying they were sent to serve you and your brother." She curled her lips. "How do they look like they are serving people?" "They are all delicate and tender, and it is obvious that they are here to share your bed." "What did mother say?" She put down the pen in her hand. "Did mother say how to arrange them?" "Mother asked me to call you. It was given by the emperor, and she can't do anything to them." Hyuni said angrily, "Why does the old emperor like to meddle in other people's harem affairs so much?" Shang Ruoyi narrowed her eyes and sneered. "Idle. It seems that he, the emperor, has too few things to do, and he should find something to do. Let's go to the front yard and take a look. I want to see what kind of beauties they are." After she finished speaking, she walked to the front yard. Seeing this, Xiaoyao was happy in her heart. The young lady finally went to do other things. At this moment, her eyes fell on the pen on the table, and she paused. The pen was broken into 2 pieces. She swallowed and hurried after it. Shang Ruoyi came to the front yard and saw a eunuch leading 4 women standing there. Qin stood opposite with a frown on her face. "Princess, this is the emperor's kindness. Not only your mansion, but also Prince Zhao's mansion has sent it." The eunuch smiled and said, "You must not live up to the emperor's kindness." Shang Ruoyi stepped forward and said with a smile, "Mother."
Ruoyi.
Just as she was about to speak, Shang Ruoyi patted the back of her hand. "Mother, don't worry." Hearing what she said, Qin swallowed back the unpleasant words that were about to come out. Shang Ruoyi looked back at the 4 women with her eyes slightly narrowed. They were really plump and thin, with all kinds of beauties gathered together. "Crown Princess, the Emperor sympathizes with the Crown Prince's hard work and has specially sent 4 beauties to serve you and His Royal Highness the Crown Prince." Shang Ruoyi smiled. "The Emperor is really thoughtful to us in Dinghua Palace. He knows that I only have 1 maid, Xiaoyao, by my side, so he sent 4 maids. Well, I'm a Crown Prince's concubine, and I only have 1 maid when I go out. It's really shabby." The little eunuch couldn't help but start to get anxious when he heard it. How could this be possible? "Crown Princess, these 4 beauties were awarded by the emperor." "I know they were awarded by the emperor. Didn't I thank him?" Shang Ruoyi frowned slightly. "Aren't they here to serve people?"
Yes.
"Since they're here to serve people, aren't they servants? Am I, the Crown Prince's concubine, wrong?" The little eunuch blinked and smiled bitterly. He was not wrong to say so. Crown Princess, this service is not the same as the service you mentioned. Shang Ruoyi thought for a moment and suddenly said, I understand what the emperor means. The emperor wants to find a place for these beauties to stay, right? That's right. Mother. Shang Ruoyi said seriously, there are so many unmarried servants in our mansion. I think their ages are similar to the maids awarded by the emperor. Since the emperor wants to find a place for them to stay, and has found our palace, we must do this job well. The little eunuch was so anxious when he heard this. What's wrong with this crown princess? Why is she getting more and more outrageous? The emperor clearly meant to place these women in the crown prince's room or in Prince Ding's courtyard. Now that she said this, he actually wanted to give these beauties to servants. Before he took these women out of the palace, eunuch Zhang specifically instructed them to be extremely polite to the people in Prince Ding's mansion. If they annoyed them, they would lose their heads.
He always kept this in mind.
If he were in other mansions, he would have been annoyed if Shang Ruoyi interrupted him like this. Princess, the emperor wants to give these beauties to the prince, and the prince, mainly the prince. The prince's wife and the prince have been married for so long without any children, and the emperor is very anxious, so he wants these beauties to give birth to children for the prince. He smiled and said, the emperor has already consulted the imperial physician, and these beauties are in good health and will definitely give birth to children for the prince. Upon hearing this, Shang Ruoyi stopped playing dumb and sneered. Since they are in such good health, and the emperor thinks they are so beautiful, why doesn't he keep them for himself? It's as if he has many children. As soon as Shang Ruoyi finished speaking, the little eunuch seemed to be frightened. Princess, you can't say this casually. It's disrespectful, and you will be beheaded. Shang Ruoyi smiled disdainfully. Does the emperor want to exile me again? The little eunuch smiled bitterly and said, Princess, please don't make it difficult for me. If I can't keep these 4 beauties, I won't be able to report back. If the emperor gets angry, I won't be able to save my head. This was the first time he encountered such a thing. When he went to the minister's house with the emperor's will, who was not respectful, he would also be rewarded with a purse before leaving. Today, he was beaten up from head to toe, and there was no need to think about the reward. Shang Ruoyi nodded when she heard it. Mother, let's keep these people. She looked at the little eunuch. Eunuch, tell the emperor that we in the Dingwa Palace thank the emperor for his kindness and will never forget it. We will repay the emperor's kindness. Life is too comfortable, so I like to worry about other people's affairs. The young eunuch thought she had come to her senses and was extremely happy. Princess, crown prince's consort, I will return to the palace after I finish my work. He turned around and was about to leave, but was stopped by Shang Ruoyi. Please stay, eunuch. The young eunuch's heart skipped a beat, thinking that she had changed her mind again, and hurriedly said, Does Crown Prince's consort have any other instructions? Nothing, just invite you to have tea. She took out a purse and handed it to him. It's just a little gift. Please don't despise it, eunuch. The young eunuch took it in his hand. It was light and had no weight. He was disdainful in his heart, but he couldn't show it on his face. He smiled and said, Thank you, Crown Prince's consort, for your kindness. After leaving the gate of the palace, he was about to put the purse away. He touched the small round thing in the purse and couldn't help but feel curious. When he took it out and took a look, he couldn't help but gasp. This is actually a Dongzhu. Such a big Dongzhu. He had never even seen it in the palace for so many years, and the Dingwa Palace was actually used as a reward? He looked back at the Dingwa Palace, which had stood for 100 years in Tianshan, and turned back to the palace after a while. Shang Ruoyi brought the few people back to her own courtyard, walked around them a few times, smiled and said, Where were you all sent from? To answer the crown princess, we are all serving in the presence of the emperor. Oh, in the presence of the emperor. Shang Ruoyi nodded. Our palace is not like in front of the emperor, where we are often dragged out and beaten or killed. If you want to stay, I will not stop you, but in the Dingwa Palace, you can only do some cleaning chores. If you want to become the master overnight, you should go find that eunuch and ask him to bring you back to the palace. If you can please the emperor, he will promote you to be an official and serve you as a maid. Then you can also be the master. She took a sip of tea and said lightly, "Of course, you have another way. That is, when I return to the palace and ask the Empress for your indentures, I will let you leave the palace and cancel your status as a. Then you can find a good man and be his wife." "Madam?" As soon as she finished speaking, the four women were surprised and said, "Princess, can we really get rid of our slavery?" "Of course." The four looked at each other and knelt on the ground. "Thank you, Princess. Please help us get rid of our slavery." Shang Ruoyi nodded. "I will send you to the farm in a while. After we get the slavery back from the palace, you four can leave." The four of them bowed with gratitude, and Shang Ruoyi asked Xiao to take the people down and settle them. The next morning, she sent a letter to the queen's palace. The queen also wanted her to treat the little princess, so she summoned her to the palace immediately. "Greetings to the Empress." The Empress waved her hands and said with a smile, "We are all family. There is no need to be restrained. Logically, you should follow Jingheng and call me Aunt."
Aunt.
Upon hearing this, the Empress smiled happily and immediately took off a bracelet from her wrist and put it on her hand. "I haven't been able to give you a gift these 2 times. This bracelet was awarded to me by the Queen Mother on the day I was crowned as the Empress. Now I give it to you."
Thank you for the reward, Aunt.
The Empress shook her head. "It's just a small token of my gratitude, not worth much money. But you have saved me and my children many times. It's just a small favor, not worth mentioning." "You are too polite, Aunt." The Empress looked at her and liked her more and more. She looked kind and humble on the outside, but in fact, she had a lot of ideas in her heart. But only people like her can truly support the huge Dingwa Palace.
"What are you here for today?"
The queen came straight to the point. "If there is nothing, you can go back. I was thinking of taking the princess to sleep for a while. I came here today for the 4 women that the emperor sent to your mansion."
"Why?"
"They are beautiful. So you are worried?" The queen looked at her with interest. "Could it be that He Jingheng has some thoughts?"
"No."
Shang Ruoyi smiled and said, "Since returning to Beijing, He Jingheng seems to have grown up in the military camp and is nowhere to be seen all day. He has never seen these 4 women. It was my idea. What do you want to do by taking away their indentures? To help them regain their freedom." She smiled and said, "Life is precious, but love is more precious. If it is for freedom, both can be abandoned." The queen heard this and kept saying this. After a while, she laughed out loud. "You little girl, I didn't expect you to be the most insightful person." At this time, a maid came in. My queen, Bishi, who is beside Concubine Xiao, came and said that the concubine invites the crown prince's wife to Lingsheng Palace for tea. Shang Ruoyi smiled. "My queen, since the concubine has sent the head aunt to invite you, it must be something important. I will go to Lingsheng Palace first." The queen nodded. "I have asked the small kitchen to prepare food. You must come to eat." Shang Ruoyi nodded in response. Bishi lowered her eyebrows. The reason why the queen said this was nothing more than to warn the concubine not to touch her. When they arrived at Lingsheng Palace, Concubine Xiao was sitting in the main seat, as if she had been waiting for a long time. "I greet the concubine." Shang Ruoyi leaned forward slightly, but did not perform a big ceremony. Concubine Xiao sneered. "Do you think you can be rude just because you have something on me?" Shang Ruoyi sat directly on the chair and said lightly, "Although I grew up in the Prime Minister's house, I have never been taught by my stepmother. My biological mother died early, so naturally there was no one to teach me. After I married into the palace, my father, the king, and my mother were reluctant to blame me. No matter education or rules, they didn't want me to learn anymore. The prince said that he hoped I could be free like now in my life. I don't think I can be in the eyes of the queen with my appearance." Concubine Xiao looked at her like this and said coldly, "You said so much. Don't you just want to tell me that you have a backer?" Shang Ruoyi smiled. "If the queen says so, then it is." Concubine Xiao gritted her teeth in anger. This little girl is really not a simple person. At this time, the palace servant came to report that the prince came to pay respects. Concubine Xiao frowned and her eyes fell on Shang Ruoyi. The prince had never paid respects at this time. Could it be because of her? Let him in. There was a sound of footsteps, and a bright yellow figure hurried in. His eyes fell on Shang Ruoyi, with a hint of joy in his eyes. Since he knew that she was still Lingsheng valued her even more. In his opinion, Shang Ruoyi must have been forced to marry because of her father's marriage. He Jingheng knew He Jingheng very well. According to his character, if she was not the one he liked, he would not even touch her. Thinking of this, he looked at Shang Ruoyi with a more explicit look. Ahem. Concubine Xiao coughed twice. He Lingsheng came back to his senses and hurriedly saluted. Mother, your son greets you. Shang Ruoyi stood up and leaned slightly, without saying a word. It was obviously such a rude behavior. If someone else did this, He Lingsheng would have been angry a long time ago, but facing Shang Ruoyi, he did not have any dissatisfaction. Concubine Xiao looked uneasy and said lightly, Why did the prince come at this time? Your son just came out from my father, so I thought of coming to see mother. He Lingsheng smiled, and his eyes fell on Shang Ruoyi. I didn't expect the crown prince's wife to be here too. Even his voice was much softer. Shang Ruoyi's face did not change. She still lowered her head and said nothing. In fact, she just wanted to roll her eyes. What exactly are these mother and son going to do? I heard that there are many rumors among the people recently. I saw that the crown prince's concubine still looks the same, as if she is not disturbed by the outside world. Shang Ruoyi sneered. Why should I be afraid of what people say? They can say whatever they want. They have their mouths on their bodies. What can I do? She looked at Concubine Xiao. My lady concubine, what do you think? The crown prince's concubine is wrong. Rumors are often the most terrible thing in the world, killing people without being seen. Concubine Xiao said lightly. If not, how could so many people be hurt by rumors and commit suicide? That's right. Shang Ruoyi smiled. I just don't know what the person who spread the rumors is trying to do, but no matter what it is, it doesn't matter. Our Dingwa Palace has been living in rumors and discussions for 100 years since the day it was established. Otherwise, it would not have been unjustly exiled. Her words made Concubine Xiao and He Lingsheng not know how to continue. After all, the person who asked them to be exiled was the emperor. Shang Ruoyi looked at the prince and said suddenly, I heard that the first lady and Shang Yufu are both in the prince's mansion. That's right. That's great. When Jingheng is free some other day, my husband and I may have to go to your mansion to bother you for a while. She had a smile on her face, but her eyes were extremely cold. Some accounts are better settled face to face. He Lingsheng's heart sank. Could it be that she knew something? Concubine Xiao frowned. She knew her son best. He Lingsheng's thoughts were almost written on his face. She had never seen her son so warm to any woman. He Lingsheng was called to the imperial study again by the eunuch beside the emperor not long after he sat down. Whenever Concubine Xiao thought of He Lingsheng's eyes on Shang Ruoyi, she couldn't help but feel angry. Shang Ruoyi is the consort of Prince Ding. No matter what, she cannot marry into the Eastern Palace. If others tell others about it, it will be that the prince has taken his wife away. This kind of infamy will be a stain on his life. When he ascends the throne in the future, he will be ridiculed by the ministers and the people. She looked at Shang Ruoyi with a murderous look. This woman must not be kept. If she is not killed, she will definitely be a disaster in the future. Shang Ruoyi is very sensitive to murderous intent. She has noticed Concubine Zhao's thoughts early on, but she doesn't know how she has offended her. Last time she paid homage, she had the intention to kill herself, but not as strong as now. At this moment, she wished she could get rid of herself immediately. Concubine Xiao winked at Bishi, and Bishi retreated. At this time, there were only the two of them left in the palace. When did you find out? Concubine Xiao said in a deep voice. Your Majesty, are you talking about your pregnancy? Shang Ruoyi picked up the teacup beside her and said with a smile, When I came last time, your Majesty still had old tea. Today you have changed it to new tea, and it is really fragrant. You are asking even though you know the answer. Concubine Xiao said coldly, I don't like people like you who pretend to be smart. Shang Ruoyi smiled. Same for you, I don't like your majesty that much either. Concubine Xiao's expression was cold, and she said angrily, You are really brave. Just looking at your majesty's belly, you naturally can't tell the month of the child, but I am different from others. I can see many things that others can't see. Shang Ruoyi raised an evil smile at the corner of her lips. Do you believe it? She really knew. Concubine Xiao felt a chill rushing to the top of her head. Why did this girl have an evil aura? Don't try to scare me with such weird things. Concubine Xiao said angrily. What do you think this palace is? You can do whatever you want. I just said it casually. Why are you so serious, madam? Concubine Xiao looked at her coldly. At this moment, Xiaoyao stepped forward and said softly, Madam, your dress is dirty. Concubine Xiao looked at the dirt on her sleeves and whispered, I was so focused on chatting with the prince's wife that I didn't notice that my dress was dirty. She looked at Shang Ruoyi. The prince's wife, please wait here, I will be back soon. Shang Ruoyi continued to drink tea. It must be said that today's tea is indeed very fragrant. She took a sip, and the fragrance of the tea filled her mouth. After a moment, she said lightly, Since you are here, why are you still timid?
He.
A weird laugh appeared around her. Shang Ruoyi's expression did not change, and she continued to drink tea. Suddenly, she heard a movement in her ears, and she quickly made a move, and a silver needle flew out. TSK, you are really ruthless, little girl. An old man in a gray robe walked out slowly. Shang Ruoyi narrowed her eyes slightly. I didn't expect to meet someone from southern Xinjiang here. Hearing this, the man was stunned for a moment, and his voice was cold. How did you know? Shang Ruoyi smiled. You have a total of 8 porcelain bottles on you, and each porcelain bottle contains 1 to 4 poisonous insects. Am I right? How did you know? He covered the bag on his body. Did you secretly look at it sometime? How I know it doesn't seem to be important. Important? The old man said angrily. When did you turn over my poisonous bag? If it gets out, where will I put my face? Shang Ruoyi rolled his eyes at him. Who turned over your broken bag? Then how did you know?
Guess.
She curled the corners of her lips slightly. I was born with supernatural power. I can tell what you have just by looking at you. Nonsense. Do you think I'm a 3-year-old child? Since you think I'm talking nonsense, it means I don't want to tell you, so why are you asking? Shang Ruoyi glanced at him. If I don't want to tell you, no matter how you ask, I have hundreds of excuses. The old man stared at her angrily and muttered, Fortunately, I haven't married in this life. Women are really troublesome. Shang Ruoyi smiled, looked at him, and said with a smile, I don't think you are poor.
You still have so much banknotes on you.
You can't marry a wife. I think it's because you are too ugly. She finished speaking, the old man's eyes widened. How did you know I had banknotes on me? And you said you didn't peek. I told you that I have supernatural powers, but you don't believe it. Shang Ruoyi's words were so mysterious that the old man didn't believe it. Concubine Xiao asked you to kill me, but you are here chatting with me. Now you are in the concubine's palace. Aren't you afraid of her blame? Humph. I am the #1 killer in southern Xinjiang. Killing a little kid like you is a piece of cake. Besides, how do you know I was just chatting with you? He smiled, took out a porcelain bottle from his arms, poured out the poisonous insect in the porcelain bottle and put it in his hand. Is the tea you just drunk particularly fragrant? Shang Ruoyi nodded. It's just a few drops of poisonous insect blood. It does have the effect of enhancing the fragrance. The old man was about to raise the corner of his lips, but stopped suddenly. You know? Shang Ruoyi smiled and nodded. You know that, but you still drink? I am immune to all poisons, including poisonous insects. Shang Ruoyi slowly stood up and said lightly, If this is the only trick you have, I'm afraid you will be the one walking out of here sideways today. Little kid, you are talking nonsense. Aren't you afraid of getting your tongue bitten by the wind? At this moment, a smell of tar came, and Shang Ruoyi frowned. Before she could say anything, she saw several huge fireballs rolling in. The main hall was full of furnishings made of wood, and the tung oil on it was instantly ignited when it came into contact with the flames, and the whole main hall turned into a sea of fire in an instant. What's going on? The gray-clothed old man wanted to break out of the door, but the fire was too big, and he couldn't get through. Concubine Xiao, you actually dared to plot against me. When I get out alive, cough, 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 I must cough, 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 I must chop you into pieces and feed you to the dogs. Shang Ruoyi's eyes deepened slightly. She took out a mask from the space and put it on her face, instantly isolating the thick smoke and heat generated by the fire. She originally wanted to hide directly in the space, but when she thought of the old man saying that he was the #1 killer in southern Xinjiang, although there was a bit of self-praise in it, he must be extraordinary to be asked by Concubine Xiao to kill him. It would be a pity to die like this. If he could be used by her, it would be a good thing. After all, her Suzaka still needs a master. Through the mask, Shang Ruoyi saw the old man who was almost unconscious due to the smoke, and walked over quickly. Cough, cough, cough. At this time, the palace was filled with smoke, and the doors and windows were still closed. If she didn't go out, she would either be choked to death or burned to death. At this moment, a person appeared in her sight. Follow me quickly. The fire in Lingsheng Palace quickly attracted everyone's attention. He Jingheng was in the military camp when he received the news. What did you say? Prince, when the fire broke out in Lingsheng Palace, the crown prince's wife was inside. A guard said in a deep voice, now the fire has been put out, the crown prince's wife. Whereabouts are unknown. What do you mean by whereabouts are unknown? He stood up, his eyes full of anger. Tell this prince, what do you mean by whereabouts are unknown? At this moment, Yuntian walked in hurriedly. Prince, the main hall of Lingsheng Palace has collapsed. He Jingheng didn't care about anything else and walked out quickly. When he reached the door of the tent, he staggered and almost tripped. Prince. Yuntian hurriedly supported him. No problem. After saying that, he flew towards the palace. At this time, outside the Lingsheng Palace, Concubine Xiao leaned on the emperor's arms in fear and shock, looking at the palace that had become a ruin with sad eyes. Your Majesty, I am almost scared to death. Don't be afraid, my beloved concubine. I am here. The emperor held her hand a little tighter. Are you really not injured? I went to change clothes and was not in the palace, but Prince Ding's concubine, she is waiting for me in the palace. Concubine Xiao covered her lips and said, Will it be? Upon hearing this, Emperor Tianshun frowned slightly. I have sent someone to look for her and wait for news. He looked at her bulging belly and comforted her. You go to the side hall to rest, and let the guards of the inner palace do the work of finding Prince Ding's concubine. The queen frowned, and she suppressed the anger in her voice. Didn't Concubine Xiao say that she wanted to talk to Ruoyi? How could this happen? How are you going to explain to the Prince Ding's palace? I didn't know this would happen, Queen. I am innocent. She started to cough. At this moment, He Lingsheng came hurriedly and looked at the ruins. At this moment, a pillar collapsed with a loud. Sparks flew all over the sky. He stepped back and almost fell to the ground. What on earth is going on? How could there be a fire? Where was she when the fire started? Did she leave?
Shangnian.
Concubine Zhao's voice came. He Lingsheng came back to his senses and found that his father and mother were standing not far away. Your son pays respects to the emperor and the empress, and to mother. Come here quickly. Concubine Xiao waved her hand and said, It's dangerous there. He Lingsheng walked to Concubine Xiao and whispered, I'm sorry to have frightened mother. Concubine Xiao shook her head. It's okay.
Mother was not in the palace at that time.
She went back to the bedroom to change clothes. It's just that Prince Ding's wife was waiting for me in the main hall at that time. I don't know how she is now. When Concubine Xiao said this, she looked at He Lingsheng without blinking, afraid to miss the slightest expression on his face.
What?
Shang Ruoyi is there? He Lingsheng looked suddenly at the ruins, his pupils trembling. Just as he was about to move, he heard Emperor Tianshun say in a deep voice, I have asked the guards to search as much as possible. It all depends on her life. At this moment, A figure fell from the sky and landed in front of everyone. Just rely on fate? He Jingheng said in a cold voice. Your Majesty wants to cover up this matter with such a casual remark? He Jingheng, you are so brave that you dare to use light skills to enter the palace. Where is my wife? He Jingheng said in a cold voice. Mentioning Shang Ruoyi, Emperor Tianshun frowned slightly and whispered, there was a fire in the palace, and she was trapped in the ruins. I have ordered people to look for her. I believe there will be results soon. Looked for her? How to look for her? He Jingheng clenched his fists, and the veins on the back of his hands burst out. Your Majesty means that if we find a body, it will be considered as a task? Hearing the word task, Emperor Tianshun said in a deep voice, He Jingheng, don't take advantage of my respect for your Dingwa Palace, and do whatever you want. Respect? He Jingheng sneered. How can you say respect? Your Majesty's respect means listening to slander and exiling our Dinggu Palace? Or letting tens of thousands of soldiers bury their bones in Qijing Pass? Or now, my wife is missing in the palace? Your Majesty's respect, I can't bear it. You are rebelling. You actually talk to me like this. You are disobedient. Disobedient. He Jingheng looked at him coldly, without saying a word, but the meaning could be seen from his eyes. That is, what if I disobeyed? Emperor Tianxuan's face was livid. He Jingheng did not look at him again, but came to the ruins. Prince, it's still a little dangerous here. You go to the back and wait. He Jingheng shook his head and continued to walk into the ruins. Prince. He Jingheng, you roll back to me. Emperor Tianxun said angrily. I thought that even if He Jingheng didn't come back, he would not move forward again, but he seemed to have heard nothing at all and continued to walk inside with firm steps. Emperor Tianxun gritted his teeth. If Shang Ruoyi had an accident in the palace, he could still use an accident to shut up the Dingwa Palace. If He Jingheng had an accident again, he was afraid that the Dingwa Palace would really rebel. At this time, the Dingwang and his wife got the news that Shang Ruoyi was killed in the palace, and they rushed to the palace, without stopping. When the two of them arrived, hundreds of palace guards were lying around He Jingheng, including several highly skilled secret guards. These secret guards were all around the emperor, and their martial arts were needless to say, but they were still no match for He Jingheng. Today he was really ruthless, and anyone who dared to stop him was beaten half to death by him. Seeing this, Concubine Xiao exclaimed, Your Majesty, this Prince Ding is crazy. He actually did such a rebellious thing in the palace. He is rebelling. Rebellion. Shut up. Emperor Tianxun whispered. The Dingwang Palace is different from other aristocratic families. If you really annoy them, the consequences will be disastrous. You are a woman in the harem. What are you doing here talking too much? As soon as he finished speaking, the eunuch beside him came over. My lady concubine, please go to the side hall to rest first. The smoke here is heavy. Don't let it smoke you. Seeing that the emperor had no intention of punishing him severely, Concubine Xiao had to leave even though she was unwilling. Just after He Jingheng knocked down the last guard, he turned around and continued to walk inside. Jingheng. Princess Ding of Prince Ding walked forward quickly and saluted to Emperor Tianxun. Your Highness. Princess Ding walked directly to the ruins. At this moment, a huge wooden board fell down and was about to hit Princess Ding. Princess, be careful. Upon hearing this, He Jingheng hurriedly flew forward and took his mother away. Jingheng. Princess Ding grabbed his arm, and just when everyone thought she would worry about He Jingheng, she heard her say, Where is Ruoyi? Where is Ruoyi? Your son didn't find her. They all knew that the launching palace had become a ruin. If Shang Ruoyi really didn't escape at that time, she would have been burned to death, and there would be no possibility of survival.
Impossible. Impossible.
Princess Ding's hands trembled. How could she die? I don't believe it either. He Jingheng looked at the ruins. At this moment, a screen caught his attention. The screen was made of jade, so it was not damaged. There were a few marks on it that looked familiar. If you don't look carefully, you will just think it was the mark of something hitting it. At this moment, he suddenly thought of the graphic code she used when training Suzaku. Yunqi. I'm here. Yunqi walked quickly to his side and when he saw the sign, his eyes lit up. He lowered his voice and said, "The Crown Prince's concubine is fine." He Jingheng's hanging heart finally settled, but his face did not show any expression. At this moment, Concubine Xiao walked out of the side hall. She said hesitantly, "It's my fault. If I hadn't called her to talk, this wouldn't have happened." He Jingheng said coldly, "I really don't know what the queen wants to say to my wife." At this point, he was unwilling to hide anything anymore and didn't care about face at all. The royal concubine has always been at odds with our Dingwa palace. The queen should not say that it is because she feels that she is congenial to Ruoyi. Such excuses may be used to coax a 3-year-old child, but I am not 3 years old anymore. Royal concubine Xiao looked a little ugly. She didn't expect that he would do this for a woman and disregard the face of the royal family. Wasn't she afraid that the emperor would be angry and punish the Dingwa palace? "Have you found the cause of the fire?" the emperor said coldly. "Your Majesty, in the morning, the imperial concubine said that it was a little hot in the palace, so she asked a few servants to carry the charcoal down. The eunuchs saw that the charcoal fire was extinguished, so they lazily moved to the side window. However, the charcoal fire used in the imperial concubine's palace was all silver charcoal. When the charcoal was ignited, only heat could be felt, but no flames could be seen. The charcoal basin ignited the curtains by the window, and the sparks fell into the palace. In order to prevent insects from eating, the imperial concubine's palace was brushed with special tung oil a few days ago. If the tung oil is exposed to the sun for a long time, it will not catch fire. However, the sky has been cloudy these days, and the tung oil floats on the surface. The whole palace will instantly become a sea of fire." Upon hearing this, Princess Ding cried even harder. Knowing that she was murdered was already heartbreaking, and hearing that she died in such a miserable way was even more unacceptable, and she fainted directly. Seeing this, Prince Ding hurriedly sent Princess Ding back to the palace. He Jingheng did not leave, but continued to send people to search. For several days in a row, they had searched the ruins thoroughly, but still could not find any clues. Concubine Xiao stood in the distance, looking at the busy guards and launching palace and whispered, "Bishi, is there still no news about the killer from southern Xinjiang?" "Your Majesty, no." Bishi whispered, "Your Majesty, will the killer also be buried in the sea of fire?" "Humph, I was going to let him die here." Concubine Xiao sneered, "A mere killer dares to ask me for so much reward. Why should I keep him alive? Besides, he is a killer, not a dead man. He knows my identity, which is equivalent to giving me an extra handle in his hand. Such a person must not be kept. Your Majesty is smart." Concubine Xiao sneered, "When I truly become more powerful than 10,000 people, the world will be in my hands. Before that, I will get rid of all those who pose a threat to me." She curled the corners of her lips slightly, her eyes full of greed. "Your Majesty is right. The princess of Prince Ding is ungrateful. If she is willing to work for your Majesty will certainly not treat her unfairly." Concubine Xiao smiled and said, "Of course, I gave her face, but she refused. She even threatened me with the fetus in her belly. I can only take her life. After all, only the dead can truly keep secrets." Bishi's pupils shrank when she heard this. She had done so many things for her. Would your Majesty want to shut her up one day? What did the prince say when he summoned you to the East Palace recently? She whispered, "Watch your mouth. Do you understand?" "Don't worry, your Majesty. His Highness called me over just to ask some trivial questions that don't matter." Bishi shuddered and said softly, "Don't worry, your Majesty. I know my limits." Concubine Xiao touched her belly. After a while, she would have to find an excuse for the child to be born unexpectedly. Her eyes fell on the ruins in the distance, and her lips curled up slightly. "Since you're dead, I'll use your soul." "What? Soul?" "Your Majesty." Bishi's voice trembled slightly. "What do you mean by soul?"
Come closer.
Concubine Xiao whispered a few words in Bishi's ear. "Your Majesty is wise." Bishi said with a smile, "Your Majesty, rest assured. I will make sure to arrange this matter properly when the time comes." After searching for a few more days, There was still no clue. He Jingheng had to leave the palace. When he returned to the palace, he was disheveled and unshaven. The servant at the door almost didn't recognize him. His miserable appearance was not much better than when he was about to go to war. Prince? He Jingheng had just returned to the mansion and had not had time to drink a sip of water when he was called over by Qin. Mother. Qin looked at his appearance, hurriedly stood up and greeted him, choking and saying, "Where's Ruoyi?"
Still can't find it.
Qin's tears could not stop falling, and Hyuni also cried and said, Sister-in-law is so powerful. How could she encounter such a thing?" He Jingheng didn't say anything, just stood there with his head down. Really no hope? He Jingheng still didn't speak, shaking his head. Qin fell down on the chair. Yes, so many days have passed. If the person is still alive, they will be found no matter what. The world is unfair. Qin said with tears in her eyes, Ruoyi saved our entire palace. She protected the people of Qingzhou and treated so many people. The world is unfair. In the end, she ended up like this. She slapped the table angrily. The last time I entered the palace, I swore that everything would be taken care of by Mother and told her not to worry. Now, she has ended up like this. It was Mother who failed to protect her well. Mother, there are a lot of things going on in the military camp recently, so your son will go to the camp first. Jingheng. No matter how she called He Jingheng's name, he did not stop. This child, Ruoyi, has been missing for so long, but he is not worried at all, and even went to the military camp. What did he go to the military camp for? Mother, don't you understand your brother's temper? Hyuni wiped the tears from her face. He's been looking for her in Lingsheng Palace for so long. He must have tried his best. He must be the saddest person about his sister-in-law's disappearance. She didn't know how long it had been since she saw such an overly calm brother. He Jingheng rode back to the camp at full speed. Prince, is there any news about the crown prince's wife? Yuntian shook his head and said in a low voice, Yunqi hasn't received it either. He Jingheng frowned slightly. Are there any unusual movements in the army? Yuntian thought for a while and replied, It's not a big deal, but some people are talking about it in private. He looked at He Jingheng, hesitant to speak.
Speak.
It is said that the prince is blinded by and even gave up 100,000 troops for a woman. He Jingheng paused. Where did this come from? Deputy General Hu Chong said it a few days ago. Yun Tian said coldly, I have warned him, and he will never dare to talk nonsense again. Send someone to keep an eye on him. Prince, don't worry, he will never say it again. Do we still need someone to keep an eye on him? Keep an eye on him. A dark shadow flashed outside the tent, as if it had never been there. On the way to Qingzhou, 3 horses flew past. Finally arrived at a town. We have walked all night. Let's rest here for a night. Ling Feng said with a smile. Although this town is not big, there are several shops with delicious food. Shang Ruoyi nodded. I just happen to be a little hungry. The gray-clothed old man said angrily. I won't go. You quickly give me the antidote, and let me go. Shang Ruoyi smiled. Don't you want to learn poison techniques from me? Yes. If you leave now, how can you learn poison techniques? The gray-clothed old man snorted coldly. Then I won't learn. Give me the antidote. Shang Ruoyi shook her head. I'm afraid that won't work.
Why?
The poison I gave you uses... Give me the antidote. Shang Ruoyi shook her head. I'm afraid that won't work.
Why?
The poison I gave you uses several very precious poisonous herbs. Since you have eaten my poison, you have to pay for it. How much silver? Not much, only 100,000 taels. The old man who was drinking water from a water bag sprayed it out. How much? 100,000 taels. You are robbing the silver. He covered his pocket. You little girl has bad intentions. The old man thinks you have made up your mind to take my bank. Life is precious, but love is more precious. If it's for freedom, both can be thrown away. Shang Ruoyi said with a smile. What do you think? The gray-clothed old man waved his hand. Without money, how can you be free? Several people stopped in front of an inn. Ling Feng was no longer surprised by the quarrels along the way and said with a smile, Let's stay here tonight. Hearing this, the gray-clothed old man threw away the reins and walked straight into the store. Several people ordered a few signature dishes. The beef in the shop is very fragrant, the braised mushrooms are also very delicious, and the lotus leaf chicken is also very delicious. You should try it. Shang Ruoyi took a few bites and said with a smile, Brother Ling Feng, do you know this place well? This place is not far from Xiling. I used to come here often. Ling Feng's eyes fell on the gray-clothed old man who was picking and choosing. Are these dishes not to your taste? The gray-clothed old man nodded. That's it. Just eat it as long as you don't feel hungry. Anyway, I don't have to pay for it. Shang Ruoyi raised her eyebrows when she heard this. She didn't expect him to be so picky. However, this gave her a new idea. In the evening, she returned to the space, opened a few Dongzhu clams, and made a plate of stir-fried clams. The gray-clothed old man didn't eat much in the evening. When he was about to go out to find something to eat, he smelled a fragrance coming over. What smells so good? Old man. Shang Ruoyi shook the plate in her hand. Are you hungry? The gray-clothed old man swallowed his saliva. What did you take? Of course, it's a secret recipe. She smiled. Would you like to have some wine and a few bites? You won't ask me for money to eat this. The gray-clothed old man paused and said vigilantly, Old man, I don't have that much money to give you. If it's an outsider, of course you have to spend money, but this time I'm giving it to you, so you don't have to pay. She put the plate on the table. The old man in gray wanted to wait a while longer, but seeing that she had already sat down and was ready to eat, he hurried after her. Wait. He picked up the chopsticks, picked up a piece, and put it in his mouth. The next moment, his eyes suddenly widened, and he looked at the clam meat on the plate in shock. What is this? It's so delicious. If it's said to be an exclusive secret recipe, it wouldn't be called an exclusive secret recipe if it could be passed on so easily. Shang Ruoyi poured a glass of wine. The taste is even better when paired together. The old man in gray listened to what she said and drank the wine in the glass. Good wine. Good food. What a delight. He took another bite, looked at Shang Ruoyi, smiled, and said, Little girl, what do you want to ask? I can help you solve your doubts while I'm in a good mood. Since you are the #1 killer in southern Xinjiang, what should I call you? My surname is Yi. Senior Yi. Old Yi took another chopstick and saw that the plate of clam meat was almost finished. What's the matter? Do you like the dishes I made? Old Yi smiled and nodded continuously. It's delicious. It's been many years since I have eaten such delicious food. Do you want to eat it every day? Of course. Shang Ruoyi smiled and said, If you are willing to go back with me, I promise to cook it for you. She pointed to the plate of clam meat and said, This dish is nothing to me. I can make better ones. What are they? The secret cannot be revealed. She smiled mysteriously. Just remember, there is nothing I can't do. Hearing her say this, Yi Lao couldn't help but hesitate. 500,000 taels.
Deal.
Shang Ruoyi was slightly stunned. It turned out that she was a money grubber. If she had known that she could solve it with silver, why did she bother to cook clam meat here? Where is the antidote? The antidote. Shang Ruoyi smiled. 600,000 taels.
Puff.
Cough, cough, cough. Yi Lao was shocked. You little girl, are you crazy about silver? 600,000 taels. His voice was a little loud, attracting many people's attention. Several people at one of the tables looked at them for a long time before retracting their gazes. Yi Lao looked at the empty plate, smacked his lips, and looked at her resentfully. This girl was so stingy. Why couldn't she make more? She was not full at all. You said that if I surrender to you, you will cook these delicacies for me every day? I can't guarantee every day, but most of the time, it's okay. He pinched his beard. Who made you so suitable for my taste? After finalizing this matter, Shang Ruoyi and Yi Lao returned to the room of the inn. At night, Shang Ruoyi, who was originally asleep, suddenly opened her eyes. At this time, the bolt made a slight sound. It seemed that someone wanted to break in again. Let her come and see who is blind? Not long after, the door was gently opened from the outside, and a figure walked in lightly. Shang Ruoyi waved her hand casually, and a gray wolf appeared in the room. The man just took a step, and his footsteps suddenly stopped. I saw a pair of eyes appeared in front of me, green and oily, which were not human eyes at all. This is a wolf. Instinctively, he wanted to run, and at this moment, a huge force threw him to the ground. The next moment, the candlelight in the room lit up, and he saw a huge gray wolf right above him, with its claws on his body. Help! 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 At this moment, he couldn't even shout. He was afraid that the wolf would be enraged and bite him to death. You are so brave. You dare to break into my room. Shang Ruoyi yawned. Stay and make snacks for my wolf. Lady, I know I was wrong, and I won't dare to do it again. He trembled and said, Please let me go. Shang Ruoyi walked forward slowly, without saying a word. Female Bodhisattva, I really know I was wrong. Female Bodhisattva? This title reminded her of her teammates in her previous life, who kept these 3 words on their lips every day. What did you do in my room late at night? He smiled awkwardly. I'm just a petty thief. I heard the girl talking to the old man outside about 600,000 taels, so I thought of coming in to steal something. A petty thief? Shang Ruoyi looked at the dagger on his waist, and her lips curled slightly. You, a petty thief, are really rich. There are probably not many daggers made of Tianshan black iron in the whole Tianshan. The man lay on the ground, looking at Shang Ruoyi with a slightly changed look, and put away the cynical look on his face. You actually know me.
So, who are you?
The man's eyes flickered, and he moved his hand, drew out the dagger, and was about to chop at the gray wolf. The Wolf King had already noticed his action and dodged nimbly. Humph! Just a wolf. You want to trap me? He jumped up from the ground. My knife has no eyes. Shang Ruoyi smiled when she heard it. The Tianshan black iron is indeed very good, but... She took out a dagger from behind. Compared with my dagger, you are still far behind. Her dagger is made of fine steel. No matter what kind of black iron it is not its match. The man looked at the gleaming dagger in her hand. His eyes narrowed slightly. Who is better? We will know after a comparison. His eyes were full of arrogance, and he rushed straight over with the dagger. Shang Ruoyi curled the corners of her lips slightly, and just blocked it casually. After a ding sound, the dagger in his hand broke into 2 pieces. He looked at the remaining half of the dagger in his hand in shock, and murmured, My knife, my knife. My Tianshan black iron.
He looked like he was about to cry.
On the other hand, the dagger in Shang Ruoyi's hand was not damaged at all. How is this possible? You broke my dagger. You have to pay for it. Shang Ruoyi smiled. What do you want to pay with? Silver? His eyes fell on the dagger in Shang Ruoyi's hand. Humph, mine is Tianshan black iron, which is extremely precious and cannot be bought with silver. Just use your dagger to pay for it. Shang Ruoyi looked at him leisurely. I see that you don't seem to understand the situation. You are a little thief. You don't sleep in the middle of the night and run into my room. If I report you to the police, I don't know what punishment you will be sentenced to. You even want me to use my dagger to pay for your broken knife. What are you thinking? What broken knife? What broken knife? Mine is Tianshan black iron. So, what about Tianshan black iron? It's just a broken knife. You. He gritted his teeth. I don't care. You broke my dagger, so you have to pay for it. Shang Ruoyi looked at him and acted like a rogue in front of her, and sneered. You still have the mood to think about your broken knife. You should worry about yourself. My wolf has been hungry for several days. Shang Ruoyi finished speaking. The Wolf King looked at him with a fiercer look. The man swallowed his saliva and said, It's just a wolf. Do you really think I can't beat it? Shang Ruoyi smiled and said, Really? Then what about this? The next moment, 2 white tigers walked out. He couldn't move at all. How could he beat them? He took a few steps back and wanted to rush out of the door, but suddenly he had no strength left in his body and collapsed to the ground. You poison me? Shang Ruoyi smiled. What about poisoning? You, a grown man, came to the room of a weak woman like me in the middle of the night. You can do such a shameless thing. Isn't it normal for me to poison you, weak woman? he said loudly. Auntie, how are you weak? Have you ever seen a weak woman who keeps so many of these things? I, a weak woman, do keep them. Shang Ruoyi glanced at him. Isn't it? Yes, yes, he said embarrassedly. Auntie, I know I was wrong, and I won't dare to do it again. Please forgive me. I am just a petty thief who does some sneaky things on weekdays. In the future, I will change my ways and never do such things again.
Petite thief?
The man nodded like a chick pecking at rice when he heard the words. Yes, yes, I am just a petty thief. Shang Ruoyi walked to his side and grabbed his clothes. The man hurriedly said, Wait a minute. What are you going to do, young lady? I usually only rob people for money, not women. Shang Ruoyi gave him a cold look. You have to be worthy of being robbed, because your appearance is really unsightly. The man couldn't help but say, Why am I unsightly? Shut up, Shang Ruoyi whispered. If you keep talking nonsense like this, I will feed you to the tiger. She touched the fabric of his clothes, and it was indeed Liguangjin. This Liguangjin was produced in the Western regions, and only the royal family of the Western regions could use it. It was priceless. If anyone got 1 or 2 pieces, they would treasure them. How could they be willing to make it into a nightgown? It can be seen from this that the identity of this man is definitely not simple.
Who are you?
Shang Ruoyi said coldly. If you don't tell the truth. She took out a porcelain bottle, and in the bottle was a poisonous insect. I will feed this poisonous insect into your mouth. This poisonous insect likes to eat human hearts the most. It will slowly crawl to your heart and eat your heart whole, 1 bite at a time. Her voice combined with her actions scared the man lying on the ground half to death. You. How can you be so cruel, woman? People who can't beat me say that I'm cruel. You? Shang Ruoyi said in a low voice with a faint expression. I will only give you 1 last chance. Who are you? The man looked at him and whispered. If I tell you, will you let me go?
No.
Shang Ruoyi shook her head. But if you don't tell me, I will kill you. He gritted his teeth. You woman, you are really cold-blooded. He whispered. I am the 7th prince of the Western regions. 7th prince? Exactly. A smug smile rose on his face. Are you scared? If you are scared, let this prince go quickly, otherwise. Before he finished speaking, he heard Shang Ruoyi say slowly, the 7th prince of the Western regions, Juanxi, his biological mother, was a close-knit maid beside the emperor of the Western regions. He is the most unpopular prince in the palace. Am I right? With every word she said, Juanxi's face darkened. How do you know so much about what's going on in the palace? Shang Ruoyi smiled. You don't have to worry about that. She looked at Juanxi. It seems that the rumors are not credible. As soon as she finished speaking, Juanxi's face changed suddenly. What do you mean? Nothing. Shang Ruoyi put away the porcelain bottle and threw him a pill. He grabbed it in his hand and asked suspiciously, What is this? Antidote. He swallowed it hurriedly. Seeing his actions, Shang Ruoyi couldn't help laughing. Aren't you afraid that I will poison you again? Juanxi was stunned for a moment when he heard this, and subconsciously tried to dig it out from his throat. Stop. It is undoubtedly the antidote. Shang Ruoyi said with some disgust. As a prince, why are you so rude? What's wrong with being rude? It's better than dying. Feeling that his body's energy had recovered a little, he sat up from the ground, but he couldn't stand up no matter what. Is your antidote spoiled? This is half an antidote. Juanxi, when will you give this prince the other half? When did I say I would give you the other half of the antidote? She said lightly. Since you didn't answer my doubts, why should I give you the antidote? What else do you want to ask? What exactly do you want to do here? Juanxi's eyes flashed slightly and he whispered. Why else? This prince said for silver. Then what do you want the silver for? Who would complain about having too much silver? Juanxi glanced at her. Don't you like silver? Shang Ruoyi smiled. I don't have any concept of silver. After she finished speaking, she took out a brocade box and said lightly, If I need silver, I can just exchange it for this. Juanxi snorted coldly. How much can your broken box hold? How much can it hold if it is full of gold? Shang Ruoyi opened the box, which was full of oriental pearls, purple and gold, each as big as a pigeon egg. She swallowed his words instantly. His eyes were fixed on the brocade box in her hand, unable to move away for a long time. If it was exchanged for silver, it would probably fill up the room. Do you want this broken box?
Junsi nodded subconsciously.
How about this? If you are willing to be my bodyguard, this broken box, I will give you. Are you serious? Of course. A gentleman's word is as good as gold. Shang Ruoyi's eyes lit up, her lips curled slightly, and she threw a pill to him. She swallowed the pill directly, and his body's strength was instantly restored. Where are you going? Western regions. You are from Tianshan. Why are you going to the western regions? Shang Ruoyi smiled. Then you, a prince of the western regions, what are you doing in Tianshan? She smacked his lips. This prince just wants to travel around. So does this girl. Shang Ruoyi put away the brocade box. She patted the dirt off his body, and just as he was about to get up, he heard a few low roars. He was so scared that he sat down again. Annie, can you let these pets of yours go back first? They look creepy. It's okay. As long as you don't provoke them, they will be annoyed even if they look at you for one more time. This prince is romantic and suave. How can they find me annoying? As soon as he finished speaking, he saw the three big ones surrounding him glanced at him with great disgust and turned to lie down beside him. She felt insulted and wanted to get angry, but he didn't dare. I say, you are not attracted to this prince and want to be his concubine, so you asked me to be your bodyguard, right? Shang Ruoyi sneered. Look at yourself. Are you worthy? What's more, I'm already married. She waved her hand, and the door was shaken open by a strong force. Wait in front of my door before dawn tomorrow.
Why?
Shang Ruoyi glanced at him coldly. What is a bodyguard, do you know? I didn't ask you to guard the door, which is very considerate of your status. Hearing this, she glared at her and turned away angrily. Shang Ruoyi looked at his back as he left, her eyes deep. She left the inn, and the sloppy look just now disappeared in an instant. Walking across the street, several men in black appeared around him. Master, your clothes are dirty. She looked at the mark on his body, which was left by the wolf just now. The man in black took out a new robe made of flowing brocade. Their master had a serious obsession with cleanliness. Dirty clothes must be changed immediately and never worn a second time. You go back to the western region first, don't wait for me. Master, no, your safety is the most important. Nothing. He looked at the flowing brocade and whispered, Find me some clothes made of ordinary fabrics. From tomorrow, I will be a bodyguard.
What?
Their master is a bodyguard? So from tomorrow, you don't have to be by my side. That woman can tame so many beasts, and her internal strength is so profound. She must not be an ordinary person. What's more, she has what she needs. Master, the poisonous insect. I haven't got it yet. The old man doesn't have the poisonous insect I want, but the poisonous insect on the woman is very similar to the one that my mother was infected with. She said in a deep voice. How is the mother? The queen is sometimes awake and sometimes asleep, and her condition is not good. I know, he whispered. From today on, if I don't contact you, don't come to find me, understand? Yes. The next morning, before dawn, she came to her door and waited. When Ling Feng came to find her, his eyes fell on Junshi, and his pupils shrank slightly. Why is the seventh prince here? At this time, Shang Ruoyi came out of the room, looked at him, and said with a smile, This is my new guard. Ling Feng's face was extremely wonderful when he heard it. He didn't want to be a good prince, but came to be a guard? He smiled awkwardly. I am Ling Feng.
Yunsi.
Very good. He didn't even bother to change his name. Shang Ruoyi saw that Ling Feng's face was a little unnatural, and she knew that he recognized Junshi's identity. After a simple breakfast, Yi Lao shook his head. I slept very deeply last night. Why am I more dizzy now? Shang Ruoyi couldn't help laughing when she heard it. What Yi Lao said is like being hit by a magic incense. She couldn't help but look a little unnatural when he heard her words. It was indeed he who put the magic incense, and the dosage was very large. If it weren't for Yi Lao's profound internal strength, he would have to sleep for a whole day and night today. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but look at Shang Ruoyi with some suspicion. With the same dosage, she was not affected at all. If we walk for another day today, we will be able to enter the western region. Ling Feng smiled. If we walk faster and enter the city before dark, we can catch up with the auction tomorrow. Auction? That's right. Ling Feng nodded and said, this auction is held in Shanheng. Shanheng? Shang Ruoyi said meaningfully. Then I have to go and see my old friend. Ling Feng smiled. If Mr. Qian sees you, he will be very happy. Mr. Yi curled his lips. It's just an auction. What's there to go to? You don't know. This Shanheng auction is held only once every 5 years on a huge scale. All kinds of natural treasures can be seen. People from the 4 countries will gather here. It's very lively. Shang Ruoyi found it very interesting when she heard it, and immediately decided to go there no matter what. Finally, she arrived at the city before dark. Tianyan Casino is right here. Ling Feng brought a few people to the Lu family. Lu Mingzhou hurriedly came forward and said, Young master, who are these people? Master Lu, how are you? Hearing the familiar voice, Lu Mingzhou couldn't help but exclaimed, Divine Dr. Lingjun? Seeing her change back into women's clothes, Lu Mingzhou smiled and said, I thought you looked familiar, but I didn't expect it was really you. Master Lu knew I was a woman? He smiled. I knew it when I saw you in the casino that day. You are Master Lingjun? The Divine Doctor? Jun, she said in surprise. Why, you don't look like him. Shang Ruoyi smiled. Why are you so surprised? Jun Shi's face was full of joy, and he hurriedly said, Divine Doctor, I have something to ask of you. What is it?
This is not the place to talk. Yunxi looked at Ling Feng.
Seeing this, Ling Feng took them to a quiet room. What's the matter with you? Just as she finished speaking, Jun Shi knelt down with a plop. I beg you, save my mother. 7th Prince, what are you doing? And, isn't your mother dead? Shang Ruoyi frowned slightly. She remembered clearly that when she read the chronicles of various countries before, it was written that the 7th Prince's biological mother died young. How could she still be alive? No, she's just crazy. Jun Shi said in a low voice. My father saw that she was crazy and wanted to kill her, but she was rescued by my people. But now, she doesn't recognize anyone. You want me to heal her? Yes, the reason why I came to Tianshan is because my people brought news that the trace of Master Lingjun was found in Tianshan. Where is your mother now? Is it the capital of the western regions?
Yes.
Shang Ruoyi nodded. I just happened to be going to the capital to do some things. She took out a porcelain bottle from her arms. Let your men give her 1 pill in here every day, and I will treat her when I arrive in the capital, but the medical fee. Don't worry about the medical fee. How can I not worry? You, a prince, come to me to steal. If you can't pay the medical fee, you can exchange it with other things.
Yunxi nodded without hesitation. Okay.
When Shang Ruoyi heard him say that, a triumphant smile flashed across her eyes. Remember what you said now, if you regret it in the future. She curled the corners of her lips slightly. I don't think you can be tougher than a tiger.
Yunxi smiled.
A man's knees are made of gold, not to mention that he is a prince. But now, as long as he can save his mother, he can even give up the dignity of a prince. What else can't he let go? Ever since he knew that she was Prince Lingjun, Junshi's attitude towards her became more respectful. Even Ling Feng found it a little strange. Although the 7th Prince was not favored by the Emperor of Xiling, he was also a prince of a country. Why did he treat her so differently? Young master. He Jingheng stepped forward and handed him an envelope. The 7th Prince's mother is still alive. Alive? Rather than saying she's alive, it's better to say she's a living dead. He Jingheng coughed. She sleeps day and night, and occasionally wakes up in a crazy state. So that's it. Ling Feng looked at the content of the letter. So the 7th Prince wanted Shang Ruoyi to treat his mother. But he was Shang Ruoyi's bodyguard before he knew she was the Lingjun genius doctor. A prince being her bodyguard, this matter is probably not as simple as it seems on the surface. How could it be so coincidental? Or did the seventh prince know Shang Ruoyi's identity from the beginning?
Her identity.
Prince Ding's wife. At this moment, Shang Ruoyi's voice came over. Shopkeeper Qian, long time no see. Qian Jinyan turned around quickly and said with a bow, Master Lingjun. Shang Ruoyi smiled. Shopkeeper Qian, are you okay? Thank you for your concern. Ling Feng stepped forward and said to Shang Ruoyi, please ask Master Lingjun to detoxify him.
Why?
Shang Ruoyi sneered. When he led the army from southern Xinjiang into the country, he almost made the people of Qingzhou pay the price for his stupidity. How can he atone for his sins if he doesn't suffer a little? Can the souls of those who died in this war rest in peace? She looked at Qian Jinyan and saw that his back was bent. She said without any pity, Manager Qian, after so many years, I have no objection to you avenging your family, but you need to know who to seek revenge on, instead of thinking that the whole world owes you. Your daughter was killed by Emperor Tianshun and the people he sent, so you should go to Emperor Tianshun for revenge, and no one will stop you. Don't let your own selfish desires drag the whole world to be buried with your family. Qian Jinyan nodded, without saying a word. You lost your daughter. Do you know how many people in Qingzhou have been implicated this time? Your daughter died, but what about their daughter? You can still survive without your daughter, but what about those young children who lost their parents? Shang Ruoyi said coldly, I can give you the antidote, but I will not forgive you, and the people of Qingzhou will not forgive you either. Seeing the look in his eyes, she continued, don't think about dying to apologize. Only cowards want to die. Your death will not change their lives. You might as well think about doing something for those people to make their lives better. As soon as she finished speaking, Qian Jinyan, who had been lifeless, instantly lit up his eyes.
Do something for them.
Thank you, Dr. Lingjun, for your guidance. His eyes were red and tears welled up in the corners of his eyes. I know what to do. After he finished speaking, he turned and left. Seeing this, Ling Feng couldn't help but smile. I didn't expect that you could mobilize his spirit with just a few words. Ever since Qian Jinyan found out that the targets of their revenge for so many years were wrong, he almost collapsed. Shang Ruoyi pouted. I'm not helping you, nor am I helping him. I just saw that you should have a lot of money in Chiyu Villa, so take it to help the people of the world.
Thank you.
Shang Ruoyi ignored him, waved her hand, turned and left. After they all left, she walked out from the dark, her eyes fixed on the direction Shang Ruoyi left. She was worthy of being the princess of Prince Ding, and she was really a woman who cared about the world. Master. A voice appeared from behind him. She frowned. Didn't I tell you not to follow me? Your subordinate is still worried. What is there to worry about? This is the territory of Chiyu Villa, who dares to cause trouble here. He said coldly, don't ruin this prince's good deeds. She saw that there was no one around, so he walked towards his room. After he left, Shang Ruoyi, who had clearly walked a long way just now, slowly walked out of the space. This she really had other purposes. He dared to treat her as prey, which really gave him face. Now who is the hunter and who is the prey is still unknown. The auction will be held the next day. Shang Ruoyi was dressed in men's clothes and did not wear a mask. Divine Dr. Lingjun, why are you dressed like this today?
Hey.
Shang Ruoyi tapped her palm with the fan. Don't call me Divine Dr. Lingjun today. I'm not wearing a mask and I don't want people to know my identity. You can just call me Rujuan. Rujuan Lingjun, there's not much difference. She said with a smile. Then thank you for your guidance, Master Rujuan. Mr. Yi, do you want to go with me?
No.
Mr. Yi shook his head. Don't call me an old man for such a thing that costs money. If you're going to kill people, I'd still be interested. Shang Ruoyi smiled. Senior, if you come across something you like, I can pay for it. Really? The old man's eyes flashed. The old man has a high vision. He doesn't look down on ordinary things, and the ones he likes must be very valuable. Shang Ruoyi nodded. A gentleman's word is as good as gold. Okay. They walked into the auction hall with the token of Chiyu Villa. This auction hall is much larger than Bailing's. TSK, just look at this gate. You know it must be full of treasures inside. Old Ji rubbed his hands. Looking at so many treasures that I can't take, the old man's hands are itching. Shang Ruoyi couldn't help but smile when she heard it. Old Yi, you told me that you were the #1 killer in southern Xinjiang. Is it true? Of course it's true. But look at you, something doesn't seem right. What's wrong? Now it seems that you are not the #1 killer, but the #1 thief. Everyone couldn't help laughing when they heard it. How can you talk like that, little kid? Yi Lao's face turned red, and he said with his eyes wide open, I am the #1 killer. Okay. Shang Ruoyi saw that he was about to get angry, and hurriedly said, the #1 killer, the #1 killer. I just robbed the person after killing him. Shang Ruoyi nodded seriously. I don't know if I killed him first or because I liked his things, I killed him for money. Yi Lao glared at her, knowing that he couldn't win the argument, so he didn't want to argue with her. Ling Feng walked in front and couldn't help but curl her lips slightly. Her ability to be venomous was still unmatched. At this moment, a waiter stepped forward and said respectfully, Dear guests, do you want to sit at the open table on the first floor or in the private room upstairs? June, she whispered. Of course, it's a private room. Now the private rooms on the 3rd floor are full, and only a few are left on the 2nd floor. Ling Feng frowned slightly. The rooms on the 2nd floor are very small. How can we sit with so many people? I'm really sorry, there are really not enough rooms right now. The waiter's attitude was very good, and Shang Ruoyi didn't want to embarrass him anymore. At this moment, there was a commotion at the door. A man was surrounded by people and walked in. The head of the Qiao family. It's the Qiao family. Shang Ruoyi looked over and saw that it was indeed the head of the Qiao family. It's just that when she treated him, he was already emaciated. How could he be as energetic as he is today? Head of the Qiao family, the room on the 3rd floor has been prepared a long time ago. Please come in. The head of the Qiao family did not move, and his eyes fell on Shang Ruoyi and his group. To be precise, it fell on Shang Ruoyi. This person gave him a feeling of familiarity, as if he had seen him somewhere before. Master Qiao? A waiter called him again. Please move to the 3rd floor. Master Qiao then retracted his gaze and walked upstairs. Ling Feng whispered in her ear, Ever since you cured him, the Qiao family seems to have been reborn, and it is even more powerful than before. Now the Qiao family's industry can be said to be spread all over the western regions. Shang Ruoyi nodded. The wife of the Qiao family is not an ordinary person. The Qiao family will only become more and more prosperous. As soon as the voice fell, a beautiful woman walked at the end and entered the room of Master Qiao in full view of everyone. Hiss.
This.
Shang Ruoyi narrowed her eyes slightly. Could this woman be the concubine of Master Qiao? Not long after, the woman walked out of the room with a hint of anger on her face. TSK. It seems that love is unrequited. Shang Ruoyi retracted her gaze, and the waiter hurriedly explained. Dear guests, the Qiao family's room was booked a long time ago. No problem. She took out a purse and threw it into his hand. Room on the 2nd floor, lead the way. Seeing this, the waiter's eyes lit up, and his tone became more respectful. Please go upstairs. As soon as they arrived on the 2nd floor, the 1st floor suddenly became quiet. A handsome middle-aged man walked into the hall. As soon as he came in, the owner of the auction house came up to him. Your Highness, I pay my respects to Your Highness. The man was Junko, the king of Western Region City. Shang Ruoyi's footsteps suddenly stopped. Prince? The prince of the Western region? Seeing her eyes fall on Junko, Ling Feng stepped forward and whispered, This is the king of Western Region City. It was indeed him. The moment she saw him, Shang Ruoyi had a sense of destiny, a feeling of kinship and blood. Your Majesty, please follow me. Your room is on the 4th floor. The king of the city nodded, and his eyes looked around. At this moment, his eyes froze instantly. He couldn't believe that there were people who looked so similar in this world. Your Majesty? He waved his hand, and the owner of the auction house shut up instantly. He walked quickly to the 2nd floor, and everyone in the auction house followed his figure. Seeing this, Junshi thought to himself that it was not good. The emperor's uncle must have recognized him. The emperor's uncle had a bad temper. If he found out that he had left the imperial city privately to attend this auction, he would definitely deal with him. Seeing that the figure was getting closer and closer to him, he had no way to hide, so he had to bite the bullet and look at him with a fearless attitude. Just when he thought he was doomed this time, the figure brushed his shoulder and walked past, and finally stopped in front of Shang Ruoyi. You, what's your name?
Yum Ks as cert as Shang Ruoyi.
Junior Rujuan, meet the prince. Rujuan? He frowned and whispered, Do you have parents? Shang Ruoyi smiled. What are you talking about, prince? I have parents. Otherwise, how could I have popped out of in the stone? As soon as she finished speaking, she heard gasps from all directions of the auction hall. This little brother is asking for his life. He actually said that to the city king. It's over, it's over. This little brother won't live long. I guess he's going to fly down from the second floor. Tut tut tut. Why offend the city king when there are so many people to offend? The people of the western regions are very respectful and afraid of the city king. Not only are the people afraid, even June, she doesn't dare to be presumptuous in front of him. He can ignore anyone, but the people in the city king's mansion are an exception. He respects everyone in the city king's mansion, except Jun Luoyun. When facing Jun Ziqian, they were even more careful. Everyone knew that the Prince of City was even more sinister than his father. Some people from other places who didn't know much about the Prince of City's mansion whispered, Is your Prince of City so scary? Sho, keep your voice down. Don't let the prince hear you. They hurriedly said, When the prince gets angry, millions of people will die. This is not just a casual remark. Just when everyone thought that the handsome young master on the second floor would be thrown down by the Prince of City, their usually serious Prince of City suddenly laughed. It's over, it's over. The prince must be very angry. This little brother is going to be beaten to death. Seeing this, June, she was ready to stand in front of her. After all, his mother still needed her treatment. Then the king of city stopped laughing, looked at Shang Ruoyi and said, You young boy, you are really fearless. Your Highness, you are too kind. Shang Ruoyi said lightly, Junior just likes to speak his mind. You are so frank. The king of city nodded. I like your personality. Thank you, Your Highness, for your kindness. No one expected that he would say this. Where are your parents from? Your Highness, from Bailing. People from Bailing. The light in the king of city's eyes dimmed, as if he was not giving up, and continued to ask, Where is Bailing? The Leaf family of Bailing. She smiled and said, My mother is the legitimate daughter of the Leaf family, and my father passed away early. Seeing that she reported her family background so clearly, all hopes were shattered. He sighed and whispered, I have made a mistake. Shang Ruoyi smiled and said, There are so many people who look alike in this world. It is normal for your majesty to make a mistake. He nodded and turned to leave. At this moment, his eyes fell on Jun Shi behind him. He frowned and was about to scold him, but when he thought that the child was probably with him, he just glared at him and left. Jun Shi wiped the sweat from his head, patted his chest, and said, It was a close call. It was really scary. The city king is scary? More than that. Jun Shi hurriedly said, Do you know what the city king's status is in the western regions? What status? Second to the emperor, and above 10,000 people. The seventh prince looked at his back and whispered, Although I am a prince, I am a grandson in front of my uncle. Shang Ruoyi smiled. There is a generation difference. The king of city just walked to the fourth floor when he heard a crisp voice, Father. A pink figure ran up, put her arms around him, and said coquettishly, Father, why don't you wait for me? Jun Luoyun looked at the people around him, and when he saw the envious look in their eyes when they looked at him, he raised his chin slightly, feeling very proud. Shang Ruoyi looked at her peacock-like demeanor and couldn't help but sneer. TSK, TSK, TSK. The seventh prince sighed. I have to say, Jun Luoyun is really lucky. She was just a nobody, but now she has transformed herself into one of the most noble women in the western regions.
Lucky. Of course.
The seventh prince said hurriedly, From an orphan to the jewel in the crown of the city prince's mansion, with the city prince's mansion, her marriage in the future will be first class. Shang Ruoyi nodded. That seems to make sense. She glanced at it for a few times, smiled, and said, some things belong to whoever they belong to, and they can't be snatched or taken away. After she finished speaking, she walked straight into the room. Jun Luoyun saw a familiar figure in her peripheral vision. When her eyes fell on her, Shang Ruoyi had already turned and left. Jun Luoyun frowned slightly and didn't remember who the back figure was. Ever since the city prince heard Jun Ziqian talk about Jun Luoyun, he didn't like her a little. She pulled her arm out and whispered, since you're here, let's go in. Jun Luoyun tightened the handkerchief in her hand, her face unchanged, and followed him in. It's said that Princess Luoyun of the city prince's mansion is favored. Today it's true. Yes. The prince always brings the princess to the auction. I really don't know what good things Princess Luoyun did in her previous life to have such a great blessing. Did you see the way the prince looked at her just now? At this time, a person looked at the box on the second floor and whispered, I think the prince is quite special to that little brother just now. What nonsense are you talking about? Didn't you hear what the prince said just now? You recognized the wrong person. Do you think everyone can be like Princess Luoyun? They spoke in a low voice, but Shang Ruoyi had extraordinary hearing, and all their words fell into her ears. She curled her lips and drank the tea in a cup. The seventh prince beside him was still talking about how extraordinary the city prince was. My uncle has another son, Jun Ziqian, who is the prince of the city palace. I think he will be more powerful than my uncle in the future. What do you mean? Shang Ruoyi looked at him. Why did I hear that the prince of the city palace has a very kind personality?
Kind?
You said he is kind? The seventh prince exclaimed. Where did you get this hearsay? If Jun Ziqian is kind, there would be no killing gods in this world. He thought for a while, then smiled. Speaking of killing gods, you Tianshan also have one, and that is the prince of the Ding Palace. Shang Ruoyi narrowed her eyes and nodded. That's fair to say. Jun Ziqian defeated the top 10 masters of our western regions by himself. If anyone angers him, it will be difficult for him to survive. He shook his head. Among so many brothers and sisters in the royal family, the one I fear the most is him. As for Jun Luoyun, even if she wears a phoenix feather dress, it is difficult to hide her sparrow temperament. Oldie looked at Shang Ruoyi and said lightly, speaking of that Princess Luoyun, why do I feel that you two are somewhat similar? Jun, she blinked, looked at Shang Ruoyi, his eyes widened. If Oldie hadn't said it, this prince really wouldn't have noticed it. Now it seems that you two are really somewhat similar. Or she looks more like Jun Ziqian. Didn't the king of city just say that? He recognized the wrong person. Ling Feng smiled. How many people in this world look alike? Hearing this, the seventh prince nodded. Jun Luoyun is where she is today because of this face. He sighed. If we talk about infatuation, our Shiling royal family only has my uncle. Before the auction started, the seventh prince told the story of the love-hate relationship between the king of city and the mysterious princess. So, you have never seen that woman? No, and I don't know why. The emperor's uncle hid it so well. It was not until a few years later that news came out that the princess was missing. From then on, the emperor's uncle seemed to have lost his soul. He spent a few years in a daze. The emperor's uncle adopted Jun Luoyun, and he seemed to be much better. But after so many years, whenever he saw a similar figure, he would chase after her. Upon hearing this, Shang Ruoyi nodded and said indifferently, she is barely an infatuated one. After hearing what he said, Shang Ruoyi couldn't help but feel a little confused. Since the king of city had done this, why did her mother insist on leaving and marry that Shangnian as a concubine? At this moment, there was a noise from the audience, and dozens of maids were seen holding luminous pearls and placing them around the venue. The first floor suddenly became bright. This auction house is really generous. Such good night shining pearls will cost tens of thousands of taels each. Old Ye's eyes lit up. These night shining pearls alone will be sold for millions of taels. It's really a big deal. Haha, old Ye doesn't know. Ling Feng smiled. Those who can come to the auction here are all people of extremely high status. How can they be interested in ordinary things? Naturally, they will not steal, so the auction house is very confident in taking these out. Moreover, the auction house is surrounded by highly skilled guards. If anyone makes any unusual movements, they will be arrested before they succeed. Shang Ruoyi nodded. There are at least 200 guards around this auction house, and dozens of them have extremely high internal strength. She said lightly, "It's really not a simple thing to steal things from here alive." Hearing this, Old Yi curled his lips. There is nothing that this old man can't take away. Shang Ruoyi raised her eyebrows slightly, and the corners of her lips curled up. She said it. This old man is not the #1 killer in southern Xinjiang at all. He is clearly the #1 thief. Which killer would talk so much like him? At this moment, a very beautiful and enchanting woman with exotic looks walked onto the stage. Dear guests, welcome to the auction house. I am Wan Qing, and I will be in charge of tonight's auction. She shook the bell in her hand. The sound of the bell was extremely special, as if it had some magic that could calm people's hearts instantly. Today there are 30 lots, each of which is extremely precious. She waved her jade hand lightly, and a maid came forward with a herb on the tray. Shang Ruoyi glanced at the herb. What's so precious about it? It's just the most common detoxification herb, and she grabbed a handful of it in her space. This is a detoxification herb that can only grow in extremely cold places. It can detoxify all kinds of poisons. It is the favorite herb of the divine doctor. It is called crane grass. The starting price is 100 taels. This kind of herb is not useful to ordinary people. It can only be effective if it is made into pills or boiled. Many medical families came today, so this herb is very popular. 150 taels. 180 taels. 190 taels. The voices of bidding were endless. Jun Luoyun sat on the 4th floor, looking at the herb, and a bright color flashed across his eyes. Father, I want this herb. The city king waved his hand, and the guards behind him walked outside and whispered, 500 taels. 500 taels. Everyone couldn't help but make an uproar. Although this herb is rare, it is not worth 500 taels. 300 taels is already the limit. I heard that Princess Luoyun is not only beautiful, but also has great medical skills. I guess this herb must have been given to the princess by the prince. According to the love that the city king has for Princess Luoyun, what is this little bit of silver? Shang Ruoyi raised her eyebrows when she heard this. Her biological father was really good to Jun Luoyun's adopted daughter. 500 taels. Is there anyone who can offer a higher price? Jun Luoyun raised his chin slightly. This herb must be his. 500 taels once, 500 taels twice, 500 taels. Before he finished speaking, a lazy voice came from the 2nd floor, 501 taels.
Puff.
How much? 501 taels? This targeting is too obvious. Who doesn't know that the person sitting in the room on the 4th floor is the city king? The guest in the room who just raised the price is the one that the city prince mistook for someone earlier, right? It seems so. Everyone's eyes fell on that room. The 7th prince in the room was already sweating profusely. He said in horror, Are you crazy? Are you trying to steal something from my uncle? Shang Ruoyi shrugged disapprovingly. I like that herb too. Why, is it not okay? Okay, but you have to know who you are stealing from. I know. Shang Ruoyi smiled. If others can't bid for something that the city prince likes, then what's the point of holding this auction? Is it to let us see the financial resources of the city prince's mansion? Or to see how favored a certain princess in the city prince's mansion is? If that's the case, then this auction house should not be auctioning things, but should be setting up a stage to perform a play, letting the people of the world see how much the city prince loves that adopted daughter. Shang Ruoyi didn't deliberately lower her voice. The sound insulation in the room was not very good, so her words were basically heard by everyone. At this moment, everyone in the venue was stunned. No one thought that someone would be so bold as to say such a treasonous word. Setting up a stage to perform a play? Isn't this a blatant insult? Jun Luoyun sat in the room, her face livid. Adopted daughter. These are the 2 words she hates the most. She is obviously the most favored princess in the city prince's mansion. Why add the word adopted daughter? Father, someone actually said that it is clear that they don't take our city prince's mansion seriously. She said angrily. Father, you must not let her go. The city prince raised his eyebrows slightly. It has been a long time since someone said that. Normally, he should be angry, but for some reason, he couldn't get angry. There is nothing wrong with what she said. This auction is for people to compete fairly. The highest bidder wins. If you want it, just raise the price. Jun Luoyun said coldly. 800 taels. Shang Ruoyi smiled and half lying on the soft couch. 801 taels.
Hiss.
Targeted.
Targeting.
1,000 taels. 1,001 taels. Shang Ruoyi took a bite of dessert and said lightly. The seventh prince next to her had silently moved his chair farther away, fearing that the emperor's uncle would rush in and hurt innocent people. She was so bold that she dared to challenge the emperor's uncle. Wasn't she afraid that the emperor's uncle would get angry and slap her to death? Jun Luoyun was so angry that he jumped to his feet, clenched his fists tightly, and said in a deep voice, Father, this person did it on purpose. Yes. King Qing nodded. The brat must have done it on purpose. He agreed with her, but he was not angry at all in his heart. He even thought her behavior was very interesting. Seeing that he just agreed casually and had no intention of getting angry, Jun Luoyun could not help but say in a cold voice, Father, this man is so rude. He doesn't take our Qinhuang mansion seriously at all. This is in the Western regions. Disrespecting you is disrespecting the Western region's royal family, which is a capital crime. I just said that this is an auction house. If you like it, just increase the price. It's not like our palace can't afford such a small amount of money. Jun Luoyun clenched his fists, looked at the herb, and said loudly, 2,000 taels. 2,000 taels. A thing worth only 300 taels was auctioned at a high price of 2,000 taels. Everyone couldn't help but be amazed. Wan Qing on the high platform was very happy. The first lot sold so well. It was really a great sign. When Shang Ruoyi heard the figure of 2,000 taels, she whispered, Your uncle is really willing to spend it. His adopted daughter is also a daughter, so he is willing to spend it. Shang Ruoyi smiled and said, Since the princess likes it, I won't compete with you. Jun Luoyun heard her say that, and a smile of victory appeared on his face. You are not worthy of competing with this princess. Not long after, a maid brought the herbs into the room. Jun Luoyun looked at the herbs and felt very satisfied. Shang Ruoyi looked at the next item with an indifferent look. Why don't you bid anymore? The seventh prince asked in a low voice. You are a doctor. Don't you need the detoxifying herbs? This crane grass is different from other herbs. Other herbs can be preserved after being air-dried, but this crane grass is not the same. This crane grass must be picked fresh to be used as medicine. Those air-dried ones, such as the one Jun Luoyun bid today, have no medicinal value. When the seventh prince heard this, he said in surprise, You know that air-dried ones have no medicinal value. Why do you still bid? I like it, I have a lot of money, is it not okay? After hearing what she said, the seventh prince dared not say anything more. He only prayed that if he really angered the emperor's uncle later, he would not be beaten together with him when he was beaten. The next few items were all auctioned at a good price. Wan Qing was very happy, and his eyes fell on Shang Ruoyi's private room from time to time. Why does this thing look familiar? Ling Feng watched a maid walk up to the platform. On the tray in her hand was a brocade box with a sheepskin map inside. Shang Ruoyi's pupils shrank slightly. Isn't this part of the treasure map? Ling Feng frowned. In his impression, he must have seen it somewhere before, but now he can't remember it at all. Shang Ruoyi sat up straight, staring at the map. No matter what, she had to get the map. Wan Qing looked at the people in the audience and whispered, This is a fragment of a map. Our people have studied it for a long time, but because there are no markings on it, we don't know what secrets are behind this map. But a map made of such material must not be an ordinary item. At this moment, someone in the audience sneered. There are at least 800 of these maps on the ghost market, and they are all used to swindle people. I thought there would be no such low-level problems in your auction, but now it seems that's it. That's right. You still have the nerve to auction this map. It's really laughable. Wan Qing listened to their discussions without getting angry, and the smile on her face did not change. Everyone, please be patient. She picked up the map and burned it with fire, but the map did not change at all. This map has been soaked in a special potion. It is said that 1 inch of this sheepskin is worth 1,000 gold coins, and this potion is a lost skill from the previous dynasty. Wan Qing smiled. Everyone should know that the current countries were divided from the previous dynasty. It is said that there was an extremely rich treasure scattered in the world from the previous dynasty. I wonder if it is related to this map. The starting price of this map is 10,000 taels. Wan Qing's eyes fell on the audience. She thought that everyone would be excited about this fragment and would compete to bid for it. Unexpectedly, they remained indifferent and no one raised the price. Jun Luoyan looked at the map and sneered. Does this auction think we are fools? 10,000 taels to bid for such a fake. She looked at the city king beside her. Father, this auction is really boring. They actually use such a waste to fool you. The city king did not speak. His eyes fell on the sheepskin map, and he did not come back to his senses for a long time. He had seen such a map before in her box. Seeing that no one raised the price, Wan Qing was a little puzzled. At this time, an old man smiled and said, "It's just a fragment. What you said is just a rumor. If there is a treasure from the previous dynasty, how come this map has never appeared in the world? This is a fragment, so where are the other fragments?" Wan Qing frowned slightly. This map is of no use at all. It's just a gimmick. The 7th prince looked at the stage, smiled and said, 10,000 taels is not a small amount. How could there be a fool to buy such a waste? The smile on his face didn't last long, and he heard a voice in his ear, 10,001 taels. The tea in his mouth sprayed out before he could swallow it. Are you crazy? He said in disbelief. This map I have seen many times. It is just a toy to deceive children. Shang Ruoyi glanced at him. What do you know? When she looked at the fragment of the map, even the space trembled. She gathered energy in her eyes, and her originally lazy body suddenly stiffened. I saw a picture suddenly appeared on the map, and I saw a cave full of gold, silver, jewelry, rare treasures and stones, and some pictures were blurry and unclear. This treasure map must be real. Now there are 2 pieces in the space, and this one is put together. There will be 3 pieces. As long as one more piece is found, we can know where the treasure is. The 7th prince looked at her and said softly, Could it be that this treasure is real? Ling Feng's eyes were cold, and many pictures emerged in his mind, but he couldn't piece them together. But he was sure that he must have seen this map somewhere before. Wan Qing's face, which was originally a little ugly, suddenly became better after hearing Shang Ruoyi's voice. Jun Luoyan in the room on the 4th floor sneered. That person is really weird. He raises the price by 1 tael each time. It's really ridiculous. Now he bids for a piece of trash and will definitely be laughed at. At this time, the city king next to him whispered, 110,000 taels. Father. Jun Luoyan exclaimed, Father, why did you buy this useless fake? Do you also believe in the existence of treasure? The king of city shook his head, his eyes fixed on the sheepskin map on the tray. What treasure? I don't care at all. What he really cares about is the people related to this map. His eyes fell on the room on the 2nd floor. The voice was from that little brother, and the king of city's eyes darkened slightly. They look similar, and now she is interested in this map. What is her relationship with Jar? Shang Ruoyi frowned slightly. Is she, as a father, venting his anger for his adopted daughter? She thought so, and Jun Luoyan thought so even more. The father must have wanted to seek justice for her, because he had just been embarrassed by that person. Father, you don't have to do this. Jun Luoyan thought she was understanding and said, My daughter doesn't feel wronged, but was bullied by that blind man. I guess that man doesn't look down on our palace, but thinks that my daughter is not my father's biological daughter, but an adopted daughter, so he despises her. Yeah. The city king nodded casually, without listening to what she just said. Hearing his response, Jun Luoyan's confidence increased. Father is really venting for me. Jun Luoyun looked at the room on the second floor with contempt, with a triumphant smile on his face. Fighting with their city palace is digging your own grave. 120,000 taels, Shang Ruoyi said in a low voice. 150,000 taels. Shang Ruoyi frowned, squinted her eyes and looked at the fourth floor, and a sense of grievance surged in her heart. The seventh prince sat aside, and he didn't dare to breathe. I just said that only a fool would bid for this map, and now not only the ancestor next to me has bid, but also the uncle upstairs has participated in the auction. I say, Divine Dr. Lingjun, you'd better not raise the price anymore. That's the city king. Going against my uncle will not end well. Who will end up badly is still unknown. You, the seventh prince sighed. This is the western region, the city king's territory. Shang Ruoyi looked at him calmly. Nonsense. How could it be the city king's territory? What about you? Aren't you a prince of the western region? If the city king pursues it, I will say that it was you, the seventh prince, who wanted it, right? After all, you are your uncle, who can really kill you. After she finished speaking, she shouted to the audience, 200,000 taels. Hiss. Who is this guy? How did he come into conflict with the city king's mansion? You want to kill me? The seventh prince stood up from his seat, who said, he won't really kill me. If you touch something he really cares about, let alone me, he would dare to kill my father. His words made Shang Ruoyi's eyes dim. An adopted daughter, is she so important? Seeing that she was unmoved, the seventh prince walked out quickly and went straight to the fourth floor. Seeing this, the guards on the fourth floor hurriedly came up to him. Seventh prince. I want to see the emperor's uncle. Let me report.
Come in.
The voice of the king of city came over. Hearing this, the seventh prince hurried in. The moment he opened the door, the king of city's eyes met Shang Ruoyi again. He couldn't help but be shocked. How could this look be so familiar? Uncle. The seventh prince stepped forward cautiously and bowed. Uncle, please forgive me. My friend is ignorant, and if he has offended me, please don't make it a fuss. The city king glanced at him. What are you doing here? To be honest, your uncle's birthday is coming soon, and I just want to find a decent birthday gift for you. I heard that there is an auction here, so I want to come and see if there is anything worth showing off. I don't want to meet you here. The city king nodded, and his tone was not as sharp as before. Who is the little brother named Rujuan who came with you? Her mother is from the Biling Li family, the imperial merchant who raises Dongzhu. Jun Luoyun sneered when he heard this. Imperial merchant, so what? He is just a businessman. He dares to be an enemy of the city king's mansion. He is simply impatient to live. The seventh prince ignored her, but looked at his uncle cautiously. The girl from the Li family. That's right. Forget it. Go back and tell her that this map is something that I must have.
Yes.
The seventh prince walked back hesitantly. Determined to have. Why did he feel that Shang Ruoyi was also determined to have this map? Sure enough, after the city king raised the price to 250,000 taels, Shang Ruoyi raised the price to 300,000 taels. Hiss. She's risking her life. She's really risking her life. The seventh prince wanted to leave the auction house immediately, so that his uncle wouldn't accidentally hurt him when he came to kill people. All right, that's enough. Don't raise the price anymore. If he raised the price again, his head would be gone. Seeing her perseverance, Jun Luoyun felt a sense of relief in his heart. If you wanted something from her, you must be prepared to sacrifice your life. An imperial merchant, who just relies on a few silver coins in his family, doesn't take the city prince's mansion seriously. What's the point of keeping such a person, father? Upon hearing this, the city prince frowned. Luoyun is always good-tempered?
How could he say such a thing?
My daughter just doesn't like her behavior. At this moment, there was a commotion at the door. Jun Luoyun's eyes lit up. Father, it's my brother. Jun Ziqian walked slowly into the venue. This is the city prince's son. He is really a dragon and phoenix in the world, handsome and elegant. I think that little brother is in danger. Now, not only the city prince and the princess are here, but even the prince is here. It can be seen how favored Princess Luoyun is. Even the city prince has come to support her. Upon hearing this, Jun Luoyun's eyes flashed with a hint of pride. So, what if she is an adopted daughter? She is the princess of the city prince's mansion, who is truly the center of attention. Father, your daughter will go to greet my brother. Shang Ruoyi stood by the window, lowering her eyes to look at Jun Ziqian, who happened to look up in her direction. Jun Ziqian's lips curled up slightly, with a doting smile on his face. Coincidentally, Jun Luoyun was also in this direction, and she couldn't help but be flattered. Did her brother just smile at her? She stepped forward quickly, pretending to hold his arm. Brother. Jun Ziqian came back to his senses. His eyes fell on her face, and the smile on the corner of his lips disappeared instantly. What are you doing here? His voice was not loud, but the people sitting nearby heard it clearly. Jun Luoyun's hand stopped in midair. His face suddenly became ugly, and he whispered, Father asked me to pick you up. Jun Ziqian didn't wait for her to finish. He walked past her and went straight to the stairs. It seems that the prince doesn't like Princess Luoyun as much as the rumors say. But the prince clearly smiled just now. That's true. Seeing that everyone's attention was on Jun Ziqian, Wan Qing on the stage hurriedly said, Dear guests, the map has been bid for 300,000 taels. Is there anyone who wants to add more? The city king said coldly, 400,000 taels. 400,001 taels. The seventh prince wanted to go up and cover her mouth. Big sister. Ancestors. You don't want to live, but he still wants to live. The king of city was already a little angry at this time. He clenched his fists, and just when he was about to shout out the price of 500,000 taels, he heard Jun Zigan say indifferently, Father, don't raise the price anymore. Jun Luoyun walked in and heard his words. She felt a little dissatisfied in her heart, but she didn't dare to say it out loud. She walked up to Jun Zigan and said, Brother, this is my fault. It was that person who made things difficult for me before, and Father couldn't bear to see me being bullied, so. Do you know who this map belongs to? The king of city whispered, With this map, we may be able to find some clues. Jun Zigan shook his head. Father, believe me. Jun Luoyun listened to the words of the father and son, and her heart sank. Could it be that the map my father took is really useful? Not because of yourself. In the room on the second floor, the seventh prince kept saying, Believe me, don't go against my uncle. You adding 1 or 2 taels is clearly a provocation. How could the city prince's mansion be short of your 1 or 2 taels of silver? Shang Ruoyi played with a teacup in her hand. The city prince doesn't lack that 1 or 2 taels of silver, and I don't lack those hundreds of thousands of taels of silver. He is determined to get it, and I will not give in. At this moment, Jun Zigan's voice was heard from the 4th floor. We, the city prince's mansion, withdraw from the bidding for this map. The 7th prince wanted to persuade him again, but when he heard him say that, he was stunned and it took him a long time to find his voice. You really lack that 1 or 2 taels of silver. Shang Ruoyi smiled. Now that her brother was here, she knew that the map would be hers. The people in the audience were also a little confused. They were just arguing with each other, so why did they withdraw from the auction as soon as the Prince of City Prince arrived? It's just a useless map. How could the City King really want to bid for it? That's right. Just now she made the City King's mansion spend a lot of money to buy medicinal materials, and now the City King's mansion let her spend dozens of times more to bid for a piece of. This is a real master. Masterful, really masterful. People looked at the 4th floor with admiration, not knowing that at this moment, the City King was staring at Jun Zigan with a grim face. This map is extremely important to me. How dare you?
Father.
Jun Zigan whispered, If you insist on getting this map today, you will definitely regret it. Jun Zigan ignored him, and his eyes fell on the room on the 2nd floor. At this time, a maid was knocking on the door of the 2nd floor. When the door opened, Jun Zigan saw Shang Ruoyi's figure, and the coldness in his eyes disappeared completely. Jun Luoyun saw this scene, and his heart skipped a beat. Who was the person in that room? Why did my brother treat me differently? Shang Ruoyi looked at the map fragments on the tray and finally breathed a sigh of relief. Now there are 3 pieces together, and 1 more piece will make a complete map. Just a piece of broken map fragment is worth 400,000 taels? The seventh prince curled his lips and said, "Even if there really is some treasure, it may not be worth so much silver." Shang Ruoyi smiled and said nothing. She had a hunch that there must be a shocking secret hidden behind this treasure, which could not be compared with this silver. Mr. Ye's eyes fell on the map and he said calmly, "Maybe there really is treasure there. You never know." "Is Mr. Yi interested?" Shang Ruoyi smiled. Old Yi nodded. "I like silver, so of course I am interested in it, but I have principles. I will not steal the money of a gentleman. So this treasure will have no chance of belonging to me. I just want to remind you that some things need to be kept well, so as not to be coveted by some people with ulterior motives." Shang Ruoyi smiled. "It's just a fragment. Who would really target it?" "What's wrong with a fragment?" Old Yi smiled. "Little kid, this fragment is also worth hundreds of thousands of taels. Besides, how do you know this is not a hook set by some people?" "Hook?" Shang Ruoyi's pupils shrank slightly when she heard that. Mr. Yi is right. We cannot rule out the possibility that this is a hook set by someone in search of treasure. Only those who truly know the value of this map will bid for it regardless of the price. And those who understand its value are those who know that there is a treasure. An innocent man is guilty of possessing a treasure. Thank you, Mr. Yi, for your suggestion. No need to thank me. Just remember to cook a few more dishes for me every day. Shang Ruoyi was surprised to hear this and said, "Do you mean you agree?" He wiped his mouth and said, "Who asked you to cook so deliciously?" After getting the map, Shang Ruoyi had no interest in the following auction. She closed her eyes and dozed off. In fact, her consciousness had already entered the space. Shang Ruoyi found all the maps and put them together. It fits perfectly indeed. She poured energy into her pupils and looked at the spliced map. I saw pictures appearing before my eyes. Endless mountains, huge caves, countless treasures in the caves. The deepest part is still unclear. The scene did not last long, and it suddenly disappeared. It seems that we must collect all the fragments to find out where the treasure is. When Shang Ruoyi's consciousness returned to her body, the auction was almost over. She stretched and looked at Mr. Yi. "Do you have anything you like?" Mr. Yi nodded. "I think this weapon is good." There was a long sword on the table, and the sword was sharp. It was obviously an excellent magic weapon. The seventh prince smacked his lips. This long sword was also made of Tianshan black iron. If it were in the past, he would have tried his best to get the long sword back. However, ever since his short sword was cut off by her dagger, he no longer looked down on things made of black iron. Shang Ruoyi smiled, took out a dagger from her sleeve and handed it to Yi Lao. "Maybe you will like this one more." Yi Lao pulled out the dagger, and a cold light flashed, and there was a hint of murderous aura on the dagger. "Good knife. Good knife." Yi Lao was full of joy. "Thank you very much." The seventh prince looked at Shang Ruoyi, then looked at the dagger in Yi Lao's hand, with a flattering smile on his face. "Divine Doctor, now this prince is your bodyguard, but I don't even have a weapon. Isn't it a bit unpleasant to say this to others? The most important thing is that I can't protect you." Shang Ruoyi nodded. "That makes sense." She pointed to the long sword on the stage and said, "Why don't I take a picture of this long sword and give it to you?"
No.
The seventh prince hurriedly said, "It's so expensive to buy it here. How much more silver will it cost to compete with so many people?" He pointed to the dagger in Yi Lao's hand and said with a smile, "Besides, the long sword is too long. This prince likes this kind of dagger, which is more convenient." Shang Ruoyi smiled. "You think it's a beautiful idea." The seventh prince smiled awkwardly. "Asking, it's just asking. Depending on your performance, maybe when I'm in a good mood, I'll give you one." Shang Ruoyi said lightly. The seventh prince's eyes lit up when he heard this. Until the end of the auction, Shang Ruoyi didn't have any items she liked. At night, Shang Ruoyi came to the window, took out a gray bird from the space, and tied the written note to the body of the gray bird. She had been away from Tianshan for so long, and she didn't know what the situation was over there. That day, the Lingsheng palace caught fire. Just when she wanted to use the space to escape, Ling Feng's voice suddenly appeared. It was him who took the two of them out of the secret door. She never expected that Ling Feng was so familiar with the secret passage in the palace. At this moment, there was a knock on the door. "It's me," Ling Feng said in a low voice.
Come in.
Shang Ruoyi said in a low voice, "What are you doing here in the middle of the night?" "Excuse me, but there is one thing I want to confirm with you." "What is it?" "Can I take a look at the map you took today?" Ling Feng's expression was cold, and he was a little anxious. "This is extremely important to me." Shang Ruoyi handed him the fragment. "Why, you knew?" He looked at the map and said in a deep voice, "I've seen it."
When?
"Where?" Ling Feng said in a low voice, "In my father's secret room." Shang Ruoyi's heart trembled when he heard this. "When I was very young, I accidentally broke into my father's secret room. In the middle of the secret room, there was a fragment of this map. I wanted to take it, but my father beat me severely and ordered me not to mention it again. Not long after, our Ling family was wiped out and I never saw this map again." Hearing him say this, Shang Ruoyi couldn't help but frown. The Ling family had a copy of this map, which was missing. Her mother, the Wei family, also had a copy. These two were merchant families that existed in the previous dynasty. The Tsong family's copy was obtained from nowhere. According to Tsong Fangji, someone has already targeted their family. Now there is still a copy in the western regions. It seems that the destruction of the Wei and Ling families is related to this map. Now there is only one piece missing to complete the map. The piece in my father's secret room is different from this one. Ling Feng pointed to the map and said, "I remember very clearly that there was a bright yellow mark on the map. That must be where the treasure is." After Ling Feng left, Shang Ruoyi entered the space again and poured energy into her eyes several times, trying to complete the remaining maps. She tried many times but still failed. Forget it, forget it. The next morning, Shang Ruoyi had just finished breakfast when the seventh prince came over. "Now that the auction is over, do you want to go to the imperial city for a stroll?" Shang Ruoyi nodded. She originally wanted to go to the capital of the western regions. "Before that, I have to go somewhere." She walked out of the Liu family and was about to go to the house that the Qiao family had given her before when she saw a carriage parked at the door. "But Mr. Rujuan?" Shang Ruoyi raised her eyebrows slightly. The seventh prince behind her saw her and whispered, "Butler Zhou." He walked to Shang Ruoyi. He is the butler of the city prince's mansion. This old servant pays his respects to the seventh prince. "No need to be polite." Shang Ruoyi smiled. "What is the matter?" "My master invites you." Butler Zhou said softly, "My young master said that you must come." "Young master?" Shang Ruoyi said lightly, "Is your young master Princess Luoyun or the prince?" "Of course it's the prince." Since her brother invited her, she naturally had to go. The carriage finally stopped after driving for a while. After getting off the carriage, an ancient house appeared in front of her. "Young master, please come in." Shang Ruoyi walked in and couldn't help but brighten her eyes. This house actually felt a bit familiar, and it didn't look like the style of the Xiling royal family. Just as the seventh prince was about to enter the house, two guards with knives stopped him outside the door. "What does this mean?" "Seventh prince, I'm really sorry. The prince only invited Master Rujuan." The seventh prince thought he had heard wrongly. "This prince can't even enter the door?" "To be honest, this house was designed by our princess. Without the prince's nod, not to mention you, even the emperor can't enter." "You." The seventh prince glared at the guard, turned to Shang Ruoyi and said, "I'll wait for you in the car." If someone else said this, it would be disrespectful. But if the city king said this, even the civil servants who chattered all day would not dare to say a word. Butler Zhou took her to the main hall, where the city king and Jun Ziqian had been waiting for a long time. As she walked in, a smile appeared in Jun Ziqian's eyes, and the city king looked a little dazed, as if he had seen an old friend. He didn't believe that there would be two strangers who were so similar in this world. "Greetings, Prince." Her voice reached his ears, and the city king came back to his senses. "I wonder why the prince and prince called me here?" Shang Ruoyi smiled. "Could it be because the prince wants to get back the face for Princess Luoyun? This prince's mind is not that narrow." The city king smiled. "I just want to take a look at the fragment of the map you bought." "Your Highness is interested in this?" Shang Ruoyi took out the fragment. I have been very interested in the Chimanduanjia and map anecdotes since I was a child. When I saw this fragment at the auction that day, I really couldn't help it. I didn't mean to argue with your highness. If I have offended you, please forgive me. No problem. The city king's eyes fell on the map, and there was a hint of disappointment in his eyes. This is not the piece I am looking for. He rubbed his fingers on the map a few times, and the material was exactly the same as Jiaer's piece. He returned the map to Shang Ruoyi and whispered, I remember you once said that your mother had passed away. Have you ever seen him? Ahem. Jun Ziqian coughed a few times, and his eyes fell on Shang Ruoyi. Your mother passed away? Shang Ruoyi nodded without any guilt. That's what my mother said. Jun Ziqian looked at his father with some sympathy. What happened that year that made his mother so determined? So, you haven't seen your father? This doesn't seem to have anything to do with the prince. Shang Ruoyi smiled. You are asking so many questions that I would think I am your long-lost child.
Puff.
Cough, cough, cough. Jun Ziqian wanted to drink some tea, but he spit it all out. This was the only time he lost his composure since he was born. He looked at Shang Ruoyi and couldn't help but smile bitterly. His sister was really brave. He looked at his father, and sure enough, his father was also startled. My king is just asking. Shang Ruoyi nodded. She looked around. Where is the prince? Asked Princess Luoyun. Jun Zigan said softly. This house was designed and built by my mother. Ordinary people are not allowed to set foot in it. Ordinary people? Hearing these 3 words, Shang Ruoyi had a slight smile on her face, and the coldness in her eyes disappeared. Then I am truly blessed.
Jun Zigan suddenly realized.
No wonder every word she said was full of thorns since she came in. It must be because his father took Jun Luoyun to the auction yesterday. Just then, a maid came up with 3 teacups. When passing by Shang Ruoyi, the faint fragrance of tea wafted into her nose. She couldn't help but frown. This tea. This is the mountain tea that is a specialty of our western regions. You can try it. The king of city had a slight smile on his face. Although your words and deeds are a little rude, I find it very interesting. The king of city was a little confused. If someone spoke to him like this, he would have cut off his head long ago. But with the person in front of him, he couldn't get angry at all. Not only that, he always wanted to hear her say a few more words. He picked up the teacup and was about to take a sip when he heard Shang Ruoyi say in a deep voice, Wait a minute, your majesty. What's the matter? Shang Ruoyi held the teacup and looked at the maid. Did you make this tea? Yes, I did.
Drink it.
The maid's eyes flashed with a hint of nervousness when she heard that. I am a humble servant. How can I drink such expensive tea? She knelt on the ground hurriedly. I dare not. You dare not drink tea, but you dare to poison it. The maid tightly grasped the tray in her hand. I am innocent. How could I poison this tea? Your Majesty, Prince. She knelt and moved forward a few steps. I am innocent. I am really innocent. Shang Ruoyi smiled and said, Are you wronged? She stood up, walked up to her, and whispered, The poison is in the sleeve pocket of your left hand right now, and you are still crying out for injustice? The maid's body froze when she heard that. She was about to continue to explain when Shang Ruoyi suddenly grabbed her arm. There were a few crisp clinking sounds, and 2 porcelain bottles fell to the ground. The maid knelt on the ground, her face ashen.
Tell me.
Shang Ruoyi said in a deep voice, It's fine if you poison me, but why do you treat me differently? She pointed to her own teacup. There is a fatal poison in my teacup, there is croton in the prince's teacup, and there is no poison in the prince's bowl. Tell me, why is that? This should be the first time we meet. Why are you doing this?
Why?
She sneered. I would like to ask, sir, what do you want to get with this face? You look 80% similar to my queen. Anyone who wants to take advantage of my queen deserves to die, including the prince. She looked at the king of the city and whispered, This servant just wants to vent the anger for the queen. If it weren't for the prince, how could the queen disappear? Outsiders are not allowed to enter this house. Now that the prince has brought people other than the prince here, does that mean he doesn't care about the queen at all? The king of the city was stunned for a moment, and a trace of pain flashed across his eyes. It was my decision to bring her here. Jun Zigen drank the tea in the teacup in one gulp. You are my mother's personal maid. I can let go of what happened today, but if it happens again, don't blame me for being merciless. The maid said nothing, but just lowered her head. Shang Ruoyi curled the corners of her lips slightly. She didn't expect that her mother would have such a loyal servant. At this moment, her eyes suddenly became sharp. The next moment, a rain of arrows flew over. Jun Zigen's sword flew in his hand, sweeping the arrows aside. Shang Ruoyi pulled the maid who was not far from her behind her. Find a place to hide. After she finished speaking, she quickly came to Jun Zigen, gathered the internal force in her palm, and swung it out. The arrow instantly broke into two halves. Ha ha! A burst of arrogant laughter came from outside. Jun Ke, long time no see. Do you like the gift I gave you? The king of the city's eyes darkened. Who are you? It doesn't matter who I am. What matters is that you will die here today. The voice came from all directions, and it was impossible to determine the man's location. A light flashed in Shang Ruoyi's eyes, and everything in front of her became transparent. A man in a black robe was standing on the roof of the house behind. His whole body was surrounded by the black robe, leaving only a pair of eyes showing, flashing a sinister look. The man is in the yard behind. Jun Zigen frowned. This person has extremely strong internal strength. I will look for an opportunity later. You go first. I'm not leaving. Shang Ruoyi said in a deep voice. Don't try to drive me away when there is danger. Do you want your legs to be like before? When the king of city heard this, he looked at the two of them in surprise. Since she knew about Goner's leg injury, it meant that they had known each other for a long time. I'm afraid he will hurt you, Jun Zigen said softly. Be obedient. Father and I are here. The king of city's eyes suddenly widened. What was he talking about? Could it be? He looked at Shang Ruoyi, his heart beating like a drum. Could it be that there was some kind of relationship between this person and his godson that could not be told to outsiders? Thinking of his abnormal behavior in the past 2 days, the king of city became more certain of his guess. It's over, completely over. Don't look down on people. Now, even my brother may not be my opponent. She smiled and said, after all, I once defeated He Jingheng. Defeat He Jingheng? The king of the city was even more confused. Who is this person? Upon hearing this, Jun Zigen smiled and said, It seems that you have made a lot of progress. Just then, the sound of weapons clashing was heard outside. Shang Ruoyi frowned. I like this house very much and don't want it to be dirty. After saying this, she looked out the door, moved her feet, and in the blink of an eye, she was already at the door. Jun Zigen frowned and hurriedly chased after him. Protect my father. Hearing this, the guards jumped out of the battle circle and retreated to the side of the city king. The city king drew his sword. I am not yet in need of protection. Just as he was about to move forward, he heard Shang Ruoyi say, Your Majesty, please don't come and cause trouble. With just one sentence, the city king stopped in his tracks. TSK, TSK, TSK. The man in black robe sneered. Jun Ke, there will be a day when you will be despised by others. You deserve it. His eyes fell on Shang Ruoyi's face. His pupils were slightly stunned. He took a step forward and said in a low voice, Who are you? She has been asked this question too many times recently, and she is a little annoyed. What does who I am have to do with you?
Who is Ruijia to you?
Shang Ruoyi narrowed her eyes slightly. Ruijia, her mother's name was Wei Ruijia. Are you Ruijia's child? I don't understand what you're talking about. Shang Ruoyi said in a deep voice. Who are you? The man's eyes fell on her face, with a light flickering in his eyes. You must be Ruijia's child. You look so much like her. How could you not understand what I'm saying? He walked quickly forward, stretched out his hand excitedly, and was about to hold her shoulders. At this moment, a long sword appeared in front of him. Take your hand away, Jun Zhe said coldly. Hasn't it been enough that you have harmed my mother? Now you won't let go of anyone who looks like her. Yiyu, this is a matter between you and this king. Don't involve others. King Qing pushed away the crowd and walked out. Since you have refused to let go of your knot for so many years, let's sort it out today. Humph. Jun Ko, you dog thief. If you hadn't taken advantage of the opportunity, Rugia and I would have been together forever. It's you. It's you who took away my Rugia. Yiyu said coldly. It would have been fine if you had taken her away, but now her whereabouts are unknown and her life or death is uncertain. All this is thanks to you. You must have done something to make her heartbroken, so she would leave even though she knew she was pregnant. I will kill you today. Shang Ruoyi suddenly realized that this man named Yiyu also liked her mother and came to her father to avenge her mother. I didn't expect my mother to be so charming. For so many years, I have never given up looking for Jar, and I still don't know why she left. The king of city whispered. Do you think I don't want to find her? I also want to ask her what I did back then to make her leave me like this. Shang Ruoyi's gaze lingered between the two of them. She looked at Junzigen again, and seeing that he was looking at her, she finally sighed. Well, since you want to know, I'll tell you.
What?
The eyes of King Chung and Yiyu suddenly widened. What did you just say? The person you are looking for, the Rugia you mentioned, is my mother. She sat back in her seat and drank the tea in the cup. At this moment, the maidservant just now rushed over and looked at her with horror. Quickly! I have poisoned the tea. Shang Ruoyi smiled. It doesn't matter. I am immune to all poisons. The maidservant was stunned for a moment. Tears instantly flowed out. You must be the queen's child. You must be.
Why do you say that?
The queen is immune to all poisons like you. Shang Ruoyi's pupils shrank slightly, and she grabbed her hand. Say it again. The queen is also immune to all poisons. Could it be that this space of hers was inherited from her mother? I have this ability because I traveled through time. Does that mean my mother also traveled through time? Her eyes fell on the house again, and she finally understood where the familiar feeling came from. All the exhibits and furnishings inside had some modern elements. It seems that her mother must have traveled through time as well.
Speak.
Yiyu said, anxiously. It's not a brother, it's a sister. King Chung and Yiyu were both stunned. If the way she tied her hair up was 80% similar to her mother, then with long hair, she was exactly like her mother, even more beautiful than Wei. The people in the room stared at her in a daze, unable to come back to their senses for a long time. After a while, low sobbing sounds were heard, and the maid knelt on the ground. Your servant Yuqing pays respects to the little princess. Shang Ruoyi smiled. You are mother as personal maid. There is no need to be so polite. Little princess, I, your servant, have finally waited for you.
Why do you say that?
Her Majesty once said that one day, the little princess will come here. Shang Ruoyi's eyes flashed with doubt when she heard this. How did her mother know all these things? The king of Cheng's face became more and more gloomy until she mentioned that she was exiled after marrying into the palace of King Ding. The king of Cheng slammed the table hard and stood up. What did you say? You got married? Shang Ruoyi nodded. The king of the city's face turned pale. He had just recognized his daughter and found out that she had been taken advantage of by a pig. Who can understand this feeling? He paced on the ground for a long time, unable to suppress the anger in his chest.
No. No.
How can my daughter get married like this?
No.
Absolutely not. Shang Ruoyi scratched her ears. I've already married.
Divorce.
Then, let's divorce. The king of city shouted. Father will choose carefully for you. We have so many outstanding men in the western regions. Why do you want to marry to a place as far away as Tianshan? Shang Ruoyi didn't know whether to laugh or cry when she heard it. Divorce? It's a good thing his father could think of this. If He Jingheng knew what her father said, she would be so angry that she would die. Divorce is not possible. The king of cities said angrily. Then, divorce her husband. Even if my daughter divorces her husband, others will not dare to say anything. Shang Ruoyi smiled. Don't worry about my marriage. When the king of city heard her say this, a hurt look flashed in his eyes. She didn't even want to call him father? Yi sneered. So, what if the daughter is yours? You have to see if she is willing to recognize you. Ruoyi. Junzigen said softly. Since you have come to the western regions this time, You should recognize your ancestors. Yes, I will listen to you, brother. When the king of the city heard her say that, his face became even uglier. His brother recognized her, but his father would not? The seventh prince, who was waiting outside, was scratching his head anxiously. He clearly heard some noises just now, as if there was a fight inside, but now everything was calm again. Could it be that she was in danger inside? He wanted to get off the car and take a look in the yard, but when he thought that his uncle might take his life at any time, he took back the step he had just taken. After waiting for a while, she still didn't come out. The seventh prince couldn't sit still any longer, so he gritted his teeth and said, "Let me die." He quickly got off the carriage, tiptoed to the outside of the wall, lightly tapped his toes, crossed the wall, and his figure landed in the courtyard. It happened to be the guard's shift, so he walked into the yard smoothly. Just then, he heard footsteps not far away, and he quickly hid behind the rockery. Narrowly evaded the guard's patrol. He breathed a sigh of relief. That was a close call. At this moment, a familiar voice came from behind him. "Seventh Prince, long time no see." The seventh prince turned around quickly. Two fists landed on his eyes. The seventh prince suddenly felt dizzy. Nan Charan curled his lips. "You even dare to break in here. You really are courting death. You actually dare to hit this prince." He gritted his teeth and shouted loudly, "Uncle! Uncle! Uncle, help me!" His cry for help echoed in the mansion for a long time. In the main hall, the doctor was applying medicine to the seventh prince, and Nan Charan sat at the end, without caring. Shang Ruoyi looked at the seventh prince, whose eyes were blackened by the beating, in silence. "Where has your ability gone? You didn't even make it through a single move, so why did you break into my room in the middle of the night?" The king of city thought the look on his face was a bit funny, but after hearing Shang Ruoyi's words, his eyes suddenly became sharp when he looked at the seventh prince. Not only him, but everyone in the room stared at him with murderous eyes. The seventh prince was originally quite tough, but after feeling this strong murderous aura, he couldn't help but shrink his neck. Nan Charan said in a cold voice, "Do you want to live? You even dare to break into the room of Divine Dr. Lingjun." Divine Dr. Lingjun is the one Jun Zigan holds in his heart. Although he didn't know what was so special about this miracle Dr. Lingjun that Jun Zigan treated him differently, he knew that this person was definitely not someone that ordinary people could afford to offend. He had been outside just now, and didn't know Shang Ruoyi's true identity. He looked at the other people in the room, and found that the murderous aura they exuded was countless times greater than his own, and he couldn't help but feel a little confused. At this moment, the city king, who was sitting in the main seat, said in a very calm tone, "You went to her room instead of sleeping in the middle of the night? Or did you sneak in?" People who knew the city king knew that he was really angry at this moment. The seventh prince couldn't help but flinch. "Royal uncle. Don't call me imperial uncle. I don't have an imperial uncle like you." The seventh prince was shocked. No, imperial uncle. You are wrong. It's not that you don't have an imperial uncle like me, it's... How could the king of the city listen to him talking nonsense? He drew out his sword and was about to chop him with great force. Uncle! How could the seventh prince dare to continue applying medicine? He quickly jumped up and hid behind Shang Ruoyi. "Uncle, I was wrong. I shouldn't have sneaked into other people's rooms at night, and I won't dare to do it again. I don't care if you sneak into other people's rooms, but you can't enter her room." The king of cities said angrily, "I will chop you to death." Nan Charan blinked. Oh my god, he even said the word I. "Come here." He raised his sword, wishing he could chop him directly, but the seventh prince was hiding behind Shang Ruoyi, and the king of city was afraid of hurting her, so how could he dare to really take action? The seventh prince refused to go out, and kept hiding behind her. Shang Ruoyi smiled. "Okay, father." Just these two words made the king of city, who was already on the verge of a rage, instantly lose his temper. "What did you call me just now?" "Father." Shang Ruoyi smiled and said, "What are you doing?" The king of the city was very happy and threw the sword in his hand directly to the ground. "Ha ha ha." He clasped his hands on her shoulders. "Scream again, and let your father hear it." "Father." The smile on King Cheng's face grew even wider. Yu had a look of envy on his face, while the seventh prince and Nan Charon were the only ones who looked stunned. Father? What does this mean? Nan Charon looked at her in shock. How did his father calculate this? Is that possible? His gaze lingered between Shang Ruoyi and Jun Zigan. Could it be that the king of the city has already tacitly acknowledged the relationship between Jun Zigan and Lingjun? He never thought that Jun Zigan had such a hobby.
Fortunately, he did not catch his eye.
The seventh prince knew that Shang Ruoyi was a girl, so he was even more shocked. Father? The seventh prince said to Jun Zigan, has your brother's marriage changed? What marriage? The king of city glared at him. Ruoyi is my daughter. My biological daughter. What the? Daughter? Female? Nan Charon and the seventh prince said in unison. Shang Ruoyi nodded. You are my uncle's daughter? His biological son?
Yes.
The seventh prince took a few steps back, staggered, and nearly fell to the ground. What about those words he had said earlier at the auction? He looked at Shang Ruoyi, and seeing a playful smile in her eyes, he hurriedly said, Ancestor, little ancestor. Nan Charon stood up and said in disbelief. You are a woman? Aegon's sister? Why, you don't look alike. You look alike. How can you not look alike? The two brothers and sisters seemed to be cast from the same mold. How could they not look alike? The king of the city had a smug smile on his face, and he looked at Nan Charon and said, What did you just say? What about the divine Dr. Lingjun? Nan Charon briefly explained how they met her in Bailing and what happened. The king of city did not look as surprised as he had imagined, but rather distressed. How much have you suffered over the years? He touched her hair. It's father's fault for not finding you and your mother earlier. If father had been faster, your mother wouldn't have. At this point, he couldn't help but choke up. Mother has never told me about her life experience. I think even if you find her, she won't go with you. Shang Ruoyi said in a low voice. Her eyes fell on the maid, and seeing that she always hesitated to speak, she knew that she must have something to say, but it was inconvenient because so many people were present. She might know something about her mother's secrets. Upon hearing this, the king of city's face became even more painful. What have I done to make you so sad? You don't want to mention me until you die? You know what you have done. Yu said angrily. You imprisoned her here and isolated her from the outside world. What do you think she is? Your bird in a cage? It's not me, it's Jia herself. She wants to live in seclusion here and not see outsiders. It's not me who wants to imprison her here. The king of city's eyes were slightly red. I want to tell the world that I can be with her, so how could I imprison her? Shang Ruoyi's eyes fell on the maid and she whispered, I want to see my mother's room. Can you take me to see it?
Yes.
Yu Qing's voice was a little excited. Little princess, come with me. Entering the backyard, Yu Qing stopped and said softly, Little princess, the room in front is where the queen used to live. Shang Ruoyi walked straight in. I tidy this place up every day. Shang Ruoyi looked around, and it was indeed very clean. She looked around and didn't see anything special here. At this moment, her eyes fell on the incense burner on the table, and her pupils shrank slightly. Ordinary incense burners will leave incense ash at the outlet, which is difficult to completely remove even with daily cleaning, and no one will touch the lid of the incense burner. However, there are some marks left on the lid of this incense burner. This shows that this incense burner is not used to burn incense at all. There are many traces of use when it is not used. Combined with these traces, this incense burner is a mechanism. She looked around the house carefully, and there were no secret doors or secret rooms. At this moment, she accidentally kicked the low table on the ground. Little princess, be careful. Shang Ruoyi's eyes fell on the ground, and she was stunned. The secret room was actually right under her feet. She looked away silently and whispered, What does mother like to do when she is here? The queen is quiet by nature. She spends most of her time reading and painting. The prince and the prince come here to accompany the queen every day, but... She thought for a moment and whispered, but starting from a month before the queen left, the queen's temperament became a little strange. Strange? Yes. Yu Qing thought for a moment. She stares at the sky from time to time, always thinking about things. When I asked the queen what she was thinking about, she just shook her head, looking very worried. I see. She whispered, you go down first. I want to stay here for a while.
Yes.
After Yu Qing left, Shang Ruoyi came to the incense burner and turned it gently. With a muffled sound, a two-person wide step appeared on the originally flat ground. Shang Ruoyi walked down slowly. The cave was not deep. She reached the bottom in a short while. Seeing the various house models built with wood placed in the cave, she couldn't help but be a little surprised. Her mother must have been a house designer in her previous life, because she saw many house drawings drawn with pens on the table. This technique was obviously for modern times. This further confirmed that her mother was once a time traveler. Yu Qing just said that her mother was also immune to all poisons. It seems that her mother must have a space to protect her body. As for why this space appeared on her body, she didn't know. She walked around the room and didn't find anything else useful, so she was ready to leave. When she walked to the entrance of the cave, she looked at the models and drawings made by her mother. With a wave of her hand, she put everything in the secret room into the space. Maybe one day, she can build everything left by her mother here. When she walked out of the room, Yu Qing was still waiting there. Little princess, since mother is gone, you should stay with me. She looked at the house. You stay here. Mother will never come back, but I will complete her will. She took out a few drawings. It is difficult to complete the building designed by mother here, but I will do my best. Where did you find these? It's in a box. She made a foolish face. Follow me. Yu Qing nodded. I will obey the orders of the little princess. They returned to the main hall. At this time, Nan Charan and the seventh prince had completely known her identity. The seventh prince looked at her with horror, thinking back to the bad things he had said about his uncle and Jun Ziqian in the room, and was afraid that she would tell others. Nan Charan was excited. After so many years of searching, he finally found it, but he didn't expect it to be the famous Lingjun divine doctor. This might be fate, destined in the dark. Oi, don't leave now that you're back. Shang Ruoyi shook her head. I still have a lot of things to do. Upon hearing this, the king of the city felt a little disappointed. He had finally found his daughter, but she was already married. Now, he couldn't even ask her to stay with him. But I do want to go to the capital of the western region to take a look. Okay. The king of the city smiled and said, you just asked about Luoyan. I'm sure Luoyan will be very happy to know that she has a sister. Happy? Not necessarily. If Jun Luoyan knew her identity, she would be so angry that she would die. Moreover, she has a bad mind and bad behavior. Such a person must not be kept in the mansion. At this time, on the carriage back to the capital, Jun Luoyan sat inside with an angry face. Princess. Her personal maid Qingqing saw that she looked unhappy and said softly, Princess, what's wrong with you? They didn't come back, so they let me come back by myself.
Why?
A dead person's yard. Do you think this princess can't even enter it? Jun Luoyan threw the candied fruit on the ground. She has been dead for so many years, but she is still haunting. My father and brother protect that broken yard like their lifeblood, but this princess can't even step into it. It's too much.
Princess.
Qingqing said softly. Why are you angry with a dead person? She should be really dead. Miss, don't be afraid. There has been no news for so many years. She must be dead.
Yun Lu nodded.
Yes, after so many years, if he was still alive, how could he not come back? Which fool would give up the wealth and glory he had already obtained? At this moment, Qingqing took out a piece of paper from her sleeve pocket. Princess, I have already bought the things you asked me to buy before and have placed them in your secret room. Jun Luoyan nodded. Master gave me a new formula recently. I will definitely be able to develop the poison successfully. When I meet Lingjun again, I will compete with her. She leaned on the cushion with a cold look in her eyes. Just wait. Next time, I will definitely watch her being tortured to death by my poison little by little. She whispered again. Where are those medicine men? Miss, don't worry. It's been prepared long ago. Qingqing smiled. It's in the farm on the outskirts of the city. According to your instructions, they have all been poisoned and mute. They will not be discovered at all. Well done. You are prudent and careful. This princess will definitely reward you well.
Thank you, princess.
Jun Luoyun was halfway through her journey when Shang Ruoyi and the others set out from Shanheng. She was heading for the capital of the western regions, but at this time, Tianshan was already in turmoil. He Jingheng had never attended court since her disappearance. His wife had disappeared in the palace, and there had been no news for so many days. How could he have the heart to attend court? Emperor Tianshan knew he was in the wrong, but he could not reprimand him anymore. He Jingheng was in the military camp. One day, Yuntian came over and whispered, "Prince, Yunqi has disappeared." He Jingheng raised his eyebrows slightly. "Where are the others from Suzaku?" "They have all disappeared." He Jingheng smiled when he heard this. Sure enough, she must have already settled down. "Crown Prince, there is still no news about the Crown Princess." I guess Yuntian and Suzaku couldn't wait any longer, so they left without permission. "Please forgive me, Crown Prince."
He.
He Jingheng stood up with a smile on his face. "From today on, all matters in the military camp will be left to father." "Crown Prince, what you mean is, the Crown Princess has disappeared, and her life or death is unknown. This Crown Prince is in great grief and cannot take care of military affairs. So, during this period of time, all matters in the army will be left to father to handle."
Yes.
As soon as Yuntian finished speaking, he saw He Jingheng had changed into night clothes. "Prince, you don't have to follow."
Yes.
At this time, in the right Prime Minister's mansion, Mu Qingning listened to the news from the servants and asked uncertainly, "Really? Are you telling the truth? Is that witch really dead?" The maidservant said softly, "Miss, it is absolutely true. This matter has spread throughout the capital. Everyone knows that Prince Ding's wife has died in the fire. She bullied you in the past, and now she has finally gotten revenge."
Good. Good.
Mu Qingning's face was full of surprise and smile. "She deserves it. She treated me like that. She should be burned to death." She thought for a while and asked again, "What about the Dingwang Palace? Has there been a funeral?"
No.
The maidservant whispered, "It is said that Princess Ding is ill. The Dingwang Palace is closed, and no visitors are allowed. The prince is also very sad." Mu Qingning smiled. "That Princess Ding is also blind. She didn't take such an excellent girl like me back to be her daughter-in-law, but instead mistook a fake girl for a pearl and cherished that little witch Shang Ruoyi. Now, her son has become a widower at a young age. Is there any woman willing to marry into their Dingwang Palace? Only I do not despise him." She sat in front of the bronze mirror, looking at her reflection in the mirror, and couldn't help laughing. "Even if the Dingwang Palace came to propose marriage, I would still have to think about it." "That's right, young lady." Mu Qingning pointed to the hairpin in the jewelry box. "Let me wear that." Besides Mu Qingning, Princess Xiao also felt very happy. "Is this news true?" "My lady princess, it is true. The prince consort of Prince Ding has been dead for some time. The news was only released today, so I think it has been confirmed that she was burned to death." "Good." She raised her chin slightly and sneered. "I think that witch Qin must be very sad. In this case, how can I not go to see her? Bring me the new robes I just made a few days ago." The servants hurriedly brought a stack of clothes. "My lady, these are all newly made." Princess Xiao pointed to the bright red one. "That one will do." She smiled and said, "Their Dingwang Palace has not held a funeral, so there is still a glimmer of hope. I can't spoil the mood, right? Just for the most festive one. Maybe it can bring good luck to their palace." "Yes, my lady." The maid put the robe on her. "My lady, would you like to wear that hairpin inlaid with rubies?"
Okay.
A proud smile appeared on her face. "Let's go." "Go and see her." Princess Xiao came to the gate of Prince Ding's mansion in a sedan chair. The gatekeeper saw the sign of Prince Zhao's mansion and hurried in to report. Qin was still lying on the bed. When she heard Princess Xiao coming, she coughed a few times and said bitterly, "This Princess Xiao, she is just here to watch the fun, cough, cough, cough. She is here to irritate me on purpose." He Yuni wiped her tears. Mother, please don't be angry. Your daughter will go and see her. Qin nodded after hearing this. Don't get entangled with her. She can say whatever she wants to say. Just send her away. He Yuni couldn't help but think about it when she heard her say this. Just send her away. That means no matter what method is used? She lifted her skirt, ran back to the courtyard, blew a whistle, and the next moment, several tigers appeared in front of her. He Yuni's lips curled slightly, wanting to come and see the excitement of their palace, dreaming. Princess Xiao waited outside the door for a while, and when she saw that the door had not yet opened, she could not help but say in a cold voice, "Is this how you treat guests in the Dingwa Palace?" The dignified Princess Xiao was turned away by her palace. I will definitely report it to the emperor. As soon as she finished speaking, she heard a noise coming from the gate. Princess Xiao's lips curled slightly, and just as she was about to step in, she found that only the door was opened, but no one came out. Just as she was puzzled and ready to go in to find out what was going on, a low roar suddenly came from not far away. That sound was not something that a human could make at all. It was clearly the sound that only wild animals could make. Just as she was about to run back, several shadows rushed out like lightning.
Roar.
A tiger roar reached everyone's ears. This. Tiger. It's a tiger. Help. Help. Tiger. There's a tiger here. It's eating people. It's eating people. Where had the guards of the Xiao Palace ever seen such a big tiger? They were just ordinary guards who had never been to the battlefield and were extremely timid. When they saw the tiger, they ran faster than Princess Xiao. Where had Princess Xiao ever seen such a scene? She was so scared that her legs went limp, and she sat on the ground, unable to move. Xiao Huang paced to Princess Xiao and stopped. A pair of tiger eyes flashed with frightening ferocity, staring at her. Princess Xiao wanted to ask for help, but found that her throat seemed to have lost its voice. Help, help. The voice was as thin as a mosquito's buzz. At this time, He Yuni's voice came from the Dingwa Palace. Xiao Huang, what are you doing? I took you out for a walk, but you ran so fast. How can I catch up with you? Xiao Huang heard the words, stood up, glared at Princess Xiao, and walked back. It turned around and swept its big tail fiercely, hitting Princess Xiao in the face. There was only a scream, and a blood mark appeared on Princess Xiao's face. She fainted from the pain. He Yuni rolled her eyes. It was what she deserved. She came to the Dingwa Palace to see a joke. What happened to Princess Xiao? Are there any guards from the Xiao Palace? Your princess has fainted. Why don't you carry her back to check? There were still a few guards from the Xiao Palace who had not run far away. Seeing that the tiger had no intention of attacking people, they walked over slowly, lifted Princess Xiao, and put her back on the sedan chair, and left in a panic. He Yuni patted Xiao Huang's head. Good job. I'll reward you with a big chicken leg when I go back. Xiao Huang whimpered and followed her back to the palace, with his tail up. Princess Xiao was carried back to the palace in a panic by the servants, and happened to run into He Jingheng, who was drunk. He burped, and his eyes fell on Princess Xiao. Mother, what happened? Prince, it was the tiger from Dingwa Palace who did it. He Jingheng was already drunk, and he only heard the 4 words Dingwa Palace. How could he hear anything else? What? Prince Ding's palace. He Jingheng sneered. It's them again. I haven't settled my previous accounts with them yet, and now they have hurt my mother again. How bold. He rushed into the yard, took out his sword, and went out. At this time, Prince Xiao was not in the mansion, and no one could stop him. He came all the way to the Dingwang mansion with a sword. The door of the mansion was closed at this time. He pointed the sword at the plaque of the Dingwang mansion. Come out. You people from the Dingwang mansion, get out here. The doorman ran in hurriedly and said in panic, My queen, miss, it's bad. It's bad. The Prince Xiao is here with his sword. Princess Ding sat up and said in a deep voice, What's the matter? Prince Xiao was drunk and was yelling and cursing at the door. What he said was very ugly. Princess Ding looked at He Yuni. What did you do just now?
I didn't do anything.
I just asked Xiao Huang to drive away the people from Prince Xiao's mansion. Who asked them to come to our mansion to laugh at us? He Yuni curled her lips. If my sister-in-law was still here, how dare these rascals come to our door? Now that my brother and father are not here, they are deliberately taking advantage of this time to humiliate us. Hearing this, Princess Ding sighed. Just say that I'm not feeling well and don't want to see guests. If she pesters, just drive her out of the house. Why let Xiao Huang drive her away? Xiao Huang was left to you by your sister-in-law. What if she gets hurt? What if Prince Xiao goes to file a complaint and the emperor blames us? When Shang Ruoyi was mentioned, the mother and daughter were about to cry again. If the emperor blames us, I would rather die than let them touch Xiao Huang. He Qing cursed outside for a long time, but in the end, he didn't even see anyone. Prince, let's go back. The doctor has come to see her. The wound on the princess' face is not serious. She just fainted from shock. You should go back and take a look. The housekeeper caught up and persuaded him earnestly for a long time. He looked at the Dinghua Palace from time to time, fearing that their gate would be opened. The Dinghua Palace was not an ordinary family. If they really annoyed them, it would not be as simple as a beating. Although their Shaowang Palace was backed by the big tree of the prince, they still couldn't afford to offend the Dingwang Palace. Prince, let's go back first. When the prince comes back, we will make a long-term plan.
No.
I won't go back. I will ask the people from Dinghua Palace to come out. I will ask them if they know who they hurt. Can they afford to offend our Shaowang Palace? Traitors. At this time, there was a sound of horse hooves. He Yuan rode a brown-red sweat-blood horse and galloped over. Seeing He Qing standing in front of the palace with a long sword in his hand, he couldn't help but look fierce and raised the horse whip in his hand and hit him directly. He Yuan had been fighting on the battlefield for many years, and the whip he swung could tear people's flesh and blood with just one. This time, he showed no mercy to He Qing, and the whip hit him, causing him to bleed instantly.
Ah! Who?
The severe pain made him sober for a moment. He blinked his eyes, and after seeing the person clearly, he couldn't help but shudder. Uncle, you still have the nerve to call me. He Yuan said coldly. As long as you remember that I am your uncle, you shouldn't come to my door with a sword and shout. What is your purpose in coming today? He Qing burped again and stood unsteadily. Seeing this, the housekeeper hurried forward and said, Please forgive me, Your Majesty. My son got drunk and came to the mansion to make a scene. Please forgive him. Prince Ding said coldly. Come here. Sober up, Prince Xiao. Yes. Seeing this, the soldiers behind him brought a bucket of ice water and poured it directly on He Qing without saying a word. The biting coldness made him shiver, and his originally chaotic mind instantly became clear. He looked at the person standing in front of him, then looked down at the sword in his hand, and was so scared that he quickly threw the sword on the ground. Uncle, I know I was wrong. Thinking back to what he had done, he wanted to slap himself twice. He must have been out of his mind to do such a thing. Uncle, I was wrong. Go back to your Xiao mansion. If you do these things again, don't blame me for being ruthless. Yes, yes, yes. He Qing was so scared that he rolled away. When He Yuan walked into the yard, he saw Xiao Huang already guarding the door, with fierce light in his eyes. He couldn't help but be shocked. If he hadn't come back just now, Xiao Huang might have bitten him to death. Seeing him come in, Xiao Huang retracted his claws, nodded symbolically, and turned to leave. He Yuan was stunned for a moment. Was it saluting him just now? Is this tiger a spirit? After he came back and saw his wife and daughter, he knew the whole story. You! He Yuan said angrily. There are so many servants in the mansion. Why do you insist on letting Xiao Huang go? What if something happens and your sister-in-law comes back? How are you going to explain to her? The two people who were still immersed in pain were stunned when they heard him say that. Father, do you mean that my sister-in-law is still alive? He Yuan took out a note. This is what your sister-in-law asked Yun Tian to bring to you. He Yuni hurriedly unfolded the note, which had only 4 words written on it. Be well. Don't worry. Sister-in-law is still alive. She is still alive. He Yuni said in surprise. This is sister-in-law's handwriting. I recognize it. Princess Ding looked at it and asked in confusion. Why didn't she come back? You have to ask Jingheng for details, but this kid has now left the affairs of the military camp to me. He went out to do things, and I think he went to find Ruoyi. He Yuan patted Qin's shoulder. You two should relax and take good care of your body. Don't get sick. Coming out of their room, He Yuan whispered, Is there any news about Jingheng? The deputy general beside him shook his head. The prince's whereabouts are secret, and we can't investigate it. This stinky boy. He Yuan sneered. He thought for a while and asked again. What about Qinian and the others? According to the prince's instructions, I have settled Aunt Zhao and the second young master in a farm on the outskirts of the city. The servants in the farm were all newly purchased and will definitely not leak the news.
Yes.
He Yuan nodded. Princess, you must keep this secret well. If there is any mistake, I will hold you accountable. Yes. At this time, in the farm on the outskirts of the city, Aunt Zhao was dressed up beautifully and wore more pearls and jade on her head than her daughter-in-law. He Qinian came to her yard and said in a deep voice, Mother, has father said when he will come to see us? What's the hurry? Your father is busy with all kinds of things. How can he have time to come every day? We have been back to Beijing for some time, but father has not even shown up. So what? Aunt Zhao hummed a little song. Mother can return to the capital and let your father settle us down, then she can return to the palace again. He Qinian frowned. Mother, I don't want to go back. Aunt Zhao paused with her hairpin on her hand. What did you say? Mother, grandmother will never forgive you for what you did. Although I didn't participate, I am your child, so I can't escape the blame. I did those things. She snorted coldly. What did I do? I only poisoned Song, but I did it for a reason. Wasn't it so that we could escape? What kind of place is that? The land of exile. A place where people are eaten without leaving any bones. If we live there forever, it won't be long before we are all dead. But what about father? Just remember what I said. Whenever your father asks about what happened, you say that you wanted to leave the land of exile to look for him. Although your father led troops in battle and killed people without blinking an eye, he was soft-hearted. You are his son. He will certainly not really ignore you. As for me, your mother has no other abilities, but it is very easy for me to coax a man. He Qinian frowned even deeper when he heard her say that. Son, don't worry. The position of the prince of this palace will be yours sooner or later. Mother, I told you that I don't want the position of the prince, and my brother is outstanding and is the legitimate son. He is the one who can truly inherit the throne. As soon as he finished speaking, a slap fell on his face. Useless thing. Are you my child? I have been strong all my life, so how could I give birth to such a useless thing like you? The throne. The throne. The throne should have been ours. Mother. Okay, shut up. Aunt Zhao glared at him. Get out and don't be an eyesore here. He Qinian had to retreat after hearing this. Lingsheng was standing in the yard. When she saw him coming out, she hurried forward. Husband. He Qinian shook his head and sighed. Don't take what mother says to heart in the future. Lingsheng nodded, looked deeply at Aunt Zhao's yard, and left with He Jingheng. It was 2 days later when Shang Ruoyi arrived at the capital of the Western region. The capital of the Western region was extremely lively. The carriages drove into the streets, and there were countless vendors hawking their wares on the streets. The weather in the Western region had warmed up by then, and people were wearing very cool clothes. The most similar thing between the Western region and Bailing was the tough folk customs. It was very normal for women to show their faces outside here, and women running businesses could always be seen on the streets. Just then, a stall caught her attention. She hurriedly stopped the carriage. Ruoyi, what's the matter? Brother, I've never been to such an interesting street. I want to go and take a look.
Can I?
Hearing her say this, a trace of heartache flashed in Jun Ziqian's eyes. I'll accompany you. As soon as he finished speaking, he wanted to get up, but Shang Ruoyi pressed him directly on the chair. Brother, with this face of yours, I'm afraid that someone will recognize you in any corner of the Western regions. I want to go for a walk, but how can I go shopping in your condition? Then what should I do? Go to the mansion and wait for me. When it gets dark, I'll go to the palace. Let Yuqing follow me later. After she finished speaking, she reminded again. I don't want to reveal my identity now. Even if I go to the mansion, please call me young Master Ling Jun. Okay, okay. Jun Ziqian smiled helplessly. You have said this many times over and over again. We all remember that your father was so happy that he wanted to tell the world about your recovery, but you refused to let me say it. Didn't you see how unhappy your father was? From now on, brother will know why I did what I did today. She smiled and got off the carriage. Yuqing followed her, and they disappeared in the crowd. Shang Ruoyi wore a mask and waved a folding fan in his hand. He looked like a gentleman. Although only half of his face was exposed, his noble temperament was still hard to hide. Little princess. Hush. Shang Ruoyi said hurriedly, call me master. Little master, what are you doing here? Just come to take a look and experience the customs and practices of the western regions. She came to a stall, looked at the seeds on it, and asked with a smile, what are these? Sir, this seed can grow a kind of fruit. Fruit? The man scratched his head. Yes, this kind of fruit has a green skin and red inside, and it tastes great. Green skin and red flesh. This is clearly a watermelon. She came to ask because she saw that this seed looked like a watermelon seed. Now she has all kinds of fruits in her space, but no watermelon. Just as she was about to buy something, she heard the stall owner next to her say, you are cheating people here again. What kind of fruit seeds? They can't be grown at all. How many people came to ask you to pay money after buying them, and now you see that you are young, and you come to cheat again? The man's face flushed when he heard this, and he hurriedly explained, no, it's not like that. This kind of seeds can really grow fruits and vegetables, but no one has been able to grow them so far. But I have seen with my own eyes that the person who gave me these seeds succeeded. Humph, liar. Although we Western regions people are not rich, everyone is extremely honest. I never thought that there would be a like you. It's really shameful. Shang Ruoyi heard this and smiled. It doesn't matter. I just bought them to plant for fun. She pointed to the pile of seeds. How much silver are these in total? Sir, just give me 5 taels of silver. 5 taels. The vendor next to him was surprised. You can just rob. You got this pile of from who knows where, and you still want to sell it for 5 taels of silver? The man felt a little guilty when he heard this, and smiled and said, then 4 taels of silver will do. Shang Ruoyi took out 5 taels of silver and handed it to him. I've seen this kind of calligraphy before. It's worth this price. When the merchant saw the 5 taels of silver, he couldn't help but smile. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Now, her brothers and sisters at home had food to eat. Shang Ruoyi came to the merchant next to her. Her eyes lingered on the stall. She reached out and picked up a wooden box and asked, Boss, how much is this? The merchant whispered, 20 taels. Yuqing heard this and said in surprise, you are really an interesting person. You just said that other people sell seeds for 5 taels of silver, but you want 20 taels for a broken wooden box. You also said that you want others to rob it. I think it's better for you to rob it.
Huh.
What do you know? This box of mine is not an ordinary wooden box. He pointed to the box in Shang Ruoyi's hand and said, it's hollow inside, but I can't open it. Yuqing thought for a long time, but didn't understand the meaning of his words. Shang Ruoyi's eyes lit up. He was right. The box was empty inside, but no matter what she did, she couldn't open it. It was like a box with a mechanism. At this moment, she suddenly remembered the Lubon box with a mechanism she had seen in her previous life. It was just like this box. It was said that he had made a box with a mechanism and divided it into 2. Only by splicing the 2 boxes together could the mechanism be triggered. The box with the mechanism could be opened after hundreds of changes. Could it be that the box in her hand was just like the Lubon box with a mechanism? She looked at the box with great concentration and saw a layer of white mist floating above the box, and everything inside was blurred. Shang Ruoyi's lips curled slightly, thinking that there must be something inside, and it was very valuable, even more valuable than the sheepskin map. Okay, 20 taels, I want it. She paid the silver readily, fearing that someone would recognize the pearl and come to compete with her. After walking around the street for a while, she chose an inn not far from the palace to stay. Little princess, why don't you live in the palace? I'm not a little princess now. I'm young Master Lingjun, a miracle doctor. Miracles doctor? The city palace already has a princess. Upon hearing this, Wan Qing hurriedly said, Little princess, you are the biological daughter of the prince and princess. You are the real princess. I know I have my own plans. Jun Luoyan has been in the city palace for many years. If it is as her brother said, she will be hired by a doctor who teaches medical skills, but she is obsessed with poisons, which means that her mind must be elsewhere, and she has other intentions against the palace. Before she knows these things clearly, she doesn't want to reveal her identity. She also has to find out the truth about her mother's departure. What's more, who in the 4 countries doesn't know that he is the king of the Western Region city? If the news that he has found his biological daughter spreads, her identity will no longer be covered up. She has not planned to make it public so early. Hearing her say so well, Wan Qing said no more. The little princess and the princess had the same personality. Both of them had a plan in mind. The next morning, Shang Ruoyi originally planned to go to the city prince's mansion, but before she left the inn, Ling Feng came to the door. What's wrong? Shang Ruoyi saw that he looked unhappy and asked in a low voice, But what's the matter? Aunt Zhao, the 3 of them have left Qiyu Villa and returned to Tianshan. Shang Ruoyi frowned when she heard this. Why would they leave? The extermination of the Ling family has nothing to do with the Dingwa Palace, so they don't play much of a role. Moreover, from the beginning to the end, He Jingheng and his wife did not cooperate. Only Aunt Zhao wanted to join us. Later, when they heard that the Dingwa Palace was pardoned and returned to Beijing, they became interested and wanted to follow us back to enjoy the good life. Shang Ruoyi couldn't help but sneered when she heard this. If such people can still take advantage of the glory of the Dingwa Palace, Prince Ding is a blind man. At this moment, He Yuan, who was far away in the military camp, sneezed heavily. He rubbed his nose and murmured, Could it be that I have caught a cold? Ling Feng couldn't help but laugh when he heard Shang Ruoyi say this. Don't mention it. The Prince of Dingwa is really blind. He gave them a manor in the suburbs of Beijing to live in. Although he hasn't visited them yet, it's only a matter of time. Shang Ruoyi spit out a mouthful of tea. Ahem, what did you say? The news sent back by the spy. I think you will be interested. He took out the note and handed it to her. Take a look. Shang Ruoyi took a look and couldn't help but sigh. If my mother knew about it, there will be a lot of fun in the future. At this time, Yuqing came over and said softly, Sir, someone came to the palace. It is said that the prince is not feeling well, so please go and take a look. Shang Ruoyi smiled. I know. Ling Feng's eyes fell on Yuqing, and he narrowed his eyes and whispered, Why did you take someone from the palace of Chengwang as a maid? Do you know Wan Qing? Lin Feng smiled. I don't know her, but I know everything about the aristocratic families in the western regions. The clothes that the maid is wearing are the symbol of the city prince's mansion. Shang Ruoyi nodded. I didn't expect you to observe so carefully. Fortunately, he reminded her that if she brought Yuqing into the city prince's mansion, it would definitely arouse suspicion, and her identity might be discovered soon. So, today, she came to the city prince's mansion alone. The housekeeper of the palace had been waiting at the door for a long time, and his eyes were fixed on the direction of her inn, for fear of missing it. Jun Luoyan walked out of the yard, looking at the servants busying in and out of the mansion, and couldn't help asking, Is there any happy event in the mansion today? Princess, there is no happy event today, but Master Lingjun is coming to treat the prince. The maid's voice fell, and Jun Luoyan's face changed suddenly. What did you say? Who is coming? Divine Dr. Lingjun. The maid whispered. The next moment, the sound of a teacup breaking was heard, and she walked out angrily, her eyes full of viciousness. Master Lingjun. What a Master Lingjun. Previously in Bailing, I couldn't do anything to her. Now this is the western region, my territory. Since she came to my door, don't blame me for being ruthless. She held the medicine powder in her hand and said in a cold voice, This heart-eating powder has just been made and has not been used on the patient. Since you are so sensible, I will use you to try out the medicinal properties. When Shang Ruoyi's carriage appeared from the corner of the street, the housekeeper began to be on guard and ordered in a deep voice, Everyone, cheer up. This Lingjun divine doctor is the prince's guest, an extremely distinguished guest. If any of you offend her without knowing the consequences, be careful of your life.
Yes.
The carriage slowly stopped in front of the prince's mansion. Shang Ruoyi got off the carriage, and the housekeeper hurriedly came up to her. Lingjun divine doctor. Shang Ruoyi nodded. Shang Ruoyi was wearing a mask, but when the housekeeper saw the half of her face exposed, he was stunned. Shang Ruoyi smiled and said, "What's wrong?" "No, it's okay, please." The housekeeper hurriedly led the way for her. Shang Ruoyi looked around the palace. It was a well-behaved mansion without any trace of her mother's work. She looked around, and then looked away. "Mr. Lingjun, please come this way." When Shang Ruoyi came to the yard, she happened to hear Jun Luyun's voice coming from the room. "Father, I am also very curious about this genius Dr. Lingjun. Please let me take a look here. It's not convenient today. Let's talk about it another day." The king of the city whispered, "Someone, send the princess back." Shang Ruoyi narrowed her eyes slightly. When the housekeeper saw him stop, he hurriedly said, "Mr. Lingjun, the person inside is our Princess Luoyun."
Yes.
She smiled and walked straight in. Jun Luoyun just refused to leave. The face of the king of city was about to darken when he heard a voice from outside the door. "Your Highness, Master Lingjun is here." Upon hearing this, the king of city showed a look of joy on his face, but suddenly he remembered that Jun Luoyun was still with him. From what Ruoyi said a few days ago, it seemed that she was extremely displeased with her. If she didn't leave here, Ruoyi would definitely be unhappy. "Go back to your yard." He lowered his tone and looked at Jun Luoyun with displeasure. She had been in the palace for many years and knew the temper of her father. At this time, he was on the verge of losing his temper. Jun Luoyun hurriedly stood up. "Then my daughter will go back first." Before she could leave, Shang Ruoyi walked in. "Junior pays his respects to His Majesty." Shang Ruoyi bowed. Her eyes swept over Jun Luoyun, and she smiled and said, "I really have a connection with Princess Luoyun." Jun Luoyun paused and said in a cold voice, "Really?" Shang Ruoyi nodded. "Isn't it? When I first met the princess in Bailing, I felt that we were destined to be together. I don't know why the princess dislikes me so much. I guess this connection is also a bad one." Jun Luoyun looked at the king of the city and found that her father's face looked a little ugly. She thought to herself that it was not good, and hurriedly said, "This princess does not dislike the genius doctor. She just doesn't like dealing with men outside." The genius doctor misunderstood. Today, the genius Dr. Lingjun is her father's guest of honor. It seems that her father values her very much. If she offends her and her father blames her, it will do her more harm than good. "Really?" Shang Ruoyi's smile was still there, but her words made people feel cold all over. "If the princess didn't dislike me, why did she poison me and my guards and maids?" The king of city heard this, and his expression turned fierce. "Poison?" Jun Luoyun's expression froze. She didn't expect that this person would make this matter clear in front of her father. She hurriedly said, "When did the princess poison you?" You're slandering me." Shang Ruoyi smiled. "God sees what we do. The princess knows best whether she poisoned or not." Jun Luoyun's fingers curled up slightly, and his face looked extremely ugly. At this moment, the voice of the city king came from behind. "Luoyun, what's going on?" Jun Luoyun heard it and hurriedly knelt on the ground. "Father, my daughter didn't do it." "Didn't do it? Do you mean that the miracle doctor is slandering you?" Jun Luoyun thought for a while and whispered, "There must be some misunderstanding. How could my daughter do these things?" "You know my daughter, don't you?" The city king's face was very gloomy. When Jun Ziqian told him what she did, he didn't want to believe it. After all, she was the daughter he raised. He didn't want to believe that she would do those things, but now that his daughter said so, he had to believe it. Whether it is a misunderstanding or not, the princess should know it in her heart. Shang Ruoyi smiled. "I don't want to say too much in front of the prince, as if I am here to complain. Why don't you go back to your own yard?" Jun Luoyun heard it, bowed, and hurried away. After Jun Luoyun left, The expression on the city king's face suddenly changed.
Ruoyi.
He rubbed his hands and said with a smile, "What you just said. Father, if you don't believe it, just wait and see." Seeing that her face was a little cold, the king of city did not dare to say anything more, for fear that something he said would upset the daughter he had just recognized. "Ruoyi, now that father has found you, when can your identity be announced to the public? You can't come to the mansion as the genius Dr. Lingjun all day long." Shang Ruoyi heard this and whispered, "Father, why are you in a hurry? What's the hurry? How could he not be anxious? He has been searching for so many years, and now his beloved wife is gone, leaving only a daughter. He wishes he could tell the world and let the 4 countries see how outstanding his daughter is. I still have some things to do. I will tell the public about my identity after everything is done." The king of city sighed and nodded. "Okay, now my father is old. I hope I can wait for this day in my lifetime." Shang Ruoyi glanced at him and said faintly, "I think you used this appearance to deceive my mother back then." The king of city was choked by her words and glared at her unhappily. "What nonsense are you talking about? Your mother and I are truly in love." "Really?" She pouted. "If we are truly in love, why have I never heard my mother mention you?" She shook her finger, not even a word. A trace of pain flashed across the face of the king of city, but Shang Ruoyi did not intend to let him go, and continued, "What did you do that angered the heavens and the people that made my mother leave resolutely? Would you rather marry a despicable villain like Shangnian than spend the rest of your life with you?" The king of city whispered, "I want to know too. What exactly was the reason that separated her from him for so many years, and now they are separated forever? Your mother doesn't like to contact with people. She only lives in that villa. She didn't leave a word when she left. I have been looking for her for so long, but in the end." Shang Ruoyi listened to the king of city talking a lot, most of which were about her mother. "So, if you had met your mother at that time, you would have married the general's daughter? That is, the queen of the western regions now?" The king of city nodded. "This marriage was arranged by your royal grandfather. I had never met her before. Later, after I accidentally met your mother, I didn't want to marry anyone, so I asked your royal grandfather to cancel the engagement. In order not to offend the general's mansion, your royal grandfather promised her to the prince at that time, that is, the current emperor, as the prince's principal wife." Shang Ruoyi nodded. "It turned out that there were such things. What is the queen's temperament like?" Prince Ching thought for a moment and said in a low voice, "The first time I saw her was when the engagement was broken off. I only remember that she was wiping her tears there weekly, but she didn't say a word. She just took the return token and left with her father. The rest, I'm not very clear. I have been away from home all year round in these years, and I really don't know what she is like. If you look at the day she broke off the engagement, she must be a very gentle person." "Extremely gentle? I'm afraid not. How could a gentle and weak woman sit firmly on the throne of the queen for so many years?" Jun Luoyun returned to her own yard, closed the door, and threw everything on the table to the ground.
"Ah,"
she said angrily. "Divine Dr. Lingjun, what a great Dr. Lingjun. How dare you say bad things about me in front of my father?" She narrowed her eyes and said in a deep voice, "I want to kill her. I must kill her." "Princess, calm down." Qingqing walked in with a teacup. Looking at the broken porcelain pieces on the ground, she said softly, "This yard is full of servants of the palace. If you do this, it will inevitably reach the ears of the prince and the prince. The prince is already angry. If you make him angry again at this time, I'm afraid he will really be angry. If he's angry, then he's angry. How did my father love me before? Now he actually scolds me for an outsider." Qingqing's eyes flashed slightly and she smiled and said, "Princess, after all, you are not the prince's biological daughter. The prince may send you away from the palace at any time."
"What will you do then?"
Jun Luoyun felt a sense of panic in her heart. She grabbed Qingqing's arm and murmured, "You also feel that your father's attitude towards me is very different from before, right?" Qingqing nodded and said faintly, "Princess, in this world, only your master treats you sincerely." "Master, yes. I still have a master." She clenched her fists and whispered, "In this world, the only person I can trust is my master." She looked at Qingqing, and as if she had made up her mind, she whispered, "Bring those two things here." Qingqing heard this, and her face was full of joy. "Princess, you finally figured it out." Jun Luoyun looked at the pills in the porcelain bottle. "Is this medicine really so effective?" Qingqing smiled. "Princess, you'll know after you try it." At night, Shang Ruoyi returned to the inn. Before she went to bed, she heard Nan Charan's anxious voice outside the door. "Lingjun." "Lingjun." Yuqing opened the door. "Mr. Nan, is there something wrong?"
Poisoned.
"Poisoned," Nan Charan said anxiously. "Is Lingjun here?" Shang Ruoyi stepped forward, frowning. "Who is poisoned?" Your Highness is poisoned and still unconscious. Akian asked me to find you." Shang Ruoyi was shocked. When she left in the afternoon, her father was still fine. How could he be poisoned now? She hurriedly picked up the medicine box and left with Nan Charan. They galloped all the way and arrived at the palace as quickly as possible. At this time, the palace was in chaos. Several doctors knelt beside the bed. At this time, the person on the bed had his eyes closed, his face was gray, his lips were purple, and he looked decadent. Jun Luoyun sat beside the bed, wiping his forehead with a handkerchief. "Father, please wake up. Please wake up quickly." Jun Ziqian looked at the doctors coldly and asked in a deep voice, "What's the matter? Any clues?" "Prince, please forgive me for my incompetence. I can't diagnose the poison of the prince. It's been so long, and you don't even know what kind of poison you have planted? I am incompetent. Please punish me, Prince." "Incompetent? If you can't cure the disease, you say you are incompetent," Jun Ziqian said angrily. "Waste. A bunch of waste." Jun Luoyun walked to Jun Ziqian hesitantly and said softly, Brother, don't be angry, or let me try." Jun Ziqian whispered, "You are not good at medicine, so you'd better not treat father. It's a mess here. You should go back to your own yard." Jun Luoyun wiped her tears. "Brother, let me see father. I have learned medicine for so many years. Maybe there is some way." Jun Ziqian looked at her and whispered, "Since you want to try, then try." Jun Luoyun stepped forward, felt the pulse of King Cheng, and whispered, "Father is deeply poisoned. I'm afraid it will take a while to get rid of it." She took out a pill and was about to put it in his mouth.
"Wait."
Jun Ziqian frowned slightly. "What is the function of your pill?" "This is a detoxification pill." Jun Luoyun smiled and said, "Some time ago, my father bought me a herb that can detoxify all kinds of poisons at an auction. I have nothing to do these days, so I made it into pills. I didn't expect that it would be used on my father." Jun Ziqian was about to stop him when he heard the doctor kneeling on the ground exclaimed, "The poison has attacked the heart. Quickly give the detoxification pill to the prince." The doctor took the pill from Jun Luoyun and smelled it. "My lord, this pill does have the effect of detoxification, and it may be helpful to the prince's body." Hearing him say this, Jun Ziqian nodded. As soon as the pill entered the body, the originally shaking body of the city king calmed down. The doctor felt his pulse again, his brows relaxed slightly, but his face was still a little ugly. "Prince, this pill only temporarily controls the toxins in the prince's body, but it does not eradicate them. Moreover, this poison directly causes the recurrence of the hidden injuries in the prince's body. Now the situation is not optimistic." Jun Luoyun cried softly, "Brother, what should I do? Why don't I ask someone to invite my master?" "Wait a little longer," Jun Ziqian said in a deep voice.
"Wait?
What are you waiting for?" Jun Luoyun frowned slightly. Could it be that he was waiting for the genius, Dr. Lingjun? Her eyes flashed slightly, and she pretended to be angry and said, "Brother, today my father has been with that person named Lingjun. Now that she has just left, my father has been poisoned. I think maybe she is the one who poisoned him."
Impossible.
"Why is it impossible?" Jun Luoyun was puzzled. Why did they all trust the person who didn't even dare to reveal his true face from beginning to end? "Brother." Jun Luoyun was about to speak when he heard Nan Charan's voice coming from the door. "Aegon, someone is coming." Shang Ruoyi came hurriedly carrying a medicine box. Jun Zigan quickly stood up. You are here. Come and see father. Shang Ruoyi stepped forward quickly and pushed Jun Luoyun, who was standing next to her, aside. Shang Ruoyi felt his pulse, and her face turned cold. How is it? What did you eat tonight? Jun Zigan shook his head. The emperor summoned me to the palace today, and I just came back. He turned to look at the housekeeper. What did father eat today? My lord, after the departure of divine Dr. Lingjun, the prince has not eaten anything. Jun Luoyun sneered. This princess suspects that it was you who poisoned father. I heard from the servants that father had dinner with you. Shang Ruoyi was too lazy to pay attention to her. She took out a silver needle from the medicine box, pierced it into his flesh, and when she pulled it out, only a small amount of the silver needle had turned black. Shang Ruoyi frowned. What was going on? The actual harm this poison does to the body is not as severe as it appears. Putting away the silver needle, she placed her hand on his wrist and slowly closed her eyes. At this moment, the energy in her body slowly seeped into his body. At this moment, she could see everything inside his body clearly. I saw a massive black substance in his abdominal cavity. I guess it must be the poison. The energy in Shang Ruoyi's hands increased, and a pure force entered the body of the city king. The black poison disappeared in the blink of an eye. At the moment the poison disappeared, a tiny white appeared in Shang Ruoyi's consciousness. What's this? She looked at it carefully and was surprised to find that it was a poisonous insect. What kind of goo is this? It's only as big as the tip of a needle, and if you don't look carefully, you can't see it at all. It seemed that the poison appeared to be ferocious just to cover up the fact that she was poisoned. Shang Ruoyi slowly opened her eyes. At this time, beads of sweat were already oozing out of her head. It took so much energy to treat such an ordinary poison. If she wanted to treat a more powerful toxin, she was afraid that she would run out of energy and faint. How is it? Jun Zigan stepped forward and asked in a low voice, Do you know what kind of poison father was poisoned with? This poison is not serious. Shang Ruoyi's eyes fell on the face of the king of city, and she said with some confusion, The poison has obviously been cured. Why is the pulse still so weak? Upon hearing this, Jun Luoyun walked straight to the bedside, put her hand on the pulse of the king of city, and said in a cold voice, What miracle, doctor? He is obviously a fraud. How is the poison cured? She looked at the doctor kneeling on the ground. Come and take a look to see if this princess has wronged her. Upon hearing this, the doctor hurried forward, and after a while, he bowed and said, My lord, as the princess said, the prince's pulse is weak, which is indeed a sign of poisoning. Humph, you want to detoxify with just a silver needle?
Joke.
Besides, it's more than just poison. Shang Ruoyi glanced at them. Quack. She looked at Jun Zigan. Can you trust me? Upon hearing that, Jun Luoyun hurried to Jun Zigan. Brother, you can't trust her. This person has ulterior motives and poor medical skills. It's possible that she was the one who poisoned father. Brother, you must not trust her. Jun Zigan ignored her, just looked at her firmly, nodded and said, I believe it. How could he not believe her? She was the closest person to him in this world, the only flesh and blood relative connected to him by blood. Let them all go out, I want to detoxify him. When Shang Ruoyi said this, her eyes fell on the faces of everyone around her. As expected, she saw a flash of surprise on Jun Luoyun's face, with a hint of panic. It was indeed her. Detoxify? Shang Ruoyi nodded. The reason why the pulse is like poisoning is because there is a poison in the body. Her eyes were cold. Poison.
What are you talking about here?
How could it be poison? Jun Luoyun snorted coldly. Could it be that you don't know how to detoxify, so you blame it on the poison? In my opinion, you are simply a liar. What miracle, doctor? What poison? These are clearly your excuses. Brother. She turned to Jun Zigan and said, This person has ulterior motives. Brother must not believe him. Get out. Brother. Get out. Jun Zigan said coldly. Jun Luoyun glared at her fiercely, clenched his fists, turned and left. At this time, She and Jun Zigen were the only ones left in the room. Brother, Shang Ruoyi said in a low voice, there is a goo in father's body. Goo? Jun Zigen frowned. As far as I know, most of the people who raise goo are from southern Xinjiang. Our western regions and southern Xinjiang are very far away, and we have never interfered with each other. They shouldn't have put a goo on father. Shang Ruoyi narrowed her eyes. Maybe you have offended someone without knowing it, or maybe it's someone around you. People around you? You mean Jun Luoyan? Shang Ruoyi said in a low voice. When I was talking about the poison just now, she was the only one in the room who changed her expression. It shows that even if she was not the one who planted the poison, she must be involved. Jun Zigen heard this. His eyes became fierce, and he slammed the table heavily. Father treats her like his own daughter, but she actually did such an unkind, unfilial, and heartless thing. Brother, this matter has not been concluded yet. Please don't make it public. I have to think of a way to detoxify father first. Okay. The energy in Shang Ruoyi's body was no longer enough to enter his body. She took a closer look and saw that the poison was staying around his heart. The poison was not aggressive and was just wandering around his heart. Is this a love poison? Shang Ruoyi raised her eyebrows slightly. How could someone put a love poison on her father? This love goo is different from other love insects. All love goo are mother and child goo. The mother goo must be planted in the body first. Whoever the child goo is planted in will have deep feelings for the person with the mother goo in his body and will do whatever he says. Who planted this poisonous insect? In other words, who did Jun Luoyun poison you for? When she discovered the poisonous insect just now, she had already checked everyone's bodies, and none of them had the poisonous insect. So, who is this person who cast the curse? Ruoyi? Jun Zigen stretched out his hand and waved it in front of her eyes. What's wrong? What happened? Shang Ruoyi came back to her senses and shook her head. Nothing. Her attention returned to her father again. The most important thing at the moment was to get rid of the poison. The love goo was too close to her heart, so she didn't dare to take it out easily. This love goo had a characteristic. The mother and child goo were mutually reinforcing and restraining, and life and death were connected. If the child goo sensed danger, the mother goo would sense it, and the person who put the goo in would definitely notice it. If it was a matter of life and death, the person who put the goo in would kill the mother goo, and the child goo would die together. The person who was poisoned would definitely be seriously injured, and at best his meridians would be broken, and at worst his life would be in danger. Seeing that she was hesitant to take action, Jun Zigen asked softly, "What's wrong? Is there any difficulty?" Shang Ruoyi sighed. This poisonous insect is indeed tricky. If I take action to remove the poison, I am afraid it will cause harm to my father's body. She thought for a while, took out a small knife, cut a hole in his skin, and dripped a few drops of spiritual spring water on it. The wound began to heal rapidly. He gathered all his energy into his pupils and stared at the poisonous insect without blinking. However, the insect didn't even move at all, which showed that the spiritual spring water was of no use to it. Shang Ruoyi lowered her eyebrows and couldn't help feeling a little annoyed. The current situation was really a bit tricky.
Just then, she thought of someone.
Mr. Yi is from southern Xinjiang and is very knowledgeable about poisonous insects. Maybe he can help. Jun Luoyun was guarding outside, pacing anxiously. She knew that the genius Dr. Ling Jun was a skilled doctor, but she didn't know that she was also proficient in witchcraft. I don't know if she can get rid of this poison. At this moment, the door opened with a creaky sound, and Jun Zigen walked out with a gloomy face. Shang Ruoyi followed behind him, also looking a little dejected. Shang Ruoyi turned and left, but after taking a few steps, she turned back and said with a smile, "Prince, did you hear what I just said?" Jun Luoyun's face changed suddenly when he heard that, and he hurriedly said to Jun Zigen, "No, brother, it's not like that. I'm just a little angry with her." "Brother, don't listen to her nonsense." Jun Zigen glanced at her without any expression on his face and said lightly, "Yeah." Just this one word made Jun Luoyun very surprised. In the past, his brother always ignored him, but now he can listen to everything he says. Does this mean that his impression of him is better than before? How could she know that Shang Ruoyi had specifically instructed her not to alert the enemy before the truth of the matter came to light? They had to find out the real reason why their father was poisoned. Shang Ruoyi did not return to the inn, but went straight to Qiyu Villa, where Yi Lao was. You mean you want me to detoxify the city king?
Shang Ruoyi nodded. Yes.
I promised you that I would help you train those rascals under you, but I didn't promise to help you save people. He curled his lips. Besides, I'm not proficient in witchcraft. I'm afraid I can't help the city king detoxify. Looking at his face, Shang Ruoyi raised her eyebrows slightly. It seemed that this old man had some prejudice against her father. But what grudge do you have against him? Shang Ruoyi's words made him choke, and then he curled his lips and said, How did you know? I guessed it, she smiled. Let me guess again, did he sneak into the Prince City's mansion and was dealt with? Yi Lao's expression became even more interesting. He never expected that it would be guessed so completely, so quickly. Upon seeing this, old Yi stopped him hurriedly. Hey, what are you doing? Everything can be discussed. I think we'd better not discuss it. The city king treated you like this. You sneaked into the city king's mansion, but he didn't even let you see a hair. It's really wrong. Upon hearing this, old Yi said hurriedly, I thought about it carefully. It's not their fault. After all, I went to steal. I was caught as a thief. The city king didn't chop me directly, which was considered to be taking care of me. Upon hearing this, Shang Ruoyi curled the corners of her lips slightly. She knew that this old man could not be dealt with in a normal way. No matter how hard she tried to talk to him, he would still be making trouble. He was a typical beggar who still complained about the rotten food. He went to the palace to steal, and he was not beaten to death directly. It was already very merciful. Is that what you think? She shook the Dongzhu in her hand, and saw that his eyes kept following the Dongzhu. She couldn't help but laugh. This old man was really obsessed with money. She put the Dongzhu away.
Hey.
Yi Lao frowned and said, You're not going to give me this Dongzhu? As long as you cure the king of the city, I can give you 10, not to mention 1. Hearing this, Yi Lao frowned and asked in a low voice, What is your relationship with the king of the city? Shang Ruoyi turned around and walked to the door, leaving only 2 words. My father. Yi Lao was speechless. What else could he say? Since he was her father, why did he have to go through so much trouble? Even without the Dongzhu, he would have to be saved. Shang Ruoyi knew this, and she just didn't want to make him unhappy. The two took advantage of the night and headed towards the city prince's mansion. At this time, inside the city prince's mansion, Jun Luoyun wrote a note, turned around and said to Qingqing, Send it to senior sister. Tell her that you have succeeded, and ask her what to do next.
Yes.
The queen looked at the note, her lips curled slightly, and she lazily lay on the couch, wearing a red gauze and bright red denku on her nails. Looking at her dress, it would be more appropriate to say that she is a demon queen rather than a queen. I didn't expect her to be so fast. Your Majesty is wise. The city prince really took the things sent by the princess without any precautions. Humph, so many years have passed, and Jun Ko, this stinky man, is still obsessed with her. I really don't know what she is worth. The queen snorted coldly and then asked, What did you just say about the magical Dr. Lingjun? Replying to your Majesty, this ignorant kid who came out of nowhere and didn't know what the world is, relying on his medical skills, he doesn't know what the world is, and he is not to be feared. Qingqing said in a low voice. However, Prince Cheng and the Crown Prince think highly of her. Prince Cheng was with her during the day and did not let her go until after dinner. Upon hearing this, the queen could not help but frown. Based on her understanding of Prince Cheng, if he was not someone she valued very much or liked very much, he would think even a stick of incense was too much, let alone a whole day. Is she a skilled doctor? She is quite capable. I heard that she could tell that the king of city was poisoned by both poison and goo just by feeling the pulse.
What?
The queen sat up straight and said in surprise, You said she could tell that the king of city was poisoned by goo just by feeling the pulse? That's right. Isn't her medical skill good enough? The queen said in a deep voice. Could it be considered high only after the goo is removed? Your Majesty, don't worry. This person has left. She herself admitted that she could only diagnose the disease but not the cure. Upon hearing this, the queen's tense body relaxed a little. She leaned back on the couch again, tapping her fingers from time to time. After a while, she said leisurely, "Since her medical skill is so high, let the princess bring her to check my pulse tomorrow so that I can see how capable she is."
Yes.
The queen narrowed her eyes slightly. If he really has some ability and is willing to be used by her, she is not a person who does not value talent. Now that the grand plan has not been completed, it is the time to use people. But if she is proud of her talent, she does not mind breaking her wings to let her know what the consequences are of provoking the wrong people. Jun Luoyun couldn't help but frown after hearing the news brought back by Qingqing. Your senior sister said she wanted to see her? Yes, the queen asked you to take her to the palace for a pulse check tomorrow. Could it be that your senior sister is interested in her medical skills? That I don't know. Jun Luoyun's heart sank slightly. Her backers here, apart from the city prince's mansion, are her senior sister, who is now the queen of the western regions. Now she is putting a poison on her father to help her senior sister and herself. Ever since she returned from Bailing, not to mention her brother, her father's attitude towards her is not as obedient as before, especially this time when she met this Master Lingjun. Her father's attitude towards her has become even more impatient. She was afraid that her position would be shaken, so she agreed to her senior sister to put a poison on her father. If her senior sister also took a fancy to this Master Lingjun, would she abandon her? She had no way out and could only rely on her senior sister to live. Taking advantage of the night, Shang Ruoyi brought Yi Lao to the city prince's mansion. Jun Zigan had been waiting for them. Prince, the young princess, is here with people. When Jun Zigan saw Yi Lao, he raised his eyebrows slightly. Have we met this senior before? Yi Lao turned his face away, raised his chin, and said, You have such a good memory. Why do you ask when you already know the answer? Shang Ruoyi smiled. Yi Lao is a master of detoxification in southern Xinjiang. Brother, Yi Lao was I didn't put the goo on you out of consideration for your face. Upon hearing this, Yi Lao's face looked much better than before, and he said with a smile, You're still a good girl who knows how to talk. Senior, I was rude before, please don't mind it. Yi Lao waved his hand. I am such an old man, if I argue with you, wouldn't I have lived in vain? As soon as he finished speaking, he walked in first and whispered, The old man has already smelled the scent of the goo worm. Shang Ruoyi followed him and asked softly, Yi Lao, how does this goo smell? TSK, you little girl, don't you see that the old man is trying to save face for himself? You have to expose me. After that, he walked straight into the inner room. Yi Lao came to the couch of the king of the city, took out a thin silver needle from his body, pricked his fingertips, a drop of blood flowed out along the silver needle, and in the blink of an eye, the silver needle turned purple. Love goo, he said in a deep voice. It's still the king goo among the love goo. Shang Ruoyi was shocked when she heard this. Although she had never seen the king goo, it was recorded in history books that all types of king goo are extremely special. Once infected with the king goo, unless the person who put the goo in it personally removes it, there is no solution for this goo. It seems that we must find the person who put the goo in. Yi Lao said in a deep voice, This love goo is still in its dormant period. If it wakes up or grows up, the consequences will be serious. What do you mean? Love goo has always been both mother and child goo. If the mother goo of the king goo dies, the person who is poisoned will definitely die. Only by taking out the mother goo and then using the mother goo as a guide to draw out the child goo can the goo be considered to be solved. The mother goo is in the body of the person who put the goo in. Unless the person who put the goo in it takes the initiative to take out the mother goo, no matter what method is used, the mother goo will not leave the body by itself. So, if the person who put the goo in it didn't come to remove it, my father would have to be like this? Oldie shook his head. If it continues like this, it's not the worst. The sub-goo in his body will grow up little by little and wake up. By then, he will fall deeply in love with the person who put the goo on him and will be unable to extricate himself. This is the most terrible consequence. Shang Ruoyi couldn't help but fall into deep thought. This matter was simply a vicious circle, and she had no idea where to start. We don't even know who put the poison in her body. What can we do? Jun Zigan whispered. And even if we knew, it will be useless if we can't make her take out the mother poison willingly. You're right. Olji also found the situation very tricky. Anyone who can raise a king poison must be an expert among experts. Even I may not be her opponent. Hearing him say that, Shang Ruoyi's heart sank even more. Is there no way out now? Yi Lao thought for a while. It's not the end of the road. There is a way to delay the time for the poisonous worm to awaken. However, if this time is exceeded, the poisonous worm will immediately grow and awaken. By then, no matter what method is used, it cannot change the result that he is deeply in love with the person who put the poison on him. Even if the poisonous worm is taken out later, he will still be devoted to her. No matter who he likes in his heart, no one can replace her position. Hearing him say this, Zhang Luoqi asked in a low voice, if it can be delayed, how long can it be delayed? 2 months at most. Then, if we let nature take its course, how long will it take for the poisonous worm to grow? 3 days at the shortest, and 20 days at the slowest. It seems that this medicine has to be used. Olji took out a white pill and glared at Shang Ruoyi. This pill is very expensive. Don't forget to pay the old man. Okay, anything you ask. After the king of city took the pill, his face looked much better than before. Jun Zigan clasped his fists and said, Thank you very much for saving me today, old gentleman. I apologize for offending you in the past. Please forgive me. Olji looked at Jun Zigan in surprise. It is said that the Prince of City is arrogant and has a proud personality. Now it seems that what they said is not true. Shang Ruoyi smiled. There are so many untrue things in this world. Yes. Olji looked at her leisurely. I think the most untrue rumor is that the second daughter of the Shang family is a fool. Speaking of the Shang family, Shang Ruoyi narrowed her eyes slightly. She still had an account to settle with the Shang family. The next morning, Shang Ruoyi had just woken up when she heard a burst of discussion coming from outside. This team looks very impressive. I wonder who they are here to pick up. Is there any royal noble in this inn? At this moment, Yu Qing walked in. Little princess, a group of people came outside and said they are looking for you. Looking for me? Yes. A guard said he wanted to see young Master Lingjun. Shang Ruoyi frowned slightly. She had just arrived in the western regions. Apart from Ling Feng and the others, there was only the Prince Cheng's mansion, who knew that she was young Master Lingjun. Her brother and Nan Charan would not say much. So, who was looking for her? The answer was very obvious. Jun Luoyan. What tricks is she playing? Knock, knock, knock. Is this Master Lingjun's room? Shang Ruoyi signaled Yu Qing not to come out. She dressed neatly, put on a mask, opened the door, and whispered, This is me. May I know what can I do for you, sir? My master invites you, Mr. Lingjun, to come with us. Your master? She looked at the clothes of the person who spoke and smiled. Who is your master? My master is of noble status, and it is not appropriate to mention it here. Please don't embarrass me, Mr. Lingjun. The guard had a solemn expression and a scar on his face. He looked very fierce. Many children passing by were scared to tears. But in Shang Ruoyi's eyes, this appearance was not good enough. She had seen too many extremely vicious people. Your master is noble. What does it have to do with me? Shang Ruoyi was in a bad mood, and just when she had no place to vent her anger, he bumped into her. Her luck couldn't be worse. Your master is noble, so I have to obey her orders? You are her servants, but I am not. I don't have the habit of being a dog. How dare you speak rudely? It means you don't want your worthless life. My master invites you, which means he thinks highly of you. Don't be shameless. He put his hand on the hilt of the sword. Don't blame me for being rude. You're welcome? Shang Ruoyi smiled. Not long after, there was a loud, and a man fell from the second floor, hitting the ground and raising a cloud of dust. He covered his chest and couldn't help spitting out a mouthful of blood. Cough, cough, cough. Shang Ruoyi stood at the railing on the second floor with a playful look on her face. Go back and tell your master that if he wants to ask me to send some guards with high martial arts skills, I'm too lazy to do anything for someone like you. The guard barely stood up, looking at her with shock and fear in his eyes. Strong, too strong. He never thought that she, who looked so young, had such profound internal strength. Before he could step forward, she slapped him downstairs. Now it seemed that his internal organs must have been seriously injured. However, looking at the way he was strolling leisurely, he must not have used even half of his strength. If you offend the master, your good days will be over. He coughed twice, waved his hand, turned, and left. Shang Ruoyi looked at their departing backs, her eyes slightly narrowed, and looking at their attire, she knew that these guards were from the palace. It seems that Jun Luoyun is related to someone in the palace. The guard returned to the palace and went straight to the queen's palace. Your Majesty, where is the person? She frowned. Not found? Reply to your Majesty. He whispered. The person was found, but I am incompetent and failed to bring him to you. Failed to bring him to you? Your Majesty, this person is very skilled in martial arts, and I am no match for her. He knelt on the ground. Please punish me, Your Majesty. The queen became more interested when she heard this. He is a young man with excellent medical skills and martial arts skills. He is quite interesting. She smiled. Did that person bring back any message? That person only said that if we want to invite him here, we should send more guards with strong martial arts skills. The queen raised her eyebrows slightly. This person was really interesting. How did it feel when you fought with her? Upon hearing this, the guard moved his lips a few times and whispered, My subordinate, I was knocked out by her palm. That means he couldn't get away at all. He's quite capable. She smiled and said, Come on, send someone to invite him again. 2 groups of people were sent over, but they were all beaten back by Shang Ruoyi.
Chose.
The queen said in a low voice, I'm here. A dark shadow suddenly appeared and knelt on one knee on the ground. Your servant greets the queen. Go to the inn and ask someone to come back for me. Your servant will obey the queen's order. At night, the wind was very strong today, and the windows of the inn made noises from time to time. Shang Ruoyi took a comfortable bath in the space, ate some fruit, and felt the endless energy in her body. She couldn't help but sigh. The life of a god is just like this. At this moment, a subtle sound came into her ears. Shang Ruoyi stopped eating strawberries and looked outside the space. She saw a black figure standing by the window. The figure was thin and silent, like a ghost. Shang Ruoyi raised her eyebrows slightly. Finally, an interesting person came. The several waves of people today were not a match for this person. The black figure was very fast. In the blink of an eye, he moved to the bedside. Shang Ruoyi sat up straight when she saw this scene. She had never seen such a strange skill. The man saw that there was no one on the couch and frowned slightly. Could it be that he had left? At this moment, the candle in the room suddenly lit up. He turned around suddenly, but there was nothing behind him. There was no smell of anyone in the air. His heart sank, and his footsteps moved forward a few steps, and the candle suddenly went out. What are you doing here late at night? A voice appeared in his ears. He looked around, but there was no one in the room. He was sure that there was no one in the room. So where did this voice come from? I am entrusted by my master to invite you to his house for a chat.
Master?
Shang Ruoyi sneered. Is your master idle and has nothing to do? Why do waves of people come to ask me for help? I am just a servant. How can I ask about the master's thoughts? If you don't want to get hurt, you'd better go with me to avoid physical pain. Shang Ruoyi sneered when he heard it. Physical pain? Who will suffer physical pain? As soon as he finished speaking, the sound of pouring water was heard. He turned around suddenly and saw a man in blue clothes pouring tea slowly at the table behind him. Where did you come from? He just felt a little confused. I'm drinking tea here. Are you kidding? He just walked over from here. Can't he see such a big living person? Sir, have you decided to go with me? Shang Ruoyi shook her head. If you want to invite me to see your master, you need to beat me. I'll give you a chance. She pointed outside. This is not a good place to fight right now. There is a forest behind. As long as you can beat me, I will go with you. Are you serious? A gentleman's word is as good as his. Okay. The window shook, and the figures of the two disappeared in the room. Two figures passed through the air, and just as they stood still in the forest, the man's palm wind rushed straight to her face. Shang Ruoyi tapped the ground with her toes, and her body leaned back, dragging a long line on the ground. Seeing that the palm was about to fall on her, Shang Ruoyi narrowed her eyes slightly, stretched out one hand, and the strong internal force collided with his palm. There was a loud noise, and the internal force that condensed into substance spread out in all directions, and a figure flew out.
Puff.
A mouthful of blood spurted out, and the man fell to the ground. Shang Ruoyi said with some confusion, "I didn't use much strength just now. How come you can't even bear this? Not much strength yet?" The man coughed a few times. If he had used more strength, he would have broken his bones directly. Your internal strength is so strong." He had a hoarse voice and blood on the corners of his lips. He looked like a sickly beauty. TSK, 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 this killer actually has such a good appearance. It's a pity that he has to do this job. Why are you looking at me like this? Shang Ruoyi curled her lips. If I'm not looking at you, do I have to look at the sky? I warn you, don't have any improper thoughts about me. Shang Ruoyi almost coughed. Improper thoughts? He actually said that. You're a grown man. How can your head be filled with such dirty thoughts? And she is dressed like a man now. What is he thinking? She actually thinks that he would have feelings for him? Let me ask you, who is your master? What is the purpose of sending people here again and again? What purpose could it be? He snorted coldly. My master just admires you and wants to make friends with you, but you have refused again and again and are ungrateful. If you continue to do this and really anger my master, she can take your life at any time. Shang Ruoyi heard the words. The corners of her lips slightly curled. I have never heard of anyone who can take my life with just a mouth or a word in my life. Her eyes fell on his neck. Now, this young master can take your life at any time. Xiaozhe swallowed his saliva, saw the murderous intent in her eyes, and whispered, If you kill me, my master will never let you go. She will definitely kill you. Are you looking for revenge on me for a guard killer? Is your master really bored to death? Don't say that. He flipped his palm, and several boomerangs suddenly shot out. Shang Ruoyi had been prepared, and shot out the silver needle in her hand, knocking down the boomerangs. Shang Ruoyi looked at the black boomerangs and sneered. Luosha, this is an extremely precious poison that kills instantly when it comes into contact with blood. It is extremely precious. You actually use it to soak your darts. It's really a waste of God's gift. He never expected that he would have no ability to fight back in front of her. Shang Ruoyi looked at him, smiled, and said, Go back and tell your master to send guards to pick me up tomorrow morning. And if you invite someone, you must have the attitude to invite someone. If they are either guards, they are killers. I am annoyed just by looking at them. After saying this, she turned and left. Xiaozhe looked at her from behind, and for some reason, he had a strong sense of crisis. His intuition told him that if he didn't kill her today, he would regret it later. He looked at the boomerang on the ground, picked it up, and shook his palm. 2 boomerangs flew out of his hand and headed towards Shang Ruoyi's back. Shang Ruoyi had already noticed his movements. She snorted coldly. Without even turning her head, she turned the pistol in her hand and fired 3 shots behind her. 2 darts fell in response. As for the 3rd shot, the person on the ground cried out in pain. Hand! My hand! His palm was pierced and blood was flowing. Shang Ruoyi turned around, looked at him, and said, You deserve it. I was going to let you go, but you insisted on making trouble for yourself. Then you can't blame me. You. Shang Ruoyi no longer paid attention to him. If she hadn't asked him to pass on a message, the bullet would not have hit his hand, but his forehead. Xiaozhe looked at the gun in her hand and couldn't help but feel afraid. What kind of hidden weapon was this? The speed was so fast that it was impossible to avoid it. Shang Ruoyi glanced at him and said, Even though these groups of people came, I have never taken anyone's life. But if you do anything again, don't blame me for being rude to you. Xiaozhe felt the murderous intent in her words and had to shut his mouth. As soon as she returned to the inn, she noticed someone in the room. "Brother, why are you here?" Shang Ruoyi said with a smile. "How is father? You have such a big fuss here. How can I feel at ease?" Jingheng frowned. "What are you doing out so late?" "Nothing. A blind guy is looking for trouble with me again." She clicked his tongue twice. "He is quite handsome, but unfortunately, he is a nutch." Jingheng's eyebrows moved when he heard it. Nutch? Shang Ruoyi nodded. "During the fight, I accidentally felt his pulse. He is indeed a nutch, but he has evil intentions. He actually attacked me from behind. The hidden weapon was coated with luosha poison. If I hadn't reacted quickly, I might have been caught by him."
Luosha.
"Are you sure it's luosha?" Jingheng's tone suddenly became sharp. "Send someone to keep a close eye on Jun Luoyun. Any sign of trouble must not be let go." Early the next morning, there was a knock on Shang Ruoyi's door. "Is Master Lingjun here?" A gentle female voice sounded. Shang Ruoyi smiled and waved her hand, and the door opened. A young lady in a peach-pink robe was seen standing at the door with a respectful smile on her face. "Master Lingjun, the master invites you." Shang Ruoyi raised the corners of her lips and said with a smile, "This is the attitude of inviting someone." Previously, they were either burly and rough men or killers with bad conduct. How could they catch the eyes of this master? It has to be someone as beautiful as you to be pleasing to the eye. "Master, you are too kind. I dare not accept it. If it can make you feel good, it will be my blessing." Shang Ruoyi looked at the purse on her waist. The girl's craftsmanship is really good, but what is embroidered on it? Xiaochu smiled. "It was just embroidered by my sister. She just learned embroidery and embroidered it for fun. I carry it with me just as a souvenir." Keep a souvenir? Such words are usually only said to those who have passed away. "Master Lingjun, please follow me." Jingheng was standing in a tea house not far away and watched Shang Ruoyi leave with Yuqing. Nan Charan, who was following him, had a slightly gloomy expression on his face and said in a low voice, "Aegon, that woman is Xiaochu, who is beside the queen. Why would the queen suddenly want to see her?" Nan Charan rolled his eyes. "Did Jun Luoyun also enter the palace early this morning?" Jingheng couldn't help but frowning. Could it be that Jun Luoyun had said something to the queen? These things were like a tangled mess, filling his mind. When Shang Ruoyi was halfway through her journey, the carriage she was riding in suddenly stopped. "Master Lingjun, please change to a sedan chair." Shang Ruoyi lifted the curtain and whispered, "Why?" "Master, carriages are not allowed in the palace. You can only ride in sedan chairs." Shang Ruoyi nodded. "Your master is from the palace." Xiaochu just smiled and said nothing. Seeing this, Shang Ruoyi had to get up and sit in the sedan chair they had prepared. As soon as she sat in the sedan, Shang Ruoyi felt the drug filling the air. Ordinary drugs are very easy to detect. However, the drug in this sedan was made from the blood of a hallucinogenic insect. It would have been impossible to discover it if one had not done some research on the insect. Since she wanted to make herself unconscious so much, she should just cooperate. After a while, a voice was heard coming from the sedan chair. Xiaochu slightly lifted the curtain and saw that Shang Ruoyi was unconscious. The respectful smile on her face was gone, and there was a hint of mockery in her eyes. What miracle doctor? What Master Lingjun? He was just a hypocritical guy. All men in this world were like this, even the highly praised Dr. Lingjun. Recalling the look in her eyes and the smile on her lips when she opened the door and saw him, she wished she could pick up a knife and dig out her eyes. "Wait, after you are used by the queen, I will tie you up and make you my medicine man. I will let you experience all kinds of tortures and thousands of poisonous insects in this world, and let you know what it feels like to have thousands of poisons gnawing at your heart." Although her voice was low, Shang Ruoyi heard it all. "Your Majesty, thousands of poisons are gnawing at your heart." It seems that his guess was correct. The queen she was talking about was the one who had poisoned his father with love. TSK. At such an old age, there are still people who go to great lengths to cast a love poison on him in order to win his heart, and it's an extremely rare love poison. Her father is really lucky. The sedan chair passed through the corner gate and walked for a while before finally stopping next to a rockery. Xiaochu whispered, "Carry the person in." She took out a token and put it in a groove. With a click, the mechanism was activated, and a door opened on the rockery that was wide enough for two people to pass through. It was dark inside. Xiaochu put the token on his waist and took out a fire starter from his arms. Only then did some light appear in the secret passage. No one noticed that Shang Ruoyi, who was supposed to be unconscious, had already opened her eyes. In her hand was the token that Xiaochu had just used to open the door, while Xiaochu's waist was empty. After walking for a while, a beam of light came, and everyone walked out of the closet in a side hall of Jinxiu Palace. Shang Ruoyi couldn't help but nod her head. This secret passage was indeed hidden. Xiaochu came to the queen's bedroom and said softly, "Your Majesty, I have fulfilled your order. I have brought the person here."
Good.
The queen sat up and said with a smile, "Sure enough, this beautiful face is the most attractive. I sent so many people, but they were all useless." Xiaochu said respectfully, "Your Majesty has trained her well. You're just sweet-talking." The queen put her hand on Xiaochu's arm and said lightly, "Where is she? Where is she?" "Your Majesty, she has fainted. I put her in the side hall." "Where is Luoyun? Where did she go again?" The queen frowned slightly. "This child ran around as soon as she came to my place, and now even her shadow has disappeared." The maid who had been serving her by the bed heard this and said with a smile, "Your Majesty, Princess Luoyun went to the dark room at the back." "She went to the dark room again. Did you tell her not to touch my things casually?" There were poisonous insects that she had raised for many years. "Don't worry, Your Majesty. I've already told them." "Where's the Emperor?" "Your Majesty, the Emperor just came and saw that you were resting, so he said he would come later. He should be with another Majesty now." The queen sneered, "Men are all useless. When the Emperor comes again, tell him that I have been feeling unwell these days and ask him to rest somewhere else." "Yes, Your Majesty." She came to the side hall. Her eyes fell on the person on the bed. A hint of interest flashed in her eyes. "Since the young master has woken up, why are you pretending to be asleep?" Shang Ruoyi curled the corners of her lips slightly. "I didn't expect Your Majesty's eyesight to be so good." Xiaochu was stunned when he saw this. How could this person wake up so quickly? She had put such a large amount of sleeping pills in the sedan chair. Without her antidote, even if he was as strong as an ox, he would not be able to wake up so easily. When did Master Lingjun wake up? Shang Ruoyi thought for a moment after hearing this. When should I say I woke up? Was it when I first arrived here, or when Miss Xiaochu muttered to herself that she wanted to make me into a drug man? Or when I first entered the palace? Or when I just got on the sedan and noticed that there was a drug in the sedan? She smiled. When does Miss Xiaochu hope I wake up? You didn't faint at all. I didn't faint. Are you disappointed? Master Lingjun. The queen smiled. My servants always like to make jokes. I hope you don't mind. Shang Ruoyi got up from the bed. Her eyes fell on the bright red robe on her body and the phoenix crown on her head. She bowed. Are you the queen? Yes, I am. I greet the queen.
How dare you?
You didn't kneel when paying your respects to the queen. Where did you learn this rule? Xiaochu frowned and said angrily, Why don't you kneel down? Shang Ruoyi looked at her. Her lips curled slightly, her eyes were full of coldness, and her gaze at Xiaochu was even more captivating. The powerful aura around her made Xiaochu step back uncontrollably. No one in this world can force me to do anything. You are a little girl, but you are quite courageous. Shang Ruoyi's voice was not loud, but the pressure contained in it made the queen a little frightened. Xiaochu, Master Lingjun is a distinguished guest invited by the palace. How can you be rude? Xiaochu bit her lip when she heard it, walked to Shang Ruoyi unwillingly, and bowed. It is my humble servant who has overstepped my authority. Please forgive me. Shang Ruoyi did not look at her. Her eyes fell on the queen. I wonder why Her Majesty went to so much trouble to find me here? She didn't think that the queen came to her to drink and chat. I don't have anything to do. I just heard that there is a miracle doctor in the folk, named Master Lingjun. By chance, I also learned that Master Lingjun came to our western region. This is simply a great fate. However, it is inconvenient for outsiders to enter this palace, so I had to send someone to invite Master in this way. Shang Ruoyi smiled. It doesn't matter. It's worth it to see such a beautiful lady like the queen. She looked at the queen for a long time and couldn't help shaking her head secretly. She really didn't know what her father thought of her. He actually thought that the queen was a lady from a noble family who didn't even dare to speak, but how could the woman in front of him be timid? It would not be an exaggeration to say that she was a demon queen. The queen seemed pleased by what she said, and the smile on her face became even bigger. I heard that Master Lingsheng is a miracle doctor. Since you are here, please help me diagnose my pulse. Okay. Shang Ruoyi put her hand on her pulse, secretly injected the energy in the space into her body, and kept searching for the trace of the mother goo. But she searched for a long time and found nothing. Could it be that she was wrong? Could it be that she was wrong? It has nothing to do with the goo and the queen? She withdrew her hand. The queen is in good health and has no hidden illness. The queen heard this and smiled. That's the best thing. At this time, a maid walked in. Your Majesty, Princess Luoyun is here. Let her in. June Luoyun ran in wearing a crimson robe. Just as she was about to call senior sister, her eyes fell on the mask that made her hate it so much. Lingsheng. It's her again. Empress. The queen nodded. You are here. Take a look at this person. Have you seen him before? June Luoyun raised his chin and said, You are a commoner, and you didn't even say hello to me when you saw me. I really don't know what my brother and father like about you. Could it be because of that half of your face that looks like your brother? As soon as June Luoyun finished speaking, the expression on the queen's face changed suddenly.
Take off the mask. Why?
Shang Ruoyi smiled. I have worn this mask for 10 years and have never shown my true face to anyone. I am sorry that I cannot agree to it. I said, take off the mask. Her eyes were full of coldness, and she said angrily, If you don't blame me for being ruthless. I was wondering why the people sent by the queen always say this. It turns out it's because the queen often says it. You didn't hear what I said, did you? You are avoiding the question here. Do you really think that I dare not touch you? As soon as she finished speaking, the internal force gathered in her palms. The hair by her ears moved without wind, and her nails were actually a little longer than before. I heard people say before that the queen is a gentle and soft-hearted person, but I didn't expect the rumor to be so outrageous. Shang Ruoyi sneered. Although the queen's internal strength is strong, she may not be a match for this young master. She shook the folding fan in her hand. Her face did not change, and she was still smiling, but the smile did not reach her eyes at all. I will say it again, take off the mask. She looked at the silver mask. She wanted to smash it with one palm. The half of the face outside not only looks like Jun Ziqian but also looks exactly like that little witch Rugia. Thinking of what June Luoyun had said before, that King Cheng and Jun Zigan were surprisingly nice to this young Master Lingsheng, he couldn't help but feel even more annoyed. She looked at Shang Ruoyi, and a very familiar face gradually appeared in front of her eyes. That face that she wanted to tear apart. Since you want to try, I will give you this opportunity. The internal force in her hand surged, and her figure was like a ghost, rushing straight towards Shang Ruoyi. Shang Ruoyi had a cold expression and swung out her palm, directly facing the queen's palm. The queen didn't expect that she would face her head-on. You are quite courageous, boy. The queen said coldly. You dare to take my with your bare hands. You are really courting death. It is true that your majesty has profound internal strength, but it is only this much. As soon as she finished speaking, Shang Ruoyi shook her arm, and a powerful force suddenly appeared. The queen felt a black screen in front of her eyes, her heart was shocked, and her body flew backwards uncontrollably. Cough, cough, cough. A trace of blood flowed out from the corner of her lips. The queen propped herself up in a somewhat embarrassed manner. Her hair, which had been neatly combed, was now in a mess, and her dress was stained with a lot of dust. As long as this insect touches the skin, it will drill into it instantly. She has never failed with other puppet insects, but now the Kingu has been beaten to death. How can she be willing to accept this? God knows how much of her own blood she fed to this Kingu. The puppet goo must be fed with essence and blood so that it can communicate with its master's mind. Now, it died before it could accomplish its mission. Your Majesty is proficient in the art of witchcraft and can actually raise such good poisonous insects. It's really enviable. Shang Ruoyi smiled and said, "Unlike me, I can only kill the poisonous insects." His words were clearly meant to irritate people. The queen's face turned pale. She didn't expect that after all her efforts, not only did she not see her true face, but she also lost a puppet king goo. At this time, Shang Ruoyi could already conclude that the person who had poisoned her father was the queen of the western regions. As for the reason, it must be because of love. But so many years have passed, whether it was because she liked her father or because she was unwilling to see her father fall in love with someone else that she broke off the engagement with her. I guess only she herself knows.
Who are you?
Shang Ruoyi smiled. Who do you think I am, Your Majesty? Don't keep me in suspense. Who is your biological mother? It's really interesting that you asked the same question as the king of the city. Upon hearing this, the queen's pupils shrank sharply. I am from Biling, and my mother is Miss Li from Biling. Li family? The Li family that raises Dongzhu?
Exactly.
The queen frowned slightly. I like Dongzhu. The emperor has bought many for me from the Biling Li family, but I have never heard of any daughters in the Li family. My mother passed away early, when I was very young, so naturally you haven't heard of it. The queen felt relieved when she heard this. Just looking at his face, I still feel a little skeptical. Then why don't you show your true face to others? My mother died early because of her stunning appearance. I don't want to add to these troubles, and I don't want to see my face anymore. Do I have to care about this? Shang Ruoyi said in a low voice. To be frank, I am not a citizen of your western regions. It is not appropriate for the queen to bring me into the palace in this way. And you are fighting with me here. Although I am not from a famous family, I have saved many powerful people in these 4 countries. If the queen goes out to inquire, you should not imprison me here. What's more, you can't lock me up at all. The queen gradually calmed down, thinking about her words. A smile suddenly appeared on her face. You are really an interesting person. Thank you for the compliment, Her Majesty. Although you are from Biling, I admire you very much. How about this? I can discuss with the emperor and give you an official position, and you will be responsible for taking my pulse in this palace. The money will not be short of money. How about it? Stay in the palace and take her pulse. She actually thought of it. Thank you for your kindness, Her Majesty. I appreciate it, but over the years, I have been used to being free and undisciplined. I usually treat people based on whether they are willing or not. This character cannot be changed at all, so I am not suitable for working in the palace. She smiled and said, As for money, I really have no shortage of it. Hearing his refusal without hesitation, the queen's forced smile was about to break. Seeing this, Jun Luoyun hurriedly said, You are really interesting. You don't want the official position and money you are given. What else do you want? The queen herself wants to find you an official position, but you don't appreciate it. You are really a blockhead. Blockhead, so what? Shang Ruoyi sneered. It's better than someone living in someone else's house, worried all day, afraid that someone will come back one day and lose everything. I rely on my own hands no matter what I want, so I do everything with my heart. I am not like the princess, who uses someone else's identity, enjoys the glory that does not belong to her, and does ungrateful and treacherous things. Shang Ruoyi's words made the queen and Jun Luoyun feel depressed. What do you mean by this? I think the princess knows what I mean. Jun Luoyun's chest rose and fell violently. Could it be that she knew that he had put a curse on his father?
Impossible.
How could this be possible? Please explain clearly. When did I do something ungrateful and disloyal? Shang Ruoyi saw the expressions of the 2 people, and she knew clearly in her heart that what she guessed and thought was true. I detoxified the king of city. Although the king is not awake now, I also have merits. Now, in this Jinxiu palace, the princess has no regard for my kindness to the palace, and wants people to drag me out. Isn't this ungrateful and disloyal? It turned out to be because of this. Jun Luoyun's heart was put back in her stomach. She said in a cold voice, "Although you saved my father, it is also a fact that you were disrespectful to the queen. Your merits do not make up for your faults, so you must be punished." "Okay." The queen looked at Shang Ruoyi and whispered, "Have you thought about my proposal just now?" "Of course," she said without hesitation. "Your Majesty is kind, and I appreciate it." The queen knew in her heart that since she said this, she had made up her mind not to submit to her. If such an excellent person cannot be used by oneself, then there is no need for him to continue living. Who knows, one day in the future, they will stand on the opposite side, and she will become her biggest threat. She narrowed her eyes and whispered, "In this case, I don't want to force it. I will have someone send Master Lingjun out of the palace later. In this case, thank you, Your Majesty. But there are some things that I still want to say." The queen smiled. "After leaving this Jinxiu palace, you must forget what happened today, otherwise." "Don't worry, Your Majesty. Lingjun knows his limits." Jun Luoyun stood aside, unwilling in her heart, but helpless. Since her senior sister said so, she naturally couldn't say much. The queen ordered someone to send her back the same way. Jun Luoyun stood beside her and whispered, "Senior sister, this young Master Lingjun must not be kept. I naturally know this. Do I need you to tell me?" The queen said coldly, "She is very capable. I originally wanted to recruit her for my own use, but she is shameless. Don't blame me for being ruthless."
Senior sister means.
Just wait. Even if she has great abilities, she can't escape death. She never believed that someone could keep a secret forever. In this world, only the dead can keep their mouths shut forever. When Shang Ruoyi returned to the inn, Jun Ziqian came to her. "Did you do it in Jinxiu Palace?" Shang Ruoyi nodded. Brother is really well informed. He received the news so quickly. "Are you injured?" "No, but there are some things I want to talk to you about." "What is it?" "The person who poisoned my father was the queen." Jun Ziqian's face was gloomy, and he said in a deep voice, "It was really her." "Brother has suspected it for a long time?" Jun Ziqian nodded. "In the hearts of the people in the western regions over the years, the queen has always been a gentle and motherly image, but I have seen her kill people with my own eyes. Her methods are clean and neat, and her internal strength is tyrannical. She is not the weak and gentle person in the eyes of outsiders. Therefore, I know that she must not be a good person." He looked at his leg. "The injury on my leg before was caused by the backflow of internal force when I was practicing, and I almost went crazy. But it was not because I was distracted by practicing, but because I was assassinated at a critical moment. I became like that." "Brother, you mean that those assassins were also sent by the queen?" Jun Ziqian nodded. "I have already discovered her hatred for our city palace, but I just didn't mention it to my father. If you can't get it, you have to destroy it." Shang Ruoyi smiled. "You are really cruel. Otherwise, you can move to the palace. No matter what, brother will protect you." Shang Ruoyi shook her head. "It's not convenient in the palace, and there is Jun Luoyun, the little spy. You know? She is very affectionate to the queen." And she clearly heard the word master blurted out by Jun Luoyun, but as to whether it was master or senior sister, it is unknown. "She tried to win me over today, but I rejected her. I think she will be unwilling, and she may even send assassins to me. If you come, I'm itching to do it. If you don't come, I have other ways." She still has a token in her space. For her, sneaking into the palace is the easiest thing. Jun Ziqian was worried, and insisted on taking her back to the mansion. Shang Ruoyi drove her out of the inn and entrusted Yuqing to him. At night, Shang Ruoyi was sitting in the space eating barbecue, and she felt that there seemed to be some movement outside. So slow. She put the last piece of meat into her mouth and said with a smile, "If you don't come again, I will fall asleep." She looked outside. There was no one in the room. She only sensed a few strange breaths approaching her. Not long after, there was a faint sound from the window, and the next moment, a figure appeared in the room like a ghost. Then, several figures slowly appeared behind him. Second brother. A woman stepped forward and whispered, "I heard that it's a young master. If he is handsome, leave him to me. Hurry up. What are you afraid of?" No one in this world can escape from my hands. She stepped forward. I have already drugged this room. What if he is a miracle doctor? I have fallen into the hands of countless miracle doctors over the years. Unless someone comes to remove the drug in person, even the immortal will be of no use. That's right. Among the 5 of them, her poison technique was the most powerful. Qin Yang, hurry up, I still have to carry her head to report. What's the hurry? I want to peel off her skin and make a new human skin mask. She took out an extremely sharp dagger. This human skin can only be preserved for a long time if it is peeled off while the person is alive. She looked at the person lying on the bed and clicked her tongue twice. Still wearing a mask, I guess he is an ugly freak. Her tone was a little fierce. If I uncover it and find that you have an ugly face, I will cut your neck with a knife. She took a few steps forward and stretched out a hand to touch her mask. At this moment, a silver light flashed and a tingling pain came from her fingertips.
Ouch.
In an instant, she felt a sense of weakness in her body. What's wrong? Several men behind her stepped forward and hurriedly supported her falling body. What happened? No, something's wrong, she. The leading man stepped forward. His eyes fell on the silver needle not far away. The tip of the needle brushed past her fingertips, and there was a trace of blood on the tip of the needle. You are not fainted.
Qin Yang whispered. Impossible, absolutely impossible.
What's impossible? Only a chuckle was heard from the bed. You guys, you talk too much nonsense. If you don't come forward, this young master will fall asleep. Several figures quickly retreated, looking at her coldly. How could you not faint? My drug is so powerful that even a great god can't resist it. You said that. Aren't you afraid of your tongue being bitten by the strong wind? Shang Ruoyi sneered. Have you seen a great god? I've seen people who make up stories, but I've never seen people who make up stories like you. Qin Yang was still a little unconvinced when she heard this, but she couldn't find any reason to refute it when she saw that she was really not affected at all, but she was poisoned and felt weak all over. In fact, Qin Yang's drug was indeed very overbearing, the most powerful one Shang Ruoyi had ever seen. If she hadn't been protected by the space, she might have been affected by it at this time. It doesn't matter. Even if she wasn't drugged, she wouldn't be our opponent. They took up their positions and prepared to launch an attack. Shang Ruoyi waved her hand. Let's talk.
Talk.
How to talk? They were desperate criminals who took money to do things. They had been walking in the rivers and lakes for so many years, and no one had ever said the word talk to them.
Talk about.
A big man with a full beard spit and said angrily, Since the day I was born, no one has dared to say this to me. Shang Ruoyi's face looked a little ugly, and she whispered, Wipe the saliva on the ground.
What?
I said, Wipe the saliva on the ground immediately, otherwise, don't blame me for being rude. TSK, you little rascal, you have a big tone, you dare to talk to me like this. The big man laughed. Today I will let you know what it means to be ignorant of the world, and what it means to be rude. He swung the sledgehammer and rushed towards Shang Ruoyi with a burst of energy. Shang Ruoyi's smile did not change, and she turned her wrist, and a small pistol appeared in her palm. 3 shots were fired, and the man's figure was instantly nailed to the spot. Without waiting for him to shout, she waved her hand, and the cakes on the table flew out and landed in his mouth. Woo woo woo. He fell backwards, and there were 2 bloody holes at the knees of his legs, and there was also a bloody hole on the wrist of the hand holding the sledgehammer. Blood kept flowing out, and his face was as red as pig liver. He wanted to shout, but his mouth was blocked tightly, so he could only make a humming sound. Shang Ruoyi's pistol was equipped with a silencer, so the sound was not loud. The people behind him didn't react to what happened, and the man fell down. Fatty. Fatty. They looked at Shang Ruoyi with serious eyes. This person was really too weird. Not afraid of poison, and so skilled. How could a young man do this? What was the hidden weapon you threw just now? Shang Ruoyi smiled. Something that will take your life. Young man, don't be arrogant. It's just a trick to take advantage of the situation. We'll fight and show you how powerful we are. After saying that, they dragged the fat man lying on the ground to one side. They surrounded Shang Ruoyi, and their internal forces surged. At this moment, Qin Yang took the lead and took a step forward. Her right hand hooked and grabbed Shang Ruoyi's throat. Shang Ruoyi moved back and avoided Qin Yang's attack. Before she could stand still, a palm wind appeared behind her. It seems that they wanted to use this method to overwhelm her and defeat her when she was exhausted. But they didn't expect that they had space to support them and would not feel tired at all. She seized the opportunity and slashed Qin Yang's arm with the dagger in her hand, causing blood to flow. Her blade was extremely sharp, and the artery in her arm was cut. If she was not treated in time, her arm would be useless. Even if she was cured, she would be subject to many restrictions when using it. Medicine and poison are inseparable. Qin Yang naturally knew how serious the injury on her arm was, and said angrily, "Second brother, help me kill her. You must kill her. If she can't be cured, the future poison making will be affected. Don't worry, today, even if the gods come, she can't run away." The big knife in his hand flew, and the attack fell on her body like raindrops. Every time he chopped down, he carried a strong internal force. Shang Ruoyi resisted with the dagger, but felt that her tiger's mouth was numb. It was indeed much stronger than the previous waves. The fighting in the room became louder and louder. Although there were not many guests in the inn, they were all attracted. What's going on? They're fighting! They're fighting! The shopkeeper looked miserable. It was all over. If they continued fighting like this, wouldn't their small inn be torn down? At this moment, the door of the room was smashed. A figure fell out in a rather embarrassing manner and barely managed to stabilize himself after hitting the railing on the second floor. It was a close call. He almost fell down. If he fell from this height of nearly 2 meters, he would be crippled. Just when the onlookers were relieved for him, a man in a black robe and a mask came out and stood beside him. "Are you still fighting?" The man looked at her with a bruised face and shook his head. "No, no more. If you want to fight, I can accompany you." No more." A weak voice came from the room. "No more fighting." Shang Ruoyi nodded. "Pay the money you owe, and I will consider letting you go."
Pay.
"We pay." The man who was kicked out of the room by her stood up, holding his ribs, grimacing in pain, and limped down from upstairs. "Where is the shopkeeper?" he shouted. Here I am." The shopkeeper stepped forward cautiously with a flattering smile on his face. "Sir, I am here." The man took out a silver ingot from his arms, which was a full 10 taels. Enough. The shopkeeper said with a smile. "Very enough." "Enough for what?" Shang Ruoyi rested her hands on the railing and smiled leisurely. 1,000 taels. 1,000 taels. He spoke loudly. "So much? Why, you don't want to take it." Shang Ruoyi looked behind her. "If you don't want to take it, it's okay. I'll go ask them." After she finished speaking, she turned around and wanted to leave. Seeing her move like this, he hurriedly took out a silver note of 1,000 taels from his arms. Not much. Are you kidding? Who in a room is not seriously injured now? How can they withstand her tossing? "Young master, we have paid for the gift, apologized for the crime, and taken the money. I wonder if we can leave now." Shang Ruoyi nodded. "Let's go," she whispered. "Go back and tell your master that there is no need to do useless things. When I am free, I will go to her in person. I will not be as easy to talk to as I am today." Yes, we got it." The few people supported each other and got up and left. Even the woman who played the zither. The look in her eyes changed again and again, and there was a trace of inexplicable grievance in her eyes. It was the first time that she was beaten like this by a man. How could she know that the handsome young master in her eyes was actually a woman? They arrived at Jinxiu Palace. The queen had not rested yet. Listening to their report, she couldn't help but said in a deep voice, "You mean, there are so many of you, but she beat you into this state? Your Majesty, we really tried our best, but the opponent is too strong. We can't beat her. We really can't beat her." He pointed at Qin Yang, whose arm was still bleeding, and said, "Her poison can't pose any threat to that bad boy. The poison can't be effective, and the fight can't win. So many people beat one person and still lost so miserably. If it were to be spread out, people would probably laugh at them. The queen's face was gloomy. She actually underestimated her. She waved her hand. Go down. It seemed that the master had to take action. She touched her heart and whispered, "It won't be long. As long as the love poison wakes up, Junko will be mine, forever." At this moment, she felt a slight pain in her heart. Her lips turned pale. She suppressed the sweet taste in her mouth, took out a pill and swallowed it, and the pain in her heart slowly disappeared. Shang Ruoyi dealt with those men, and the shopkeeper was a little overwhelmed with the 1,000 taels of silver. "Young master, this. I'm really sorry for making your place like this." No, it's okay. His face was full of smiles. "This is too much silver bills. It doesn't take so much silver to repair this place. This is given to you by the gang of thieves. Just keep it." Seeing that he couldn't refuse, the shopkeeper smiled and said, "Thank you, young master." Her room was no longer habitable. The shopkeeper originally wanted her to live in other rooms, but she refused. Since the queen sent assassins to take her life, she was not someone who could bear such humiliation. She needed revenge. A figure quickly shuttled in the night sky. This time she didn't have the secret passage, but directly came to Jinxiu Palace with Qinggong. At this time, the candles in Jinxiu Palace had gone out, and everyone must have gone to bed. Shang Ruoyi came to the bedroom, hiding her body in the space, looking at the queen who was sleeping unsteadily on the bed, with a slight curl of her lips. She really cherished her hair very much, even wrapped it with silk when sleeping. During the day, she saw the queen always touching her hair with her hands. It must be said that she really took good care of her hair, like silk. If this black hair was gone, it must be as uncomfortable as taking her life. The next morning, a scream came from Jinxiu Palace.
No.
My hair. She picked up the hair on the pillow with trembling hands and touched her head in disbelief.
Ah.
The queen shouted loudly, "I will kill you."
Kill you.
At this time, Shang Ruoyi was having breakfast at Chiu Villa. Ling Feng looked at her helplessly. "So, you shaved all the queen's hair?" "Nonsense. When did I shave all her hair? I clearly left some for her." She gestured around her head. "I left this circle for her, and what are these?" Shang Ruoyi's lips curled up. "I also left a big gift for her. She did a lot of things in Jinxiu Palace last night." After shaving her hair, she looked around the room. It seemed that the savings of a queen of a country should not be small. She gathered her energy with her pupils, and everything in Jinxiu Palace came into her sight. She found that there was a secret room in the side hall at the back, which was full of gold, silver, and jewelry. Not only that, there were some strange things in another room. She came to the side hall, and those mechanisms were useless in her eyes. She quickly opened the secret room and put all the gold, silver, and jewelry inside into the space. When she came to another secret room, she couldn't help but be shocked. There were bottles and jars in the room, and each jar contained a poisonous insect. There were so many that she couldn't even name them. Her eyes fell on a box, and she saw a poisonous insect inside, which was somewhat similar to the love poison. It seemed that only Master Yi could distinguish these poisonous insects. So, she put everything in the room into the space. After doing all this, she left Jinxiu Palace. She really wanted to see with her own eyes what expression the woman would have when she saw this scene. Did she really think she was good-tempered? He sent assassins as soon as he said he would, and didn't take her seriously at all. He thought that she was a soft persimmon that was easy to pinch, so this time, she would let her have a good taste of it. The queen's scream spread throughout the Jinxiu Palace, and other palaces also heard some of the rumors. They all started to talk behind her back. What happened this morning? That sound seemed to come from the queen's palace. Isn't our queen the most gentle and virtuous person? What stimulated her? A concubine said with a snicker, "I'm really curious. The maids in Jinxiu Palace are very tight-lipped, and I can't ask anything, but looking at their expressions, I know that something big must have happened in the palace. I didn't expect to see our queen like this one day." There were constant rumors in the palace, and the queen had many eyes and ears, so these words naturally reached her ears. She wrapped her head with silk. Her face was full of ferociousness. Where was the previous enchanting charm? It must be Lingsheng who did it, in order to avenge the previous grudge. She actually cut my hair. She was so angry that her teeth itched, and she just wanted to tear her into pieces. Since you have done such a thing, don't blame me for being rude. She whispered, Xiaozhe, I'm here. She looked at the wound on his palm, which was already showing signs of suppuration. Have you applied medicine? Xiaozhe heard this and felt warm in his heart. My queen, I have applied medicine, but I still can't stop it from suppurating. Since you have served me for many years, I will help you take a look. She got up and walked towards the side hall. This side hall was where Shang Ruoyi visited at night. At this time, the door of the secret room was closed. There was no sign of being opened. She knocked on the door a few times, and the door opened in response. The door slowly opened, and she stopped just as she was about to step in. She stared blankly at the empty room and rubbed her eyes several times to make sure she was not seeing things. How could this happen? How could this happen? She said in disbelief with trembling hands. How is this possible? How is this possible? My goo worm, my goo worm. She walked quickly into the room, thinking she was hallucinating. Xiaozhe, can you help me take a look at the things in this room? Xiaozhe was also very shocked. My queen, this room is empty. 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 Then where are her goo worms? Where did they go? How could they all disappear overnight? Even the shelves inside were gone. And no one was alarmed. How is this possible? Could it be that I saw a ghost? Thinking of her hair becoming like this, her heart trembled. If it wasn't a ghost, how could she explain all this? At this moment, she suddenly thought of another secret room. She rushed out and opened the other secret room, only to see that the secret room was empty, just like the one just now. Her hard work, the treasures accumulated for so many years. Gone, all gone. She was unsteady on her feet and was about to fall to the ground. It was over, all over. The poison was gone, and so were her savings. Your Majesty, be careful. Xiaozhe hurriedly supported her. At this moment, a breeze blew, and the silk on her head was lifted up. Xiaozhe's pupils shrank slightly, and she hurriedly lowered her head. Ugly, so ugly. How can this be? She gritted her teeth and said angrily, how could it become like this? I came to see you yesterday. How come it has become like this today? Her eyes fell on Xiaozhe. You were so ugly yesterday. Has anyone approached here? Your Majesty, your servants did not notice anyone coming here. How is it possible? There are dozens of large boxes and jade screens in her secret room. How could so many things be taken away quietly overnight? Your Majesty, look, Xiaozhe whispered. There is a footprint here. The queen looked in the direction of his finger and saw that there was indeed a footprint in the secret room, but there was only this one. However, this is enough to prove that someone has indeed visited her secret room. Your Majesty, look at this mark. It was not made by someone in the palace. He whispered. The shoe print is completely different from the one made in the palace. He frowned, and looking at the size of this footprint, it looks like a woman's. Woman? How is it possible?
Check.
Check for me. The queen said in a deep voice. This thief must be found and brought to me. Yes, I'll do it right away. At this time, in Concubine Villa, Shang Ruoyi was studying the things she brought back from the queen in the space. Wow, this queen is really rich. She has collected a lot of treasures. She took out a string of oriental pearls, which had dozens of oriental pearls on it. If it weren't for the oriental pearls she raised as a comparison, she didn't know how much silver this string of oriental pearls would sell for. There were countless gold, silver, and jewelry, and if they were all exchanged for silver, it would definitely make people astonished. She looked at the dozens of large boxes. Except for some conspicuous objects whose origins could be known at a glance, the rest were all sent to shops and auction houses in exchange for gold. She came to the laboratory again, where the poisonous insects were. A woman actually likes to play with insects. She looked at the poisonous insects and felt a little disgusted. Her eyes fell on the larger poisonous insect. This poisonous insect looked somewhat similar to the love poison, but if you look closely, there are many differences. Only Yi Lao knows what this poisonous insect is. Without waiting for breakfast, she came to the city prince's mansion. Yi Lao had already stayed here.
Ye Lao.
When Shang Ruoyi walked in, Yi Lao was talking to Jun Ziqian about his youth. When he was talking about the exciting part, he was interrupted by Shang Ruoyi. Yi Lao, stop bragging, come and take a look at this. Upon hearing this, Yi Lao hurriedly said, "What are you talking about? Who is bragging?" His face flushed slightly, not knowing whether he was excited or embarrassed by being exposed, and he whispered, "When I was young, I was famous in southern Xinjiang. Who would not know me when mentioning me? Yes, yes, you are the best. Otherwise, are you the #1 thief in southern Xinjiang? TSK. Who is the thief you are talking about?" He put his hands on his waist. "I only take ill-gotten gains. That's called robbing the rich to help the poor. Stealing. Not stealing. It's robbing the rich to help the poor. That's stealing. You little brat, I won't argue with you." He was so angry that his beard stood up. Shang Ruoyi couldn't help laughing when she saw this. "What do you have to show me?" Shang Ruoyi took out a slightly larger glass bottle from her arms. "Master Yi, take a look. What is this?" Master Yi curled his lips. "If it's not gold, silver, or jewelry, don't show it to me." Although he said so, he still looked over. He was stunned at a glance. Where did this come from? He looked at the thing in front of him in shock, his voice trembling slightly. Shang Ruoyi smiled. "I stole it.